Product not yet rated.
Heroes come in many forms. Some have vision. Some have grace. And some have strength. But only a few shall become legends. League of Legends: Clash of Fates.
Product not yet rated.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Tryndamere, the Barbarian King. Tryndamere is a melee fighter who focuses on dealing huge damage with his basic attacks. This spotlight will focus on his legendary Demon Blade Tryndamere skin. This skin has a different model, animations, voiceover, and particle effects compared to his default look. Tryndamere's passive is Battle Fury. Tryndamere's attacks, critical strikes, and killing blows build fury. As Tryndamere gains fury, his critical strike chance increases. Bloodlust gives Tryndamere bonus damage based on how much health he has. He gains a small amount of damage for being full, but he gains the most benefit at 1 health. Tryndamere may activate Bloodlust to consume all of his fury, healing him based on how much fury was used. Mocking Shout reduces the attack damage of all nearby enemy champions. Enemies that had their backs turned are also slowed for a few seconds. Spinning Slash sends Tryndamere to target location, damaging all enemies along his path. Every time Tryndamere lands a critical strike, the cooldown on Spinning Slash decreases. Undying Rage gives Tryndamere bonus fury and makes him immune to death for a few seconds, holding at 1 health if he were to take fatal damage. This ability can be cast while stunned, silenced, or otherwise incapacitated. As an added note, you typically want to use Bloodlust to heal yourself right as Undying Rage ends to help you survive. I play Tryndamere as a jungler, which allows me to farm without interference and also enables me to gank without my opponents expecting it. Ask a teammate to pull the golems, which allows you to take the camp down without receiving too much damage. Transition to the wraiths, wolves, and then the buff golem, giving it to whichever teammate can best use it. I head over to gank bottom lane. I lead in with Mocking Shout, and then Spinning Slash. We crush Blitzcrank's health and pick up the kill despite Alistar's stuns. I smack Alistar with a critical strike and walk out of turret range. Seeing him get low, I play too aggressively. I'm about 1 minion kill from level 6, but instead of killing one to get my ultimate, I recklessly dive Alistar and die underneath the turret as I get stunned. When your ultimate is up, you can take most fights if you play well. Fighting Vladimir in mid lane, I start aggressively. I wait for Sanguine Pool, but unfortunately he turns around right as I use Mocking Shout. Thankfully, I can still chase him, using Flash and Spinning Slash to dive him underneath his turret. The scariest part here is getting away from the turret. Right as Undying Rage is about to time out, I take a turret shot, then use Bloodlust, letting me take another attack as I walk out of range. As I get into a fight in mid, I run once Alistar uses his ultimate. I head back in once Taric shows up, stunning Vayne. I take her down with just a few basic attacks and Spinning Slash. Turning to Vladimir, he's unable to sufficiently damage me as I deal tons of damage and have lifesteal. Once he falls, I can easily chase Alistar, who's already used his ultimate. Thanks to Taric, I pick up 3 kills without even touching Undying Rage. I get pulled into the enemy turret by Blitzcrank. I run out and use Undying Rage right as I'm about to die. Yorick makes a clone of me with Omen of Death, while I try to focus Vladimir. I notice that my clone has taken Blitzcrank to 1 hit, so I get the kill. Vladimir is now unable to outdamage my lifesteal, so I take a second kill without any trouble. I take down the mid turret, but run due to the amount of escapes and stuns on the enemy team. Upon fighting Blitzcrank, I use Undying Rage at the last possible second. After I take him down, I look at the available targets. While Alistar is close by, Vayne is much more important, so I kill her with Spinning Slash and a critical strike. Undying Rage times out as I die, but I've been targeted by Yorick's Omen of Death, so in my short second life, I dive on a Tristana, picking up the kill before expiring. We get into a fight in the enemy jungle. Blitzcrank appears to be an easy target, so I go for him first. Unfortunately, his team shows up and he flashes out. Still healthy, I turn to Vladimir. I get him low, but his team shoves me into the wall. I turn on Undying Rage and chase him down with Spinning Slash. At this point, I should run up and around the wolf camp, flanking Blitzcrank, Tristana, and Vayne. Instead, I make the mistake of diving back down through Alistar, dying to Pulverize. Basically, always be aware that Tryndamere can disengage and get back into the action pretty frequently. Don't lock yourself into only thinking about attacking straight forward. One advantage of Tryndamere's extremely high damage output is that you can take down Baron Nashor very quickly. When attempting Baron, always note that he will physically attack the single closest target, so make sure at least one teammate is closer to Baron than you are, otherwise you'll lose half your damage output. Upon spotting Vayne, I Spinning Slash just to get into range for Mocking Shout. The extreme slow allows us to catch up, and she turns around knowing that her escape is impossible. We keep chasing even though Alistar lands a great Pulverize. I'm able to tag Tristana with Mocking Shout and chase with Spinning Slash. After the kill, I Spinning Slash out of turret range because it's attacking me. I use Undying Rage at the last possible second, turning to kill Blitzcrank with the help of my team. Thankfully, I get just out of range of Alistar when he tries to jump me. I turn around to kill him with a critical strike before leaving the base. Tryndamere is extremely position reliant. Diving headfirst into Vayne gets me shoved around and makes me use Undying Rage before even dealing any damage. Thankfully, I am able to use Spinning Slash and Flash to take out Tristana, but if I had taken any other angle of attack at the beginning, I'd have survived this fight. I managed to separate Vladimir from the rest of his team and dive relentlessly to pick up the kill. However, I make a huge mistake in using Undying Rage well before I'm about to die. At no point do I actually drop below 1 health during its duration. As a result, Blitzcrank and Tristana clean me up, even though I could have killed at least one of them very easily. The single most important thing to do as Tryndamere is to dodge disruptive tanks. Here I know a teamfight will start, and I use Spinning Slash and Flash to jump over Alistar, heading straight for Vayne. Oracle's Elixir allows me to take her down despite her invisibility. As I chase Vladimir, I note the duration on my ultimate. Hemoplague would certainly have killed me, so I retreat to find another opening. I turn onto Blitzcrank and kill him quickly. For runes, I take attack speed marks, flat armor seals, attack speed glyphs, and armor penetration quintessences. This setup allows me great jungle control, and builds my Fury Bar rapidly with attack speed. My masteries are 2109, focusing on all the physical damage modifiers on offense, and taking increased neutral buff duration and utility. I take Smite and Flash for jungle speed and maneuverability in battle. I max Bloodlust right away for healing and damage output. I take Spinning Slash at level 2 and leave it there, focusing on Mocking Shout to heavily debuff my opponents throughout the mid-game. For items, I open with a Vampiric Scepter. I take Berserker's Greaves and Yomu's Ghostblade as my first major investments. From there, I head up to Infinity Edge for massive damage output. After that, I max out my critical strike chance with Cloak and Dagger and an Elixir of Agility. My final items are Bloodthirster and Black Cleaver for endgame damage and sustenance. Thanks for tuning in to the Tryndamere Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel up top and leave us your comments down below.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Jax, the Grandmaster at Arms. Jax is a melee fighter and duelist, adept at killing targets one at a time, while surviving attacks from surrounding enemies. Jax's passive is Relentless Assault. Every time Jax lands a basic attack, he gains bonus attack speed for a few seconds. This bonus stacks multiple times up to a cap. Leap Strike sends Jax lunging toward target minion, monster, champion, or ward, whether friend or foe. If the target is an enemy, Jax will also damage it. Max Leap Strike by level 13 for mobility and damage output, taking 1 point by level 3 for jungling, and a point at level 1 when laning. Empower causes Jax's next basic attack to deal bonus damage. This ability will reset Jax's attack timer, meaning you can use it as an almost free attack if you time it correctly. Additionally, if you activate Empower before using Leap Strike, it will deal damage on top of Leap Strike. For maximum damage output, max Empower by level 9, with your first point at level 2. Counter Strike buffs Jax for a few seconds, causing him to dodge every attack made against him for the duration. At the end of this duration, Jax stuns and damages all nearby enemies. Counter-Strike deals bonus damage based on how many attacks Jax dodged. Take just 1 point in Counter-Strike early and max it last. When jungling, grab it at level 1. Jax's ultimate is Grandmaster's Might. Passively, it grants bonus damage to every third consecutive attack Jax makes, though this counter resets if Jax waits too long between attacks. When activated, it grants Jax bonus attack damage and ability power for a few seconds. I play Jax as a jungler, starting with Counter-Strike and a Vampiric Scepter. Upon reaching level 3 for Leap Strike and killing the Lizard Elder, look for a gank. I spot the enemy Annie in mid lane. I approach the brush and signal my teammate. I Ghost, trigger Counter-Strike, and Leap Strike enter range. I stun her and continue damage output with Empower. As my teammate flashes into range for the stun, we pick up first blood. Specifically look for ganks when your lane is pushed to your own turret. Note the enemy team directly on top of my team's bottom turret. Even though I'm on the other side of the map, this position represents free kills. As I head in, I activate Counter-Strike and walk toward the brush. Seeing Vayne juke back, I Leap Strike in and kill her with Empower. After, I look for my next target, choosing the one with the least health, Warwick. Though he flashes, I still pick up the kill with the Lizard buff. After Gangplank retreats, I head for the dragon. Using Wriggle's Lantern, I ward the most likely route my opponents will tank to gank me and take down the dragon. The massive attack speed from Relentless Assault ties in well with the bonus damage from Wriggle's Lantern, Empower, and Grandmaster's Might, resulting in a much faster dragon kill than almost any other champion. When fighting one-on-one, take special care to preserve both Leap Strike and Counter Strike, as they're your only tools for catching up to running opponents. As I gank Yorick on top lane, I head in with a basic attack and an immediate Empower, granting me 2 attacks almost instantaneously. Once he starts running, I trigger Counter-Strike for the stun. Yorick survives Leap Strike, so I close the gap with Ghost for another Empower and the passive trigger from Grandmaster's Might, picking up the kill. Remember that Leap Strike can be used on your own wards as an escape tool. As a teamfight erupts, both Warwick and Gangplank target me for their ultimates. While I'm certain to die normally, I drop a Sight Ward and leave Cannon Barrage with Leap Strike. As they're still chasing me, I activate Counter Strike to mitigate some more damage. Since they just won't give up, I drop a second ward over the wall toward Baron Nashor, Leap Strike to it, and just barely escape with under 100 health. In teamfights, try not to go in first, as you're more useful as a damage source than an initiator. Warwick and Yorick jump our Annie, so I Leap Strike in and start pummeling them. After grabbing 2 kills, I move toward the most important target of the fight, Vayne. Between Leap Strike and Ghost, I keep up with her, forcing her to run as my team cleans up the rest of the fight. Despite Condemn, I take her down inside her base, forcing her teammates away and allowing my team to switch focus to the enemy nexus. When fighting over capture points in Dominion, focus on killing enemy defenders and let your teammates do the capturing. As we fight over the Boneyard, I activate Counter-Strike and immediately jump Lee Sin with Leap Strike and Empower, taking him down extremely quickly. Now 4 versus 1, I head for Leona. My aggression pushes her away while Karma starts to capture. Leona turns to interrupt Karma, but simply turns into an easy kill, giving us clean control over the point. Jax's ability set makes him one of the game's top duelists. I pick a fight with Tryndamere. I land one basic attack, then immediately trigger Empower to get a quick second hit. My third attack triggers Grandmaster's Might, and I activate Counter-Strike to mitigate his damage output, bringing Tryndamere to 1 health before I've lost any. He exhausts me and triggers his ultimate, so I run until Undying Rage times out. I land Leap Strike right as it ends, grabbing the kill and control over the refinery. For runes, I take flat attack damage marks, flat armor seals, attack speed glyphs, and flat attack damage quintessences. This setup is aimed at grabbing me fast jungle speed and great overall damage through my basic attacks and physical abilities. In Classic, my masteries are 26-4-0, taking every possible physical damage increase in offense and reducing minion damage wherever possible in defense. I also take Smite and Ghost to jungle, mastering both. In Dominion, I place all 30 points into the offense tree, making sure to add magic penetration and substituting out Smite for Ignite. In Classic, open with a Vampiric Scepter when jungling, quickly adding Boots' speed and upgrading to Wriggle's Lantern. Then consider Mercury Treads or Ninja Tabby, depending on what damage type is most prevalent. Grab Phage first as you work toward Trinity Force. Always make sure you can survive the enemy team, considering items like Atma's Impaler and Guardian Angel for physical damage, or Hexdrinker and Quicksilver Sash against magic. When looking for more damage, look toward Hextech Gunblade and Ginsu's Rageblade. In Dominion, you'll have very similar build goals. Start with Prospector's Blade, Boots' Speed, and 2 health potions. Choose either Ninja Tabby or Mercury Treads based on damage threats. Then consider a number of damage options like Trinity Force, Hextech Gunblade, and Ginsu's Rageblade. If needed, also investigate defensive options like Odin's Veil and Guardian Angel. Thanks for tuning in to the Jax Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel above, and don't forget to thumbs us up just below the video.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Blitzcrank, the great Steam Golem. Blitzcrank is a mix between a pure tank, a melee fighter, and a burst mage, depending on what your team needs. Overall, he excels at disruption, and literally grabbing free kills for your team. Blitzcrank's passive is Mana Barrier. When Blitzcrank gets low on health, he gains a temporary shield based off his current mana. Blitzcrank does not lose any mana in the process, but if you happen to be empty when it activates, you won't get much of a shield. Rocket Grab sends out a skill shot nuke, which damages and stuns the first enemy it hits. Immediately after hitting, it pulls the enemy to you. Overdrive gives Blitzcrank bonus movement and attack speed for a few seconds. Power Fist causes Blitzcrank's next basic attack to deal bonus damage and knock the target into the air. Using this ability will reset your attack timer, so using it immediately after landing an attack will give you more damage output. Static Field is Blitzcrank's ultimate. Passively, it deals damage to a random enemy every few seconds. On activation, Blitzcrank damages and silences all nearby enemies, but deactivates the passive until it cools down. At the start of the game, always check to see if you want to push. Check the scoreboard to see if they have a jungler, and use Clairvoyance to see where he's starting. One great clairvoyant spot is right here. It lets you see champions setting up for the golem, wolves, or the brush to the right. Spotting a Kali, I walk up and pull her into my team with Rocket Grab, picking up first blood. At level 2, try to play aggressively in lane. I don't want to Rocket Grab right away, because I need Alistar's attacks for damage output. Instead, I walk up for Power Fist, and then Rocket Grab after. I actually used Rocket Grab too soon, because we don't kill him until after we all flash. But we still pick up the kill thanks to teamwork and good ability use. Warding the brush in your lane can be extremely powerful. Here Teemo ducks in for what he thinks will be a safe place to harass. but now that I know where he is, I land a rocket grab. I knock him up with Power Fist and chase with Overdrive once he flashes away. Because Overdrive lasts much longer than Move Quick, I know I can keep up a continued chase and land another Power Fist to pick up the kill. Be patient when using Rocket Grab. I see a fight in mid and chase with Overdrive. I prepare to hit an opponent with Rocket Grab, but I'm not sure if I'm in range. Because of my extra movement speed, Brand is afraid to turn straight down. Instead, he heads to the backside of his turret, which means he has no room to juke. This is the perfect opportunity to use Rocket Grab. I hit him, immediately land Power Fist, and on the way down activate Static Field. He basically has no chance to react and goes from full HP to death. In bottom lane, we push down a turret and start chasing a Kali toward her base. I flash to ensure I land Rocket Grab, which keeps her out of Twilight Shroud. Static Field and Power Fist keep her from retreating, while Alistar knocks her around. I run from Nocturne because I know he can kill me, but when he attacks Alistar, I turn back to disrupt his chase. Because of my cooldown reduction through runes, masteries, and items, I'm able to knock up Nocturne twice, letting Alistar live with just a sliver of health. I want to reiterate that holding onto Rocket Grab is valuable. We try to catch Pantheon right at level 1 for an early First Blood, so I flash in to take him down. Look how he flashes before I even finish casting Rocket Grab. If I had just waited half a second, I could have grabbed him after the flash and picked up the kill. We can see in a later fight that this tactic really works well against this Pantheon player. Right as I reach max range, he keeps walking back and forth hoping to juke me. Instead, I just walk farther and farther forward, landing the Rocket Grab even despite his flash. I see Pantheon and Wukong present themselves, so I grab one and unload, forcing him out of the fight. I make the mistake of trying to chase him, which gets me caught by everyone else. I knock up Master Yi and keep running, but as soon as Shen lands Shadow Dash, I know I can get the kill, so I Rocket Grab into Power Fist, taking him down. As Kennen chases me, I try to catch him around the corner with Power Fist, but my team picks up the kill anyway. Disruption is huge on Blitzcrank. I get into a teamfight late, but my position allows me to Rocket Grab Pantheon away from the battle, blocking him up for about half of it. I run in and pop Static Field because it will hit literally every member on the enemy team. Sure enough, we clean up 3 kills in a row. In another teamfight, I go for a Rocket Grab while standing on one of Teemo's mushrooms. I probably could have gone for Pantheon, so it was a mistake to grab Gallia. Thankfully, he does waste his ultimate, so the fight continues. Immediately, I head over to the most important target, Pantheon. I interrupt Heartseeker Strike with Power Fist, and lock him up with another Power Fist into Rocket Grab. Note that I don't activate Static Field. If you're only fighting a single target, you do more damage by letting it passively hurt targets for you. Only activate it if you need a burst of damage at the end. For runes, I take Armor Penetration Marks, Flat Armor Seals, Flat Cooldown Reduction Glyphs, and Armor Penetration Quintessences. This setup allows me to deal tons of damage with Power Fist and Sheen, survive some harassment in lane, and general utility with cooldown reduction. My masteries are 0, 9, 21, taking pretty standard masteries, specifically improving Clairvoyance and Flash. I take 1 point in Rocket Grab at level 1, and leave it there until level 14. My first priority is to max Power Fist, with a point in Overdrive at level 3. Lowering the cooldown on Power Fist to use it multiple times per fight is extremely important. Maxing Overdrive second allows me to more easily chase down my enemies. For items, I open with a Sapphire Crystal and 2 health potions. Ionian Boots of Lucidity and Sheen are pretty much guaranteed buys right after. Depending on how the game is going, I'll add more offense with Trinity Force, magic defense with Banshee's Veil, or physical defense with Randuin's Omen. Finally, I end up grabbing more damage output with Infinity Edge and Bloodthirster. Thanks for tuning in to the Blitzcrank Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel up top and leave us your thoughts in the comments below.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Cho'Gath, the Terror of the Void. Cho'Gath is a tanky fighter-mage hybrid. He excels at withstanding damage, crowd-controlling groups of enemies, and dealing very significant burst damage to single targets. Cho'Gath's passive is Carnivore. Every time Cho'Gath kills a minion, monster, or champion, he regains a small amount of health and mana. After a brief delay, Rupture damages, knocks up, and slows all enemies in an area. This ability can be cast in the Fog of War to hit enemies you can't see. I take Rupture at level 1 and max it by level 13. Feral Scream damages and silences all enemies in a cone. I take Feral Scream at level 2 and max it by level 9. Vorpal Spikes passively causes Cho'Gath's basic attacks to deal additional damage to all enemies in front of him, including the main target. Vorpal Spikes may be toggled on or off just in case you don't want the extra damage. I take Vorpal Spikes at level 4 and max it last. Feast deals immense true damage to a single enemy, dealing significant damage to a champion and even more damage to minions and monsters. If Cho'Gath kills the enemy with Feast, he grows larger and gains a Feast stack that increases his maximum health. Feast can only stack a few times, but stacks last until death, upon which he loses half his stacks. Cho'Gath excels at soloing the top lane, using teleport to get him back into lane or into teamfights. However, lacking Ghost or Flash can make you gankable without smart play. Udyr comes to gank from the river, so I head to the brush, attempting to juke. By baiting Udyr into the brush as well, I land a blind Rupture and immediately turn to run away. While Teemo's Exhaust slows me, Boots of Speed and Movement Speed quintessences allow me to outrun Udyr. As he retreats, I turn to fight Teemo, landing Feral Scream, Exhaust, and a basic attack. Again, I retreat and recall back to base. However, I notice that Malzahar is coming to gank, so I immediately teleport back to the lane and push the minions to his turret. Teleport also allows you to help teammates across the map. Here I see Poppy and Udyr try to gank Ashe and Soraka, so I teleport onto a nearby minion. As a result, Udyr and Poppy immediately flee, but Exhaust allows me to easily land Rupture, chasing Udyr to his turret. Unfortunately, I'm unable to deal quite enough damage and he survives my feast with 45 health remaining. However, by pushing these champions back to their base, we're able to kill the dragon with ease. In a team fight in mid lane, I try to focus high priority squishy targets. I exhaust Teemo and push forward, taking on Rise with Feral Scream and Feast. As he runs with Quicksilver Sash, I continue chasing, as my significant movement speed through Force of Nature, runes, and masteries allow me to chase down Rise, taking him down with basic attacks, Vorpal Spikes, and another Feral Scream. I want to ignore tanks like Leona, but once I see Udyr and Teemo are retreating, I turn, landing Rupture in the Fog of War. I see she's heading to the wall in order to flash away, but Feral Scream buys enough time for Soraka and Malzahar to land their own silences and take her down once she flashes over the wall. Remember that you are your team's tank. Here in the mid lane, I lead in to absorb both of Leona's initiating moves. As a result, no one is able to stop us from destroying Rise with Feast on top of my team's damage output. Once Udyr comes out from my exhaust, I prioritize him as the most disruptive target on the enemy team, tagging him with Rupture and Feral Scream. Unable to hurt my allies, he tries to run away, but I lead in with Rupture, preventing his escape and taking a win in the fight. The worst habit you can have as Cho'Gath is chasing a target for too long. We open up a fight in the jungle, dropping Udyr to half health and killing Teemo. I tag Udyr with Feast and cause him to run. However, instead of heading back to disrupt Rise and Leona, I chase Udyr, who gets away. As a result, most of my team dies before I can make it back to the fight. Sometimes you need to play more defensively, protecting your team instead of assassinating enemies. I lead Poppy with Rupture, but Ashe stops her with Enchanted Crystal Arrow. I stay on Udyr, as he will deal tons of damage to our Ashe with his Trinity Force. Feast sets up Ashe for a free kill, and I look around, seeing Leona extremely low on health. I take her down as she pushes onto my team, and look for targets again. As Rise runs away, I turn around for Poppy, and then to Teemo once she runs away. Once the enemy team all gets extremely low, I can take on the role of carry. I look to force as many opponents as possible back to their base so that we can take down the inhibitor. On Dominion, start Cho'Gath at the bottom lane until level 6. His early pushing with Rupture, Feral Scream, and Vorpal Spikes is extremely strong, as you can see the Boneyard reduced to just a sliver of health before being pushed out. Play Cho'Gath as a burst caster, specifically focusing on high damage enemies. I head for Shaco, landing Feral Scream and hitting Feast as he walks across me. As he gets away, I turn onto a Mumu, who tags me with his ultimate. However, I notice Shaco deceive back into the fight. I sense him going for our Lux, so I walk up to her directly on top of Shaco as he exits stealth. As a result, we take him down with Feral Scream and Lux survives. Cho'Gath is also a great defender. Malzahar pushes towards our quarry, but I line up Rupture and Feral Scream, taking out much of the minion wave. Once the minions are cleared, I head in toward Malzahar, forcing him to completely give up on the point as I head back up to support the rest of my team. By building cooldown reduction and health regeneration through Frozen Heart, Shirelia's Reverie, and Force of Nature, Cho'Gath can siege points for a very long period of time. I push in on the windmill with my team, harassing Vayne before diving for the kill with the active on Shirelia's Reverie plus Feast. Then I'm able to tag Fizz with Feral Scream, keeping him from escaping as Shyvana and I take him down. After taking the point, we regroup to defend the windmill. Seeing Vayne get tagged, I run in just to damage her with Feast. The resulting damage lets Shaco deceive from across the screen to kill her with 2 Shiv poison. Without a ranged carry left in the enemy team, Amumu and Fizz make a run for it out of the windmill. For runes, I take attack speed marks, flat armor seals, flat magic resist glyphs, and movement speed quintessences. This build allows me to survive early game harassment as I sustain with Carnivore, and stick to enemy targets, demolishing them with Vorpal Spikes and Feast. My masteries are 1, 22, 7, taking Exhaust and Teleport in Classic, or Exhaust and Ghost in Dominion. With this build, I have immense damage reduction and durability, as well as plenty of extra mana to support my significant cooldown reduction. In Classic, I open with Boots of Speed and 3 health potions. I rush for a Philosopher's Stone as soon as possible, and then start to adapt my build. If I'm afraid of magic damage, I'll add in Mercury Treads while grabbing a Negatron Cloak and Null Magic Mantle. If it's physical damage that worries me, Ninja Tabby and 2 Chain Vests will help. Your first priorities are damage mitigation and cooldown reduction, finishing Frozen Heart, Shirelia's Reverie, and Force of Nature. After, invest in damage output with Wit's End and Atma's Impaler. In Dominion, a similar build will be quite effective. Grab Philosopher's Stone and Boots of Speed early, and react to your opponents as needed. Take armor against physical attackers and magic resist against mages. Maxing your cooldown reduction with Frozen Heart, Shirelia's Reverie, and Masteries is a must, as spamming Feast will be extremely important here. Due to the fast pace of Dominion, you can't ensure maximum Feast stats, so give up on Atma's Impaler for Sunfire Cape or Odin's Veil. Thanks for tuning in to the Cho'Gath Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel above, and don't forget to thumbs us up just below the video.
Product not yet rated.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Rammus, the Armadillo. Rammus is a jungling tank. He employs exceptional map mobility and amazing single-target disables to lock down high-priority targets, ensuring kills for his team. Rammus's passive is Spiked Shell. A percentage of Rammus's armor is converted into bonus attack damage. Powerball causes Rammus to roll into a ball, continuously gaining bonus movement speed over a short time, but disabling his ability to land basic attacks. If Rammus collides with an enemy during Powerball, the effect ends, damaging and slowing surrounding enemies for a short time. I take Powerball at level 2 and leave it at rank 1 until I've maxed his other abilities. Defensive Ball Curl gives Rammus significantly increased armor and magic resist for a few seconds. Additionally, any enemy who attacks Rammus while in defensive ball curl is damaged in return. Also, defensive ball curl and power ball are mutually exclusive. Casting one of these abilities will immediately end the other. I take defensive ball curl at level 1, bringing it to rank 3 by level 5, leaving it there until levels 12 and 13 for the last 2 ranks. Puncturing Taunt forces target enemy to attack Rammus for a short time, lowering the target's armor in the process. I take Puncturing Taunt at level 3 or 4, depending on how quickly I want to gank. I max it by level 10. Rammus's ultimate is Tremors. Tremors damages all nearby enemies, including structures, every second for a few seconds. As with all ultimates, I level Tremors at levels 6, 11, and 16. Rammus's early ganks are extremely potent, so I head to gank mid at level 4. Note 2 things. First, I start Powerball early. Because the movement speed bonus increases over time, the later you show up while still hitting the damage and slow, the better. Second, I make sure to come in behind Gragas. This means that his retreat is through me, and I'm able to land Puncturing Taunt even after he flashes. I turn on defensive ball curl immediately after taunting, dealing a little extra damage and mitigating the turret counterattack. It's important to note that attempting to clear major buffs without smite ready is just asking for trouble. While you can get away with it if your opponents aren't paying attention, the crafty Gragas steals the golem buff thanks to explosive cask and a ward. The same gank rules apply at any stage in the game. I wait in the wings until I see Gragas return to lane. I open with Powerball and get behind him, forcing him to collide with me with Body Slam. Puncturing Taunt pulls him back in after flash, and I edge forward to tank the turret for Vladimir with defensive ball curl. Gragas dies again despite a heroic attempt to push us away with explosive cask. When invading the enemy jungle, always have your team sit in the brush. As Caitlyn walks up to their golem, she only sees Soraka. As soon as Shaco reveals himself, I flash to get into range for Puncturing Taunt. This move gets me just in range of her right as she flashes away, so she's locked up attacking me as Shaco picks up the kill. When diving enemy champions behind their turrets, check to see if you have allied minions on the way. Here my minions are the first to the turret, so I loop behind Janna, forcing her to burn Monsoon before I've even struck her. I push in with Puncturing Taunt, defensive ball curl, and Tremors. While I'm able to deal significant damage underneath the turret, she manages to escape with Summoner Heal and Howling Gale. However, I just push back in with a new minion wave, focusing on Caitlyn. With Powerball, I take my time leaping around her and dodging her Yordle Snap Trap. I always want to initiate first, as I'm best suited to tanking the enemy turret. With Puncturing Taunt and defensive ball curl, we take down Caitlyn, and I lead the way onto Gragas and Janna, picking up another kill on the ladder. I attempt to disrupt Gragas and Udyr with Powerball, actually helping my team slay Gragas with a Puncturing Taunt as Udyr runs away. I attempt to chase with Powerball, forcing him to burn Flash to escape behind his minions. On Dominion, Rammus works best as a roamer, taking advantage of his significant movement speed through Powerball, Boots of Mobility, and Speed Shrines. Even from early levels, look for teammates who are about to capture a point, just like Tristana here on the quarry. Thanks to my arrival, I'm able to lock up Gangplank and ensure that we take the quarry without worry. A small tactical note. Because Powerball begins cooling down after the effect ends, turn it off right before you start capturing points or the Greater Relic in the middle. Canceling the ability like this will allow you to reactivate Powerball quickly after finishing your capture. By investing heavily in movement speed through runes, masteries, and items like Shirelia's Reverie, Rammus can enable captures through picking off retreating enemies. After locking up Garen with Puncturing Taunt and then landing Powerball once he starts retreating, I lead my team in on Gangplank. While he has a small lead on us, I activate Shirelia's Reverie and tag the Speed Shrine. With the extra movement speed, I quickly grab Gangplank with another Puncturing Taunt, hitting Powerball immediately after the effect ends to prevent his escape. For runes, I take Armor Penetration Marks, Flat Armor Seals, Magic Resist per level glyphs, and either Gold over time quintessences on Classic or Movement Speed quintessences on Dominion. These runes give me great early game damage for jungling or early combat, while also setting me up to tank late game and cover the stats I need most. My masteries are 0, 21, 9, taking increased movement speed and neutral buff duration in utility, and taking pretty much every durability increasing mastery I can in defense. I also grab Bladed Armor in Classic, which will damage enemy monsters who strike me, giving me faster jungle clears. I take Smite and Flash in Classic for fast jungle clearing and ganks, while Exhaust and Ghost allow me greater map mobility and teamfight control in Dominion. In Classic, I open with Cloth Armor and 5 health potions for quick jungling. I take Boots of Speed quickly to open up ganking opportunities, and then transition into late game by taking Philosopher's Stone and Heart of Gold for extra income. I take Aegis of the Legion to support my team and grab Ninja Tabby or Mercury Treads, depending on what damage type I fear the most. From there, I upgrade to Shirelia's Reverie and continue along the tank path. Sunfire Cape, Frozen Mallet, Force of Nature, and Randuin's Omen are all excellent choices. Generally, err on the side of too much armor, as it will let you tank enemy turrets and give you bonus attack damage. In Dominion, I look for smaller key items, but in a totally different order. Opening up with Boots of Mobility lets you get to any capture points that need your help. Quickly grabbing Shirelia's Reverie will aid in this goal and help your team navigate the map as well. After, focus on pure tank items again, with items like Sunfire Cape, Force of Nature especially for the movement speed boost, Randuin's Omen, and Frozen Mallet. Thanks for tuning in to the Rammus Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel above, and don't forget to thumbs us up just below the video. Welcome to League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Fiddlesticks, the Harbinger of Doom. Fiddlesticks is a medium-ranged mage, adept at crowd control, area of effect damage, and jungling. Fiddlesticks' passive is Dread. All nearby enemies have reduced magic resist. Terrify inflicts target enemy with fear for a few seconds, slowing it and causing it to run around randomly. I take Terrify at level 4 and max it by level 13. Drain channels on target enemy, damaging it and returning a percentage of that damage as health to Fiddlesticks. I take Drain at level 1 and max it immediately. Dark Wind sends out a bouncing nuke that damages and silences enemies with each hit. I take Dark Wind at level 2 and leave it there. Crowstorm is Fiddlesticks' ultimate. After a brief channel, Fiddlesticks blinks to target location, and for the next few seconds deals massive damage to nearby enemies. One common jungle route is to start at the Ancient Golem and have a teammate attack them to give you some free damage. Even if you fail the pull, simply move to the opposite end of the camp in between drain cooldowns and take it down with Smite. Your goal should be to get level 6 as soon as possible to gank with Crowstorm. Find a lane to gank and channel Crowstorm from the brush. Note that I chase Akali purely with basic movement until she uses Flash to escape. I follow her with my own Flash and pick up the kill. Fiddlesticks is an exceptional dragon threat. Upon reaching level 5 or higher, buy a Vision Ward and a Sight Ward. Place the Vision Ward near Dragon to check for enemy wards, and place the Sight Ward to watch for enemy ganks. Then pull your teammates over and tank the Dragon with Drain. Make sure to check how much damage your Smite will deal to ensure you get the killing blow. Fiddlesticks is also exceptional at taking Baron Nashor. For these, you'll typically want to take the Golem buff and walk into melee range, as you'll be able to heal all of his damage and ignore his debuffs. In teamfights, you'll want to surprise your opponents from the Fog of War. Here our enemies collapse in near our base, so I channel Crowstorm from behind the wall. I try to move to stay in range of my enemies, but not easily attacked by champions like Blitzcrank. I flash in after Cho'Gath, taking him down with Drain. As we try to clean up on Udyr, I head into the brush and wait on cooldowns. I start in with Drain, and when he breaks the channel, I use Terrify and recast Drain for the kill. Constantly think about casting over walls, even when simply walking around the map. As my team meets up near our jungle, I stay about one screen away toward the right side. As our enemies pile in to fight my teammates, I Crowstorm over the wall and immediately cast Dark Wind, then Terrify, then Drain. Pay special attention to your health bar. As soon as you start to take damage, activate Zhonya's Hourglass. As a result of excellent positioning, we take 3 kills for only 1 death. At higher levels of Drain and with some ability power, you can solo the dragon even without Golem buff. In this instance, it's safer to drain it from the back of its cave, attacking in between drain cooldowns. If your opponents try to gank you, just flash backward over the wall. Even with the element of surprise, some champions are excellent counters to Fiddlesticks. Here I get the drop on 4 opponents, flashing into the middle of them. Alistar makes the great play of headbutting me away from his team and keeping me there with Pulverize. While Lee Sin does fall, the rest of his team walks away alive. To ensure you can surprise your opponents, carry an Oracle's Elixir if you feel safe. This way you can always clear enemy wards to start your Crowstorm undetected. You also want to exercise patience in teamfights. Because Crowstorm is such a devastating move, don't feel rushed when using it. While a fight has broken out, I'm not able to hit more than 1 or 2 champions with Crowstorm. By looping around the side and waiting, I'm able to hit a larger group of enemies, forcing everyone to scatter while taking down Alistar and Lee Sin. Crowstorm is also easy to land when your opponents are playing defense. Here Annie, Pantheon, and Lee Sin are defending one of their outer turrets. Crowstorm over the wall forces them to run, but still picks up 2 kills, allowing it to push into their base for the win. Fiddlesticks is extremely dominant in early game Dominion. Anytime I see an opponent, I just cast Dark Wind, Terrify, and Drain in sequence. Every time I do this, I force Vladimir away and run back into the minion wave to farm up gold and experience. As a result, one of his teammates comes in to help, but I still neutralize the Boneyard and pick up a kill before retreating. I go for a cooldown reduction centric build on Dominion, which allows me to use Crowstorm frequently. On my first use, I take down Kennen with Vladimir nearby. On low health, I head over to the quarry and grab a health relic. As Vladimir foolishly chases, I land Terrify into Drain, taking him down inside my capture point. Frequent use of Drain gives Fiddlesticks amazing sustain in close battles. I come down to support the quarry, casting Dark Wind before focusing Tryndamere with Terrify into Drain. After taking him down, I move on to Kennen despite my low health. Terrify and Drain deal significant damage, but he stuns me almost immediately. Thanks to my max cooldown reduction, Drain comes back off of cooldown and I take him down with Dark Wind into Drain. Even still, the battle isn't over, as Katarina comes in. I know her Shunpo outranges my abilities, so I head down toward the health relic to block her line of sight. As she nears, I open with Terrify into Drain. I regain enough health that I can tank her Shunpo into Death Lotus with about 200 health remaining. For runes, I take Magic Penetration Marks, Ability Power per level Seals, Ability Power per level Glyphs, and Flat Ability Power Quintessences. This setup gives me extremely high damage on my abilities, which is my goal with Fiddlesticks. My masteries are 9-0-21, taking Magic Penetration in offense and pretty much everything in utility. I take Smite in Classic, Ghost in Dominion, and Flash in both game types. In Classic, I open with an Amplifying Tome and a Health Potion. I grab Cage's Lucky Pick and Boots' Speed as soon as possible. I grab Rabadon's Death Cap and Zhonya's Hourglass as my first major items, upgrading Sorcerer's Shoes along the way. By the end of the game, I want to complete my build with Void Staff, Rylade's Crystal Scepter, and Banshee's Veil. On Dominion, I open with a Prospector's Ring and Boots' Speed. I upgrade immediately to Ionian Boots of Lucidity and grab Morello's Evil Tome for max cooldown reduction. I then complete my build the same as in Classic, with Rabadon's Death Cap, Zhonya's Hourglass, Void Staff, and Rylade's Crystal Scepter. Thanks for tuning in to the Fiddlesticks Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel above, and don't forget the thumbs up just below the video.
Hello everybody, welcome to the Champion Spotlight featuring Pantheon, presented by Riot Games. In this video, I'll demonstrate the items, runes, and masteries that I use, as well as some fun tricks that Pantheon can pull off. Let's start with your pre-game build. Pantheon is actually quite frail and does not have strong escaping abilities, so I plan my runes, masteries, and summoner spells around this fact. I take Cleanse and Ghost as my summoner spells so that I can get in and out of battles fairly painlessly. I focus this build on doing as much damage with Heartseeker Strike as possible, thus I focus on physical damage and armor penetration and max Heartseeker as soon as possible. I use armor penetration marks, dodge seals, magic resist per level glyphs, and health quintessences. This allows me to deal more damage with my abilities while also being able to take a bit more punishment than my opponents expect. For masteries, I have 21 points in defense and 9 in offense. I take every damage reduction mastery I can in the defense tree and then push down the offense tree with 1 point in armor penetration. With a Meki Pendant and 2 health potions, I have a pretty strong lane even against Tristana. I use Spear Shot to last hit minions for now. Even though she's trying her hardest to harass me, I'm able to get the first 4 minion kills with minimal damage taken. If your opponent is playing aggressively, it's best to try to sit right next to your ranged minions. If you get attacked, they'll switch focus onto the enemy champion. At level 3, I've learned all of my abilities, and I'm able to start harassing my opponent. As her minions start thinning out, I use Pantheon's standard 3-hit combo: Aegis of Zeonia, Heartseeker Strike, and Spear Shot. Because I haven't been casting anything but Spear Shot in lane, I have more than enough mana to run this combo twice. I harass her with Spear Shot until my leap comes back up again, and then force her to ghost and run away. I grab Chalice of Harmony and Mercury Treads with the interest of remaining durable. I cast my ultimate against Anivia, who isn't likely to move because she's defending her turret. My combo of spells not only gets Anivia very low, but also charges my passive shield twice, allowing me to tank the turret quite effectively. I disengage to let Singed finish her off. When I return to the lane, Evelynn initiates. I try to waste time and stun her as I wait for my team to show up. I whiff Heartseeker Strike due to Fling, but I'm still able to finish her off with a point-blank Spear Shot and an automatic crit on my basic attack. I start buying damage items and get ganked as soon as I pull back from pushing a tower. The most crucial thing here is I actually save Cleanse for Nasus's Wither. Dark Binding naturally timed out by the time the other champions showed up, so cleansing it would have been fairly useless. I end up using Ghost as well as I start getting afraid of Evelynn. I stay by the tower to help defend it and just kill time for my team. As soon as Evelynn leaves her friends, I leap to stun Morgana and then hit both her and Nasus with Heartseeker Strike. Evelynn comes back in late, and you can see just why I love my defensive masteries and runes. After grabbing Brutalizer, I farm some minions and manage to tag Nasus with the Heartseeker Strike. As Evelynn shows up, I have to play this battle extremely smart. Once Nasus casts his ultimate, I stun him, then position myself so that I can hit both Evelynn and Nasus with Heartseeker. I play defensively as I wait for my cooldowns. Evelynn stealths to initiate on me again. By maxing Heartseeker and grabbing Brutalizer, my spells cool quickly. Though I make a mistake in trying to cleanse the stun as opposed to the inevitable ignite, I do kill her and level up just in time to survive everything thanks to my defensive build pregame. Now I have Last Whisper and my team and I spot Morgana out of place. Realizing that my team will probably not be able to catch her, I use Ghost to get me into range for Aegis of Zeonia and an automatic critical strike for the kill. Yes, it's a kill steal, but my team should probably get on my level. Now I've gotten an Elixir of Fortitude. As we saw earlier with Anivia, Pantheon is an extremely potent tower diver. I barely catch up to Tristana, and follow up with my standard Aegis Heartseeker combo. I do so much damage now that I can kill someone from over 700 health instantly. One of the best traits of Pantheon's Leap is that I get an automatic shield to block one of those tower shots every time. I purchase Phage on my way to Frozen Mallet. As I'm about to fight Tristana in mid, Evelynn comes for me again. I cleanse at the wrong time again, but now my damage is so high that combining Aegis into Heartseeker gets her extremely low. The shield I get from my bash blocks one attack, and the spear shot I throw at the very end blocks another. She gets dropped by an automatic crit again, and I survive with 6 health. The defense talents were extremely useful, but the real hero here is the Elixir of Fortitude that I drank during the Tristana kill. This is the final, most intricate battle. If you're gonna take notes, do it here. I keep myself behind the tank, and when Evelynn wakes up on Singed, I blow her up with Aegis Heartseeker, also damaging Morgana severely. However, I can't chase down Morgana just yet, as my important spells are on cooldown now. I see an opening on Nasus and dive right into crit him to death as well. Now their team doesn't have enough damage to actually kill me, so I'm free to dive on Anivia. I could have ghosted after her once she flashed, but they surrender anyway.
Victory!
Thanks for tuning in to the Pantheon Spotlight. I'll see you next time.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring
Rumble, the mechanized menace.
Rumble is a beefy melee caster, utilizing a unique resource system called Heat. All of Rumble's basic abilities cost 20 Heat, which cools back down to 0 after not using any abilities for a short time. Rumble's passive is Junkyard Titan. If Rumble hits 100 Heat, he overheats, which gives him significant bonus damage on his basic attacks, but silences him until he cools back down to 0. Additionally, while Rumble stays 50 Heat and above, he enters the Danger Zone, which makes each of his non-ultimate abilities stronger. Rumble's first ability is Flame Spitter. Rumble burns enemies in a cone in front of him for 3 seconds. While in the Danger Zone, Flame Spitter deals bonus damage. Second is Scrap Shield. Rumble shields himself from damage for a short time and gains a temporary movement speed boost. While in the Danger Zone, the shield and movement haste are stronger. With Electro Harpoon, Rumble shoots out a skill shot nuke that damages and slows the first enemy it hits. Rumble then has a few seconds to cast the ability a second time for free, even if he overheats. The slows from these nukes stack, allowing you to hinder 2 opponents or severely slow 1. The Danger Zone bonus for Electro Harpoon increases the damage and slow. Rumble's ultimate is the Equalizer. Rumble fires off a chain of missiles, damaging enemies in a line and leaving a trail of fire in its wake that damages and slows enemies standing on top of it. The Equalizer uses a new targeting type. Activate the ability, click and hold down your left mouse button on the origin point, then move your mouse and release when you're happy with how you're aiming the skill. You can cancel targeting by right-clicking. It doesn't really matter which direction you send the missiles, just be sure you paint the right area. For lack of a better term, Rumble should be a bully in lane. I get into a position where I can chase Misfortune. I open with Flame Spitter and Scrap Shield, leading into Electro Harpoon when I get in range. After she flashes, I chase with Ghost and another Flame Spitter cast. Be acutely aware of your heat gauge. I push onto Misfortune right at 75 heat with Flame Spitter. I wait in the brush for 75 heat again, pushing myself over with Electro Harpoon and Flame Spitter, finishing her off with the bonus damage from Junkyard Titan. Xin Zhao ganks me from the jungle. I run while waiting for overheating to end. Immediately, I create some distance with Scrap Shield, but knowing that I have to fight, I aim the Equalizer such that he burns whether he chases me or runs. I wait until I create a little more distance before shooting an Electro Harpoon. Now there's almost no chance for him, so I chase him down with Flame Spitter for the kill. You always want to stay above 50 heat since your abilities are more powerful that way. Before even getting a breather, Alistar comes for me. Remaining in the Danger Zone, I shield myself and attempt to slow him with Electro Harpoon. I wait for my heat to reach 75 again, tossing out Electro Harpoon while still allowing me to cast Scrap Shield. Once Alistar commits to the turret, I attack him with the Junkyard Titan bonus damage. His trample takes me to 1 health before he dies. By staying at 50 to 55 heat, you have the ability to use all 3 of your regular skills in the Danger Zone, plus get the Junkyard Titan bonus damage. I close the gap with Misfortune using Scrap Shield. She does a great job dodging the first Electro Harpoon, but as soon as I land the second, I dive her with Flame Spitter and my Junkyard Titan damage, killing her from half health with just 60 ability power in items. I run into Brand and Xin Zhao at the top of the map. Once I know I've been caught, I lay down the Equalizer such that it will hit both my enemies. I bait Xin Zhao to stand in the area of effect as I blow all my cooldowns, causing overheat and killing him quickly. As Brand is now out of mana, I chase him with Scrap Shield and use Flame Spitter to slow him thanks to Riot's Crystal Scepter. I activate all of my abilities once more, picking up the kill on Brand, keeping me alive through Alistar, and overheating me as I run away. Before Alistar picks up the kill, Sona saves me and I walk away alive. Rumble synergizes well with area of effect teams. As we run away from a 3v4 fight, we see Fiddlesticks in his new Fiddle Me Timbers skin. As he charges Crowstorm, I drop the Equalizer along the enemy team, while Sona and Malphite also use their ultimates. 3 enemies melt almost immediately, and we converge onto Alistar as I use Junkyard Titan to drop the remainder of his health. The Equalizer, combined with Riot's Crystal Scepter, puts out tons of crowd control.
The enemy Nasus, sporting his new Dread Knight skin, is extremely farmed, requiring a lot of effort to kill. I drop the Equalizer on top of Nasus while also covering the main inlet into the teamfight. We kill Nasus thanks to Flamespitter and Junkyard Titan before any opponents get into range, which makes the rest of the fight really easy. I get into a teamfight already in progress. I aim the Equalizer to hit most of the enemy team, melting Xin Zhao and Brand almost immediately. I push on attempting more kills. Alistair drops while trying to shield Misfortune. Danger Zone Scrap Shield and Flamespitter allow me to chase into her base, before turning to deal with Nasus. I run away from the turret while overheating, coming back with a Scrap Shield and Flamespitter for the kill. I'm going to show Rumble's first few levels in lane while detailing my runes, masteries, ability order, and items. I take magic penetration marks, dodge seals, magic resist per level glyphs, and flat health regeneration quintessences, allowing me durability and damage at all stages of the game. My masteries are 9-21-0, taking Ignite and Ghost as summoners, although I master neither. For skills, I max Flamespitter first and Scrap Shield second, stopping to take a point in Electro Harpoon at level 3. For items, I open with Doran's Shield. I rush Mercury Treads and Riot's Crystal Scepter before getting some durability, with Sunfire Cape and Force of Nature. Finally, I grab Rabadon's Death Cap and Void Staff for more damage. Want to see these videos the second they come out? Then you should subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel. Please also leave us a comment below and rate this video. Thanks for tuning in to the Rumble Champion Spotlight, featuring Lee Sin, the Blind Monk. Now Rumble, is it getting hot in here, or is it just me?
Hot, 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 hot. Ooh.
This is the Runes page. You can access this page by clicking on the Runes tab on the bottom of your summoner profile. Here you can equip statistic boosters called runes into your runebook. These allow you to augment and customize the power of your summoner. There are 4 types of runes. Each of the runes has a different color. Also, there are 3 tiers. The higher the tier, the more powerful the effect is that's on the rune. To equip a rune, you have to transcribe it into your book by dragging it onto the appropriate slot, like I'm doing here. As your summoner gains levels, you will unlock additional slots and allow you to equip more runes. As you get more runes, you'll be able to build and customize your favorite rune configurations on one of the pages. Once the pages are saved, you can quickly switch between configurations. If you look on the right, you can see an aggregated list of all the stat bonuses that you're getting from that page. In the Rune Combiner, you'll be able to customize runes. Collecting runes pays off as you can combine them into different or more powerful runes. Here, I'm equipping 5 Tier 2 runes, and I'm going to get a random Tier 3 rune. Overall, the rune system provides a lot of customization and growth options for your summoner, as well as an almost endless variety of builds and combinations for champions.
Pleased to meet you. Purple, purple, that tasted, yup, that tasted purple. Purple, purple, that tasted, yup, that tasted purple. Purple, purple, that purple. Lulu, the face sorceress. Beware the bumble bear. Too tall, much too tall. Let's use all the colors. Purple, 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 purple. Just a hint, they aren't gonna like this. That squirrel looks familiar. I could go for a twirl. Never look at Tulip in the eye. Naughty dewdrop. Ladybug! I need wings. Let's put on our thinking caps. You'll see more with your eyes closed. I got it! Get him, Pix! Zippy! Adorbus! Delightify! Fuzzy! Pix! Flex! Swipe! Pix! Hugify! Come on, you! Let's dance! Tremendo! Up we go! Custom Pix! Smogulate! Cuddly incoming! Up we go! Purple! Let's go around again! Whoa, dizzy. Yup, that tasted purple. Come back soon! Eyes weapon. Beam. Skippy. Tall. Wrong side. Thinking cat. That ice beam. Slide. Round and purple. Lady pinch. Face. Door. Wrong side. Dustum. Pinch. Yup.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Talon, the Blade's Shadow. Talon is a melee assassin. He utilizes stealth, speed, and a wealth of crowd control effects to take down his opponents one at a time. Talon's passive is Mercy. Talon deals bonus damage to enemies who are slowed, stunned, or rooted in place. Noxian Diplomacy causes Talon's next attack to deal bonus damage and inflict a bleed on the target. This bleed deals damage and reveals the target over the next few seconds. Activating Noxian Diplomacy resets Talon's attack timer, so using it immediately after landing a basic attack will increase your damage output. Rake sends out a wave of blades that return immediately after. These blades damage and slow all enemies they encounter. Cutthroat causes Talon to blink to target enemy. Immediately after blinking, the target is silenced and receives bonus damage from Talon for a short time. Shadow Assault is Talon's ultimate. On activation, Talon sends out a ring of blades and turns invisible. While invisible, Talon enjoys bonus movement speed. After a few seconds, or after attacking a target, Talon reappears and the blades rush back to him. These blades damage all enemies they hit, both on the way out and back to Talon. I face Nidalee in top lane. I generally have enough mana to constantly harass with Cutthroat, Rake, and Noxian Diplomacy. I focus on killing minions but always jump on her whenever I can. Once she gets low, I use Shadow Assault to catch up to her. Walking past her, Shadow Assault and Rake deal a ton of damage. Afraid she'll retreat, I take her down with a flash and pick up the kill securely. As I attempt to get back home, Lee Sin comes to gank me. Check out how I escape. I jump to him with Cutthroat when the minions arrive, so he can't slow me yet. Then I immediately land Rake and keep running. I then move so that the caster minions block his chance at landing Resonating Strike. Once he breaks free, I know that he will immediately toss it out, so I juke to the right and make it out safe. We get into a teamfight in the jungle. I hop onto Nidalee and burst her down, immediately using Shadow Assault to evade any counterattacks. I head over to Vayne, eventually taking her down with Rake as she runs. Afterward, I'm afraid of Alistar, so I tag him with the silence from Cutthroat and then move on to take down Lee Sin. We get into another teamfight in the river. Alistar gets caught and dies quickly. We push onto Kayle, and when I get kicked out by Lee Sin, I chase with Flash. Taking down Kayle, I move on to find Vayne. I know we'll win this fight, so I'm trying to clean up kills. I use Cutthroat to prevent her escape, but she flashes first, which resulted in me dying. Our opponents make a comeback and have taken down some of my teammates. Thankfully, Talon shines brightest when your opponents have no cooldowns. Right away I jump Nidalee because she's low and a large damage threat. I then misclick and exhaust Alistar instead of Vayne. Thankfully, Jarvan knocks her up and we get both kills. After, I move on to Kayle, who has no chance to escape thanks to Jarvan's exhaust. Lee Sin joins the fray, who gets greedy when he sees Jarvan get low. Greed causes his demise, and I get a quadra kill. Because Talon has good burst damage, he works really well in coordinated ganks. As Warwick and Twisted Fate get into range, I jump in with Cutthroat and take her down with Rake and Noxian Diplomacy. As an assassin, you have to do a good job of estimating your opponents. Making a wrong move will get you killed for no benefit. Here I've been harassing Nidalee and I think I can kill her. Unfortunately, as I dive her on the turret, she gets healed by Soraka's Wish and exhausts me, preventing me from dealing enough damage to kill her. I'm not sure if I could have flashed out, but either way I should have known both Exhaust and Wish were up. Talon does have some sweet escape tools. I get caught by Brand and Nidalee. Instead of panicking and flashing right away, I just pop Shadow Assault, using the movement speed and stealth to create a gap. Nidalee does chase me, so I finally do flash over the wall to make it out. I push Nidalee to her turret and use Talon's largest burst combo. I flash into range and use Cutthroat. First I hit her with Rake, giving me 2 damage amplifications. Then I pop Shadow Assault and immediately attack, causing the blades to hit her twice while I deal bonus damage. I didn't even land Noxian Diplomacy and still dealt over 500 damage in an instant. Shadow Assault has a number of clever uses. I see Misfortune out of position in mid. I lead with Cutthroat, then Rake, so that my passive will give me extra damage for Noxian Diplomacy. Then I pop Shadow Assault and wait for cooldowns. Warwick does show up to kill her, but I could have taken her down with the second half of Shadow Assault and the freshly cooled Noxian Diplomacy. Assassins also have to pay attention to crowd controls in large fights. While jumping onto Soraka with a silence from Cutthroat was probably the best target, it was also right next to the enemy Warwick. He tags me with an infinite duress and suppresses me until I die. For runes, I take armor penetration marks, flat armor seals, flat magic resist glyphs, and flat health regeneration quintessences. This setup is aimed at giving me the best laning presence, which is Talon's biggest weakness. My masteries are 2109, taking pretty typical physical damage buffs, along with mastering Exhaust and taking Flash. I max Rake first for its increased slow and damage, which also allows me to farm minions really easily. I max Noxian Diplomacy after, interrupted by a point in Cutthroat at level 3. Basically, I'm just trying to get as much damage output as I can early on. For items, I open with Doran's Shield. If you're having trouble early on, a Doran's Blade or two can hold you over while you build Berserker's Greaves. After, I grab Yomu's Ghost Blade as soon as possible, and transition into my bigger damage items with Bloodthirster and Infinity Edge. There are 2 items that I consider must-buy on Talon. Frozen Mallet will slow enemies on every attack, which guarantees your passive damage increase. Quicksilver Sash is the only way for you to remove Exhaust, so if you get stopped by enemy summoner spells, make sure to grab this item. Thanks for tuning in to the Talon Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel up top and leave us a comment just below the video.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Trundle, the Cursed Troll. Trundle is a tanky DPS champion, somewhat similar to Singed. He's also an extremely potent jungler and ganker, lending to a very powerful early game. Trundle's passive is Decompose. Whenever an enemy minion, monster, or champion dies, a percentage of its max health is converted into healing for Trundle. Now, let's introduce his active abilities. First comes Rabid Bite. Trundle lurches forward, biting his target. He deals physical damage, and steals a portion of the target's attack damage for a few seconds. The cooldown is shorter than the duration, so you should be constantly beefing yourself up. Second is Contaminate. Trundle corrupts an area of the ground, and when he's on it, he moves and attacks faster, while also lowering the duration of crowd control effects like stuns and slows that affect him. His most signature ability is Pillar of Filth. Trundle creates an impassable pillar on the ground, which also slows nearby enemies, allowing you to block off passages or simply slow enemies for a chase or escape. Trundle's ultimate is Agony. Agony deals damage and lowers the target's armor and magic resist by a percentage which increases over time. Trundle also steals all those stats for himself while the buff is on. Trundle's abilities have quite a few subtleties to them, so let's check them out. Rabid Bite is a free attack that resets your attack timer and applies on-hit effects. Your best option is to activate the ability immediately after landing a normal attack, to increase your overall damage output. Also, the ability moves you forward slightly when it strikes, so it can be a good chasing tool too. When fighting against Trundle, remember that Contaminate is limited to just one area. Here, Ash kites me until I'm off Contaminate before smacking me in the face with Enchanted Crystal Arrow, meaning I take the stun's normal duration. Pillar of Filth has quite a few uses. Like Anivia's Crystallize, Pillar can block off small passageways, preventing enemies from escaping. Similarly, it can help your teammates land their skill shots. Here, Morgana can't quite reach Ash with Dark Binding, but by sending her backwards and slowing her with Pillar of Filth, Morgana makes an easy shot. If you have good aim, you can also use Pillar to save teammates. While Heimerdinger is being chased by the enemy Trundle, placing the Pillar directly between them will separate the two champions and block off the chase. Finally, when fighting an enemy Trundle directly, it's always best to cast Pillar of Filth after your opponent does. While he tries to block me off with his cast, I'm now able to completely pin him into the golem area with my own. Because Agony steals a percentage of the enemy's stats, your best bet is to target durable enemies like Malphite, Rammus, or any enemy champion stacking defensive items. Here, Agony allows me to initiate a teamfight on top of the tower, and get away alive. If you take Smite, you can use it to trigger Decompose by killing a minion or monster, which just might save you in a pinch.
I play Trundle as a jungler. When playing a jungler, you should always stand somewhere to watch for your opponents before the monsters spawn. In this case, I stay at the brush, watching the main inlet from the purple team base, until around 1 minute 30 seconds before running down. Start at the wolf camp, using Rabid Bite to kill just the big wolf. Run immediately after to the ancient golem camp, taking it down with Rabid Bite and Smite. If you're concerned about golem being stolen, remember that at level 1 versus golem, Smite deals exactly 547 damage. For runes, I take armor penetration marks, dodge seals, flat magic resist glyphs, and flat attack speed quintessences. My masteries are 1, 19, 10, taking improved smite, as much damage mitigation as I can in defense, and improved ghost with neutral buff duration in utility. I max out Rabid Bite as soon as possible, with Contaminate following, and leaving Pillar of Filth at 1 point. For items, I start with Cloth Armor and 5 health potions. Mercury Treads and Madrid's Razors are next. Your first big item should be Frozen Mallet. Afterwards, I like to take Guardian Angel, Banshee's Veil, Randuin's Omen, and Madrid's Blood Razor, in no particular order. Let's put this all together in a larger fight. Kennen is isolated, so I charge in with Contaminate and help kill him with Rabid Bite, but I save Pillar of Filth until I need it. The enemy Trundle charges in and I use Pillar of Filth when I know where he's running. Using Agony, I help kill him while surviving Karthus' damage output thanks to the heal on Decompose. Finally, using Frozen Mallet, we're able to chase down and kill Karthus. Overall, if you're looking for a damage dealer with some unique utility, look no farther than Trundle. And if you find a build that works better, let us know in the comments below. Thanks for tuning in to the Trundle Champion Spotlight. But don't think that you can
defeat Trundle? Are you trolling?
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Twitch, the Plague Rat. Twitch is a ranged physical carry who relies on inflicting deadly venom on his foes and then using that venom to take them down. Whether opening the game as a jungler or more typical ranged carry, Twitch takes over a game biding his time before assassinating choice targets or unleashing on an entire enemy team. Twitch's passive is Deadly Venom. Twitch's basic attacks apply stacks of Deadly Venom up to a cap. Each stack deals damage every second for a few seconds. Ambush allows Twitch to turn invisible, which makes him undetectable to the naked eye. However, true sight such as vision wards, turrets, and oracles will reveal him. While invisible, Twitch gains bonus movement speed, and upon leaving stealth he gains bonus attack speed for a few seconds. While Twitch normally takes a very short time to turn invisible, taking damage will delay this effect. In general, take a point in ambush early and max it by level 13. Venom Cask tosses out a cask that explodes in an area, slowing and inflicting 2 stacks of deadly venom on all enemies it hits. Take a point in Venom Cask early, and if you plan on using the slow to set up early kills, delay ambush and max Venom Cask by level 13, waiting on ambush until later. Expunge immediately damages all nearby enemies based on the number of deadly venom stacks placed upon each one. Expunge does not deal any damage to targets unaffected by deadly venom. In order to deal as much damage as possible, I recommend maxing Expunge immediately. Twitch's ultimate is Spray and Pray. Spray and Pray causes Twitch's basic attacks to pass through his targets to hit all enemies in a line for the next few seconds. The target in front takes full damage, while enemies in the back take reduced damage down to a cap. Every enemy Twitch hits will receive stacks of deadly venom and any other on-hit effects he has. In the early game, Twitch should always look for aggressive openings, stacking deadly venom and triggering Expunge. As Alistar locks up Morgana, a few basic attacks into Expunge forces her to flash out and heal. By maxing Expunge immediately and holding onto Venom Cask, Twitch can deal a surprising amount of burst damage. Evelynn gets spotted exiting the brush, so Twitch stacks Deadly Venom with Venom Cask and basic attacks, taking her down almost immediately with Expunge. With ambush and clever positioning, Twitch can sneak up on enemies in his own lane. Here, Twitch heads behind the cliff and triggers ambush, walking back out once invisible. Twitch uses the movement speed boost to get on top of Morgana before the stealth wears out, slowing her with Venom Cask. Landing basic attacks in between brief movements, Twitch picks up an easy kill. For Twitch, the best defense is a good offense. After spotting Orianna, Twitch hits ambush, hoping to pick up an easy kill. As she turns around, Venom Cask with basic attacks quickly adds stacks of deadly venom. As she runs, Spray and Pray allows Twitch to stay in range, picking up the kill with Expunge. Once Morgana arrives, Twitch has to run, but can't escape Xin Zhao without killing him. Retreating from Morgana in between basic attacks, Twitch picks up a double kill with low health remaining. One of Twitch's worst enemies is the Vision Ward, which will reveal him during ambush. If you're having trouble dealing with Twitch sneaking up on you, try placing Vision Wards in highly trafficked areas. As the game progresses, you can get the jump on enemies who farm lanes alone by waiting in the brush and hitting ambush when they get close. Morgana's Sight Ward only spots Alistar, so she overextends for an easy kill. Venom Cask and basic attacks quickly stack deadly venom, allowing Twitch to expunge for great damage and another kill. One quick trick with ambush is to activate it immediately before recalling. Twitch will continue to stealth while beginning the recall, becoming fully invisible while he returns to base. Just make sure ambush will last long enough to cover the full recall duration. Spray and Pray with proper positioning is Twitch's best friend in larger fights. After Xin Zhao jumps on Twitch, he flashes over the wall and hits Spray and Pray, dealing incredible damage against the two stunned enemies and enabling a double kill. Be careful when dealing with enemies who have the ability to chase you or stop you from escaping. While Twitch slows the enemy team with Venom Cask and heavily damages them with Spray and Pray, the combination of knockups, slows, and stuns keeps Twitch from making an escape. Twitch's #1 goal is to survive and focus on immediate threats first, allowing Spray and Pray to drop squishier foes behind his primary target. Escaping with Flash and Ambush, Twitch turns to Renekton, and then Evelynn as she dies. After killing the assassin, Twitch has free reign to take down his foes from afar, picking up a triple kill to end the battle. I recommend building Twitch as a squishy damage dealer with some resist to survive early fights. For runes, try flat attack damage marks, flat armor seals, flat magic resist glyphs, and flat attack damage quintessences. Try 21-9-0 masteries, taking all the physical damage increases in offense, plus armor and health in defense. For summoner spells, Ignite, Flash, Smite, and Exhaust fit best. Take Smite when jungling, Ignite or Exhaust if you want to play aggressively, and Flash if you want to play more safely. Open with Boots of Speed, Health Potions, and 2 Doran's Blades or a Prospector's Blade. Upgrade to Berserker's Greaves, grab Infinity Edge, and take a Vampiric Scepter. From here, choose from Phantom Dancer to add to your overall damage and mobility, Last Whisper to deal with enemies who stack armor, and Bloodthirster or Sanguine Blade to increase your burst damage with Expunge. Finally, add a Banshee's Veil or Odin's Veil to help against mages who try to kill you. Thanks for tuning in to the Twitch Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel above and leave us your comments just below the video.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion I'm just kidding. This is not a spotlight. But we do have an epic game here. You see we got Kayle on one team and Morgana on the other, so no one's going to die because you just have bubbles. But anyway, Morgana running dodge seals instead of mana because she's good at this game. Kayle missing some attacks, but really shouldn't matter. Somehow she has green dark bindings though, and somehow they have no cooldown. So this was a pretty balanced patch, I think. And wow, Kayle somehow changing her skin mid-game. Now that is a unique talent. I want that for a passive. And Morgana clearly experiencing Riot point envy, as she's got just the default skin and does not have that ability. But putting her sword into the ground is such a great idea as gets ganked by Nasus. The summoner has no map awareness whatsoever. I just don't understand that. But Rides, of course, feeling so good about one-shotting minions with Spell Flux, must have a ton of ability power there, and running across the map, meeting up with Alistar so that they can run together, using the buddy system across that bridge because safety in numbers is the right way to go. But at this blue turret, we see Cho'Gath defeating minions properly and just nomming them away, but getting stunned by that tower and shaking it off. But it's Malady Monday, guys. Look at that attack speed. He's doing just so well with that, and his teammates must be raging so hard just the same. So there's that headbutt, getting him out of the way, and Rise turning on Ghost so he can run faster, as all pros do, wasting the summoner spells with no combat going on at all. Great play, and, well, he does come across Master Yi, who is now locked into a duel with Katarina. Now, both players, of course, 6 Phantom Dancers, and let me just talk about those Phantom Dancers. Man, they're such great big items. I love them. So, moving on, as Kayle does a backflip, and by Kayle, of course, I mean Katarina. Ashe baiting her team in the brush, as all carries should do, never taking damage whatsoever. Warwick comes in to tag out Katarina, letting her take that break right there, and continuing to fail epically hard against Master Yi's dodge stats. But Rise running across the map, coming in to tag out Yi. No, he's actually going to use Summoner Throw. That's a new one. Throws Yi across the map, charges up for Warwick, and bam! There's the one-shot from Summoner Throw from full health. I think that's pretty imbalanced. I'll make sure we nerf that next patch. But Kayle getting just knocked around by Nasus, taking a lot of damage. Morgana taking great pleasure in that conflict. Nasus gripping up for his last fight, and oh no, Rise has shown up, finally, Rune Prison and Overload, knocking the teammates away, and here comes the amazing ultimate, and there goes Nasus. A backflip or two. Rise doing a very good job, and his next action will be, of course, handing Kayle her helmet back, as helmet's greater than damage output. All the teams, of course, choosing to group up now. All the 5 players for each team, getting ready for minions to spawn in middle. You know, that Warwick taking Summoner Revive is, of course, the best choice, and the tanks in back, as this is the 600 elo show match. Every player just spamming slash taunt, trying to look as menacing as possible without actually doing anything important. But there we go, Rise running across the map, choosing to do what damage he can with his feet, jumping up into the air, and what will happen next? Well, I don't know, because my screen is frozen and I can't commentate action that I can't see. But tune in next time when...
The cycle of life and death continues.
Welcome everybody to the Riot Games Champion Spotlight, featuring Akali, the Fist of Shadow. Akali plays as a ninja assassin, dashing in and out of battles and dealing tons of damage. She's intended to be a hybrid damage/ability power champion, as her passive gives her bonus damage on attacks depending on ability power, but also gives your spells lifesteal depending on how much damage you've built up. Mark of the Assassin is a great harassing and farming tool, especially if you can trigger the bonus damage by attacking your target. Twilight Shroud is a must-have in larger battles, letting you dart in and out of stealth to stay healthy. Crescent Slash is the main ability I use in this game, which can steal lots of health with your passive and farm minions very quickly. Her ultimate, Shadow Dance, allows you great mobility and a lot of extra damage. I discovered this rune and mastery build after the recorded game, but the build I recommend is armor penetration marks, dodge seals, cooldown reduction glyphs, 2 health quintessences, and 1 flat damage quintessence. Combined with my masteries, a 21-9-0 set, building on everything but critical strike, I can reach my bonus damage passive with just Doran's Blade. As a quick note, because of the early build used to record this game, not all of the icons for Akali were final yet, but I tried to include what I could. At the beginning of the game, I constantly harass Amumu, trying to get him lower and lower with Mark of the Assassin and Crescent Slash. Finally, I dive in and go for First Blood. As we dance around, the energy mechanic gives me enough regeneration to finally take him down. Now, I die in the trade, but because of First Blood, I'm ahead in gold, and you don't gain experience while you're dead, so I'm ahead there as well. After reaching level 6, I fight Amumu again. I use the combo of exploding 2 Marks of the Assassin, a Crescent Slash, Ignite, and a Shadow Dance for the kill. Garen attacks me right after. Mark of the Assassin and Crescent Slash result in tons of damage, and as Dr. Mundo comes to help, I kill him with Shadow Dance before Garen can kill me with his ultimate. I get caught by my enemies, forcing me to run away, but I toss a Twilight Shroud and juke around them to escape. Shen appears and we unleash crazy damage output on Garen with Mark of the Assassin, Crescent Slash, and Shadow Dance. We initiate a battle, and I run towards the back, hoping to break up their formation. Garen silences me, so I try to run out of range and throw Twilight Shroud. This allows me to pick up Amumu easily, but I get very low. Thankfully, I Shadow Dance to an enemy minion to bring me to safety. Another fight starts with Amumu's ultimate. I cleanse out, but I get extremely low, so I Twilight Shroud, run up, and Shadow Dance to the lizard to get out of range. I enter back in with Shroud, and blow up an enemy with Mark of the Assassin and Crescent Slash. Then, I chug my Elixir of Fortitude and make a stab for the enemy Akali. Shadow Dance keeps me in range as she falls to my tremendous damage output. Our teams do battle again in bottom lane. I dive right into Garen and drop Twilight Shroud, using Mark of the Assassin and Crescent Slash to drop him very, very low. Amumu casts his ultimate, but I cleanse out and score a kill with Shadow Dance, and safely escape through the brush to the north. In the aftermath of the battle, Garen comes barreling towards me into the forest. As I cross the brush, I fake him out by tossing Twilight Shroud and heading up instead of to the right towards my base. You can see Garen running around confused as I teleport home. Even if he did find me, I could Shadow Dance to some minions to get away. Here's another fun trick you can pull off with Akali's skills. Garen follows me to my base, and now I know I won't make it past him, so I Twilight Shroud to force the enemy minions forwards. Then, as they push past him, I Shadow Dance to safety, directly behind Garen. Finally, we can see that even without Cleanse, Akali can deal great damage, even while rooted by Amumu. I dive onto the enemy ninja, and through various spell casts get her extremely low. As I get injured, I disengage and head upwards. But I Shadow Dance back in to pick up the kill. Thanks for tuning in to the Akali Champion Spotlight. So, get on the fields of justice, because you'll be totally ninja
without question. Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Brand, the Burning Vengeance. Brand is a ranged nuker, specializing in area of effect damage and creating spell combinations with himself. Brand's passive is Blaze. All of Brand's abilities light their targets ablaze for a few seconds. Blaze deals a percentage of the target's max health every second. When any of Brand's abilities hits a target already ablaze, the spell gains a bonus effect and renews the ablaze debuff. Seer is a skill shot nuke, dealing damage when it strikes an enemy. If the target is ablaze, Brand also stuns the target for a short time. After a short delay, Pillar of Flame deals damage to all enemy units in an area. Targets already ablaze take significant bonus damage. Conflagration immediately damages target enemy. If the target is already ablaze, Conflagration also hits all nearby enemies. Brand's ultimate is Pyroclasm. Brand shoots out a fireball that bounces from target to target. The missile initially moves slowly, allowing enemies to spread out. However, if the fireball targets an enemy ablaze, the missile speeds up, going faster with every subsequent target ablaze. Brand can easily clear out ranged minions, lead with Pillar of Flame, wait for it to hit, and hit any of the targets with Conflagration. For maximum AoE damage, hit a target with Seer. Use Conflagration to light nearby enemies ablaze, and then use Pillar of Flame for the bonus damage from Blaze. If your target won't be able to dodge you, you essentially want to lead with Conflagration. Though I cast Pillar of Flame first, its delay allows me to light Cassiopeia ablaze before it hits, following up with Seer for the stun. With a little help, we kill her in about 3 seconds. Brand has excellent area of effect damage. Once Galio pulls everyone together, I open with Pillar of Flame, followed by Conflagration and Seer. While this combo doesn't maximize my damage output, you almost always want the stun from Seer when fighting champions. The best possible use of Pyroclasm is when 2 enemies are standing together. Immediately, Pantheon loses most of his health, getting killed by Lee Sin. Pillar of Flame has the longest cooldown out of Brand's regular abilities. Because of this, you may want to hold on to it when killing single champions near a teamfight. I take down Teemo with just Seer and Conflagration. In the next fight, I hold on to Pillar of Flame and Pyroclasm until our enemies group up. Immediately, I follow up on the survivors, taking down Cassiopeia with Seer. If you don't have a lot of teammates nearby, you have to be the biggest source of damage. We catch Blitzcrank, and I hit him with the default anti-champion combo. Conflagration followed by an immediate Pillar of Flame and Seer. Noticing his proximity to Teemo, I toss out Pyroclasm before following him and killing Teemo with Seer. Looping back around, I see Pantheon and use the same combination again. Waiting on all my cooldowns, I also help take down Jarvan the same way. Our team gets ganked while attempting to kill Baron. Seeing Pantheon in front, I toss out Conflagration and Seer to stun him. Immediately, Blitzcrank comes, so I break them down with Pyroclasm. Cassiopeia comes in, and immediately I turn around to prevent the stun, following up with Conflagration for the kill. I turn to kill Jarvan, once more using Conflagration and a Pillar of Flame and Seer. Conveniently, with max cooldown reduction, I can chain Seer together for a stun, without other spells to help. I have Riley's Crystal Scepter to add slows to my abilities. As Sona gets chased by Teemo and Pantheon, I attempt to slow them both individually with Seer and Conflagration. As Cassiopeia jumps in, I kill her off with Pyroclasm, and heroically block the last tick of Ignite with Zhonya's Hourglass. Seriously, I totally didn't die there. Zhonya's Hourglass is a burst mage's best friend. I lead with Pillar of Flame to maximize my area of effect damage, tossing out Conflagration and Pyroclasm immediately afterwards. While waiting for my cooldowns, I activate Zhonya's, keeping me alive while we kill 3 of them. I follow up, chasing down Teemo. Leading with Conflagration, he does a good job of dodging Seer. However, the slow from Riley's allows me to easily kill him with Pillar of Flame. Afterwards, I wait for Conflagration's cooldown. I turn back onto Cassiopeia, once more casting the anti-champion combo of Conflagration followed by Seer and Pillar of Flame. Once again, I'm assaulted by Jarvan and Pantheon. I lead Jarvan with my abilities, dropping him to half before the fight even starts. Immediately after casting Pyroclasm, I activate Zhonya's again. For Pantheon, I toss out an immediate Conflagration plus Seer stun, casting Pillar of Flame as I leave. Because Brand is combo-based, sometimes you want to wait for cooldowns before even casting one spell. I'm getting chased by Cassiopeia, but have to wait for Conflagration to cast anything. Once I have it, I kill her from almost full health with my standard spell combo. In the background, I'll show off Brand's laning game while detailing the build I use on him. I take magic penetration marks, mana regeneration per level seals, 3 magic penetration glyphs, 6 ability power per level glyphs, and flat ability power quintessences. This setup allows me to reach exactly 30 magic penetration with just Sorcerer's Shoes, which will bring most champions to exactly 0 magic resist. I use 9-0-21 masteries, grabbing Ignite and Ghost. I max Conflagration early, followed by Pillar of Flame, with a point in Seer at level 3. Conflagration is Brand's most reliable damage spell, and then I just like the area of effect power from Pillar of Flame. For items, I start out with a Sapphire Crystal and 2 health potions. I rush Catalyst the Protector and Sorcerer's Shoes as quickly as possible. Rabadon's Death Cap is my next stop, and then I usually grab Void Staff, because my passive counts for a lot of my damage, but only scales with magic penetration, not ability power. Afterwards, I round out my items with Riley's Crystal Scepter to make my passive slow, Zhonya's Hourglass to bait enemies into a cluster for my ultimate, and Banshee's Veil to aid my survivability. Thanks for tuning in to the Brand Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel and click the thumbs up to like this video. Welcome everybody to the Riot Games Champion Spotlight, featuring Udyr, the animal spirit. Udyr performs a few unique roles on his team. First and foremost, he is an extremely strong jungler with Phoenix and Turtle stances. Second, he's one of the game's best gankers, using Bear Stance and the various buffs he has acquired. Finally, he is a tanky DPS champion, with very little item reliance. Your goal is to disrupt your enemies and try to take down squishy targets first, saving your other enemies for last. For runes, I grab magic penetration marks, dodge seals, magic resist per level glyphs, and flat health quintessences. For masteries, I follow a 9-21-0 build, reaching magic penetration in offense and covering all the major defensive masteries. Overall, this setup gives me lots of damage and even more durability. As with most junglers, you should start out with the Golem camp when it spawns at 155. Note my positioning, allowing me to hit all the monsters at once with Phoenix Stance. Smite will deal exactly 560 damage at level 1, so get ready to kill Golem when it reaches that mark. Depending on your health, once Smite comes back up, you should try to grab the Lizard. As you reach level 3, Smite deals 646 damage. At this point, you can grab a rank of Bear Stance and gank with it, or rank Phoenix Stance to increase your damage output and jungle faster. The true power of Smite is shown when ganking enemies in the jungle. Normally, Shaco would have been able to survive the encounter by deceiving out, but without the mana he was so desperately relying on, I make short work of him with Lizard buff and the various stances. I happen across Shen and Soraka, chasing Soraka away as Garen cuts her off. Shortly, Shen and Tristana start to gang up on me. However, our damage output is too great, and even as Shen tries to kill me at the end, Turtle Stance keeps me alive as I help pick up the kill with my team. I get ganked while trying to solo the dragon. Despite heals and stuns from Alistar and Soraka, Persistence wins the day as Soraka is picked off by Bear Stance and Lizard buff. Alistar overstays his welcome and gets destroyed, even through Shen's ultimate. Then, Shen has no chance through my persistent damage output, slows, and stuns. I come to gank bottom, aimed at killing Soraka. After picking her off, I chase down Tristana.
Even though Alistair headbutts me away, I'm able to catch right back up and pick off their 2 remaining team members. Here's a level 4 bear stance gank. I run in from behind the turret, shrugging off its attacks. Annie helps with an initial stun, and Ashe becomes free gold. Udyr is able to easily solo dragon as early as level 5, and in some cases even earlier. I'll save you the length of the full clip, but the entire battle is very painless. I find Vhagar and Udyr in their forest. Notice how little damage I take from Vhagar, due to my defensive items, runes, and masteries. As my team arrives, Vhagar blows up, and we destroy Udyr as well. After killing Dragon, we get attacked. After an initial skirmish with Shen, I dive right for Vhagar. Afterwards, I rotate back onto Shen. He disengages as he gets low, but Ghost plus Bear Stance allows me to catch him quite easily. Katarina gets low as well, but retreats to her turret. As Gragas comes from behind, Ashe falls to Bear Stance, and as we kill the front turret, Shen cleans up Katarina. I head to bottom to gank. Bear Stance allows me to dodge Enchanted Crystal Arrow. I make it my job to ignore everyone and run right for Ashe. Even though she flashes away, I'm still way too powerful for her. As she dies, I ignore the tanks again and make a sprint towards Vhagar, this time using Ghost to close the gap. Once he dies, I'm able to regroup with my team and use Bear Stance to send Katarina back to the summoner platform after a lengthy respawn timer. Baron Nashor is also an easy target for Udyr. With Turtle and Phoenix stances, I do great damage without taking any of my own. Thanks for tuning in to the Udyr Champion Spotlight. So, what are you waiting for? Get out there and start playing Udyr
without hesitation.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring
Zereth, the Maker's Ascendant.
Zereth is a long-range mage champion with a couple of neat tricks. In addition to dealing tons of damage with his abilities, he also acts as a sort of artillery, bombarding enemies from long range. Zereth's passive is Ascended Form. A percentage of his ability power is converted into bonus armor, making him naturally durable against physical assailants. Arcanopulse causes Zereth to briefly channel, then immediately deal damage to all enemies in a line. Locus of Power immobilizes Zereth for a short duration, giving him bonus magic penetration and increased range on his abilities. Zereth can also break out of this state by recasting the ability. After leaving this state, Zereth gains a temporary movement speed buff. Mage Chains damages and marks a single enemy for a few seconds. If Zereth hits the marked enemy with any other damaging spell, his target becomes stunned for a short time. Zereth's ultimate is Arcane Barrage, which damages all enemies in target area. For the next few seconds, this ability can be cast 2 more times for free before it goes on cooldown. Zereth's early laning is extremely strong. Once you learn to lead your opponents with Arcanopulse, you can constantly poke them from out of counterattack range. By learning Mage Chains at level 2, you can further this harassment. Once he gets low enough, Exhaust and Flash will help you secure the kill. Zereth's harass gets even stronger once you learn Locus of Power. Every time it's available, turn it on and poke at your lane opponent. Again, I'm able to constantly throw out Arcanopulse, dropping Rise lower and lower. Unfortunately, Locus of Power does have a very long cooldown at low levels, and I end up wasting it before Arcanopulse comes off of cooldown, meaning Rise lives. Grabbing Sorcerer Shoes by level 6 will in fact cause you to deal tons of damage. After missing Arcanopulse, I lead with Mage Chains and trigger its stun with Arcane Barrage. Once stunned, Ryze becomes an easy target for the rest of my combo, giving me my second kill of the game. At level 9, and with a moderate amount of AP, Xerath is an extremely good farmer. Once an enemy minion wave is coming, use Locus of Power with Arcana Pulse, then move back and launch another Arcana Pulse. In the interest of saving mana, you should last hit the cannon minion with your basic attack, but immediately taking the other 6 minions is extremely powerful. Xerath is even more powerful when wearing the Golem buff. Once again, I push around Ryze using Locus of Power, Arcana Pulse, and Mage Chains. Once I push Ryze to his turret, he retreats to the jungle to escape. However, I take the chance with Locus of Power and Arcana Pulse, killing him in the Fog of War. Ganking is also really powerful on Xerath. I spot a skirmish at the bottom river and activate Locus of Power once I notice Janna channeling Monsoon. 2 shots of Arcane Barrage kill her and give an easy kill on Ryze for my teammates. As we push bottom lane, I stay at Locus of Power's maximum range. The cooldown matches well with Arcana Pulse, so I deactivate Locus immediately after nuking my enemies. After picking up the kill on Rumble, I stay in Locus to drop Arcane Barrage, taking down Ryze. As Riven has gotten out of range, I use Locus's movement speed buff to rush up to her, picking up the kill with Mage Chains. We get into a team fight in mid. Again, I open with Locus of Power, poking at Janna. As Udyr comes in, I drop him with Arcane Barrage and then reactivate Locus to crush Rumble and Ryze's health. As I push back into the battle, I get our team 2 more kills thanks to Mage Chains and the long-range slow from Riot's Crystal Scepter. Xerath also has a number of tricks in Dominion on the Crystal Scar. After poking Riven off the capture point, I head to the brush below it and activate Locus of Power. I'm exactly in range for Arcana Pulse, forcing Riven to give up the point for good. Xerath's long range is extremely helpful against melee fighters. As Riven jumps me, I lead with Mage Chains and stun her with Arcana Pulse right as she initiates. Too low to fight, she runs only to be dropped by 3 shots from Arcane Barrage. As I flash away from Renekton, I wait until Mage Chains comes off cooldown, stunning him as I run for the Speed Shrine. Once he turns to fight Heimerdinger, I land another Arcana Pulse. I leap around away from Heimerdinger and prepare for another Arcana Pulse with Locus of Power. Now extremely low, I land Mage Chains for the kill. You really want to stay around the middle of the map as Xerath, as it gives you access to speed shrines and allows the most use of your long range. I head over to my team and help them pick up a kill on Blitzcrank, first using Locus of Power and Arcana Pulse. As he continues to run, I repeat the combo and kill him with Mage Chains. Shortly after, I make it up to the windmill, taking down Riven with Locus of Power and Arcane Barrage. Once she falls, I chase Aurelia. Mage Chains with Riot's Crystal Scepter makes it almost impossible for her to dodge Arcana Pulse, so we pick up the kill before she can reach the health relic. For runes, I take Magic Penetration Marks, Ability Power per level Seals, Ability Power per level Glyphs, and Flat Ability Power Quintessences. This setup is aimed at giving me early lane dominance, using Arcana Pulse to push around my opponent, while also scaling me into late game with lots of ability power. My masteries are 9-0-21, taking Magic Penetration in offense and making sure to take increased cooldown reduction and neutral buff duration in utility. I take Exhaust and Flash, mastering both. I max Arcana Pulse immediately for consistent damage output. I take a point in Mage Chains at level 2 and leave it there as I max Locus of Power second. This ability order turns me into artillery pretty quickly, able to constantly toss out long-range spells. For items, I grab a Doran's Ring in Classic or Sorcerer's Shoes in Dominion. After adding Sorcerer's Shoes, I immediately grab Rabadon's Death Cap. With my core build done, I add utility and damage with Riot's Crystal Scepter and Will of the Ancients. I finish out my build with Morello's Evil Tome for cooldown reduction and Void Staff if my opponents start to get more magic resist. Thanks for tuning in to the Xerath Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel up top and leave us your comments just below this video.
Never underestimate the power of the Scouts Code. 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 2, 3, 4. Code. Code. 2, 3, 4. Yes, sir. 2, 3, 4. Duty. Armed and ready. Yes, armed. 4, 2, 3, 3. Porting in. Never underestimate mean everything. 2, 3, 4. That's got us 2, 2, 3. Hut, Timo. I salute you.
Product not yet rated.
Welcome to the first installment of the League of Legends walkthrough trailers presented by Riot Games.
Hi, my name is Sean Carnes and I'm the lead creative designer at Riot Games. Today I have the pleasure of giving you an overview of our soon-to-be released game, League of Legends. The playstyle of League of Legends introduces an innovative new genre, something we're calling a MOBA or an MOBA. Now you may be asking yourself, well, what exactly is a MOBA? Well, it stands for Multiplayer Online Battle Arena. It's got a good mix of real-time action, real-time strategy, competitive team play, and we've even thrown in a dash of RPG gaming for good measure.
Next, we have Tom Cadwell to walk through the gameplay elements of League of Legends.
I'm Tom Cadwell, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about League of Legends and some of our basic gameplay. In League of Legends, you play a summoner who summons champions to fight enemies and hopefully win for your team. The champions, we've invested a lot of time into trying to make them really different and unique in how they play. So on the one hand, you might have a magic-based champion who's very twitchy, fast-paced, has various spells. And on the other, you might have a traditional kind of fighter-type champion that's maybe more based around strategy and timing.
Before each match, players must summon a champion from a pool of unique characters, each of which offers its own rich and distinct gameplay experience.
So here we are in the game, and you can see my team here. I'll be going down the center lane to the middle of the map with two of my allies. The champion I've summoned, the big blue guy you see there on the screen, is called Ryze, the rogue mage. Ryze is a damage-dealing spellcaster who has a bunch of abilities, the most distinctive of which is called Rune Prison. The small creatures that have joined us are my minions. Minions are AI-controlled creatures that are a lot less powerful than your champion. I can attack an enemy by right-clicking on them, and you can see that in the game right now where my glove cursor becomes a sword. If you land a killing blow on a minion, you're awarded gold, and you can see that in the game also with the little gold numbers that pop up over dead enemies. And over time that ends up being pretty important because as you kill enemy champions, towers, buildings, etc., you're going to gain golden experience, which gradually make your champion a lot more powerful. As my champion gains level, he's going to get skill points, and I have to decide how to spend those. I can either use them to upgrade an existing skill, or I can use it to learn an entirely new skill. It's really about understanding how best to use your abilities in different situations, as well as to understand what your opponents might throw at you so that you can anticipate what's going to happen and have the right strategy to make sure they're not successful. Looks like I'm pretty low in health, so I'm going to get out of here and get healed up. And the best way to do that is to just back up a little bit out of combat and use the recall ability. And the way that works is any character can use the recall ability. It takes about 10 seconds, after which you teleport back to the fountain, which is where we started the game. And one feature of the fountain is that any champion that's standing inside of it is rapidly healed. I'm at the store now as well, and that's where you spend money to improve your character. There's a couple of good options I have for Rise. I could buy ability power, which would make all of his spells better. I could buy mana, which allows him to cast more spells and also makes overload stronger. Or I could, buy health so that I don't have to run away as quickly next time. Picking the right items is really at the center of the strategy of League of Legends. It's important that as your champion gains power, that you're building him in a direction that's going to synergize well with your team, as well as complement your own champion strengths. And hopefully to some extent, offsetting some of the advantages your opponents are accumulating. Let's fast forward a little bit. One of the most important parts of League of Legends is the team fights. And the best type of team fight is one where there's 3 or 4 of you and 2 or 1 of them. And that's what you're about to see here. An important part of the game is killing enemy champions. And because they're actually played by living humans, they're not going to stand there and take it. So you have to be a little more clever. And it's really important to have good positioning so that you can run away quickly if you need to, and you can attack easily if you need to as well.
Thanks for watching our first walkthrough of League of Legends. Stay tuned for more exciting features such as shoutcasts of full games, our metagame walkthrough, game videos of our maps, and more. Make sure to check out leagueoflegends.com for more exciting updates, and also join our community for opportunities to participate in our beta.
Alright guys, we've been here for a while, we've come up with a lot of good skin ideas. I think that we need to try
Hey Jeff?
Yeah.
What's a bro?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm on the forums here and there's a thread about Bro Olaf.
Bro!
Alright Jeff, let's do this idea of yours.
I present to you, Broloff.
What's a bro?
No, I don't think I'm available for dinner. Yes, your elo is very high. Thank you for calling. Sir? Can I help you?
Not now, Chief. I'm in the zone.
Sir, you can't go in there.
Your mom can't go in there!
What kind of bear is that?
Is that is he wearing armor?
Don't worry, bros. I'm here to help. I'm from the forums. I heard you were making Broloff. I want to do my part.
Because look, no offense, dudes, but making 10,000 Teemo skins doesn't exactly qualify you for something with this level of badassery. Look, dorks, it's like this. First, you gotta have collars. 2 of them. And they better be popped. Why? Because twice the collar, twice the awesome. It's science.
2, you got Livestrong bracelets. You got 1 of them, and then you go out with your boys, and you drink a bunch of cracky ice, and you wake up somewhere you're not quite sure. But it's all good because you got your second one. It's your lifeline. Keeps you in there. Twice as strong. Livestrong. Yeah.
Do you got this, bro?
Do you got this, bro? Out of my way, loser. Bro! Contact, dude. Bro. Hey, I got something for you. Craggy eyes, bro! What's up, dude? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Romacia! Oh! I came here to kick butt, drink Greg.
Looks like I'm all out of Greg.
I tried to convince you, but it seems
Welcome to the Olaf Sneak Peek Champion Spotlight, presented by Riot Games. Olaf is a unique melee DPS champion who scales up in damage by building more hit points as well as conventional damage items. So you'll see a lot of radically different builds on him. First comes Undertow, where Olaf throws one of his axes, damaging and slowing every enemy it passes through. The axe becomes embedded in the ground, allowing him to pick it up and refresh most of the cooldown. Second is Vicious Strikes, which Olaf activates for lifesteal, spell vamp, and bonus damage based on his maximum health. Reckless Swing is Olaf's third ability, dealing a set amount of damage which completely bypasses armor and magic resistance, but hurts him as well. His ultimate is Ragnarok, significantly reducing the amount of damage he takes, preventing all stun, slow, and knock-up effects, and giving Olaf a bunch of armor penetration. Lastly, his passive is Berserker Rage, giving Olaf bonus attack speed as he gets lower in life. I use standard melee DPS runes, armor penetration marks, dodge seals, flat magic resist glyphs, and flat health quintessences. I recommend these for any melee DPS champion you play, with very few exceptions. My masteries are a bit different. I go 12-17-1, taking improved cleanse, improved ghost, the health bonus in defense, and the armor penetration bonus in offense. Olaf has the potential to pick up champion kills very early in the game. Mundo was clearly overextended here, and by using Undertow, picking up the axe, and throwing it again and again, Olaf has great chasing potential. However, in most cases, Olaf is not an early game champion killer. The slow on Undertow is very low for its cooldown, and because he's so powerful later on, your best bet is to focus on minion kills. With good timing, his 57 base damage should be enough to get at least half the minions in the lane, combined with a friendly Janna for even better results. Let's talk about aggression. You always want to kill off the easiest champions first for golden experience, but killing a 0-3 Dr. Mundo and dying for it is significantly worse than just farming minions, especially since I just donated 476 gold to Malphite for my killing spree. You should always err on the side of caution when turrets are involved. I head to top to farm minions. Most carries should try to farm non-stop for the first 15 to 20 minutes, because you typically never get a chance again. Note my item choices. Phage, and eventually Frozen Mallet, is by far the best item you can get on Olaf. I've also grabbed a Vampiric Scepter, but in hindsight, I think rushing Mercury Treads after Phage is more important. Let's discuss target selection. Notice the previously fed Malphite has 142 armor. There's really no way I can kill him, but I stick around anyway with Undertow and Vicious Strikes. Don't make this mistake yourself. I even used Ghost to try to chase him, which costs me a kill later on. As soon as you have enough money, you must buy Frozen Mallet. As I catch up with my team in mid, notice that I purposefully ignore Gragas until he's left the protection of the turret. I max Vicious Strikes first and Reckless Swing second, so I hit Gragas extremely hard, while Blitzcrank and Morgana keep him in place. As the clip plays out, you see that I have to give up kills on Ezreal and Dr. Mundo. Note that I would have been able to kill either if I hadn't wasted Ghost during my chase on Malphite earlier. Your summoner spells are very precious. Sometimes you just have to hit the tank. Thankfully, you have Reckless Swing at your disposal. While your critical strikes may only be 95 against targets with over 200 armor, the pure damage of Reckless Swing means that Malphite gets chopped up when it's time for him to die. The third super important item after Frozen Mallet and Mercury Treads is Stark's Fervor. Flat armor reduction is great on Olaf because it mixes in perfectly with his runes, masteries, and ultimate, making you the best at killing low armor targets. Even against 3 beefy tanks, Vicious Strikes and Ragnarok allow me to cut up Mundo and Gragas into little pieces. Olaf is most dangerous while low on life. Morgana and I fight Mundo and Anivia, killing Dr. Mundo. As Morgana dies, I'm fighting Anivia with under 100 health while inside her ultimate. Thanks to Stark's Fervor, Vicious Strikes, and my passive, I can even tank their Nexus turret while just hitting minions. Finally, I get Elixirs of Fortitude and Agility, as well as Yomu's Ghostblade. Olaf's ability to chase and stick to single targets with Frozen Mallet, Ragnarok, and Ghostblades active is ridiculous. Gragas tries to get away, but I catch up with Undertow. He keeps running for the summoner platform, but I pick him off with the axe throw. Thanks for tuning in to the Olaf Champion Spotlight. Grab your axe, grab your helmet, and heed the call to action! Welcome to the Vladimir the Crimson Reaper Champion Spotlight, presented by Riot Games. Vladimir is a tank caster hybrid who uses health to cast his various spells. His passive gives him health for buying ability power, and gives him ability power for buying health. His first ability is Transfusion. It's a direct single target nuke, which heals him for 1/4 of the damage. Second is Sanguine Pool. Vladimir dissolves into liquid, slowing and damaging enemies he floats under. He heals himself for 15% of the damage dealt, dodges any projectiles thrown at him, and removes all enemy minion aggro. Tides of Blood is his third spell. It deals damage to nearby enemies and gives Vladimir bonus healing and regeneration. If he casts the spell quickly in sequence, it increases the damage, health cost, and healing gain. Vladimir's ultimate is Hemoplague. Afflicted enemies take bonus damage from all sources for 5 seconds, and take significant damage afterwards. My rune page holds magic penetration, health per level, cooldown reduction, and flat health. My masteries are 9-0-21, taking magic penetration in offense, and all the non-mana masteries in utility. Ignite and Ghost allow me to chase down and kill enemies, as well as run away using Sanguine Pool. Vladimir excels in controlling a lane. At level 6 or 7, you can start wearing down your opponent. At 500 health, Sivir will die to Tides of Blood, Hemoplague, and Transfusion, even though I have nothing but a Doran's Shield and runes for bonus damage. Sanguine Pool makes for a great escape spell. Gragas, Garen, and Sivir all try to kill me. However, I make a point to drop into the pool before Garen can silence me, and as you see here, while I'm dissolved, Gragas' ultimate does not touch me. Spirit Visage is my first major item. A good standard spell combo is Transfusion and Tides of Blood, followed immediately by Sanguine Pool. Once I become human again, my 2 main spells are already refreshed and ready for cast. The invulnerability from the turret also makes diving a breeze. While pushing top, the opposing Vladimir attempts to defend the turret. I initiate and then drop turret aggro with Sanguine Pool. As I come out, my basic spell combo of Transfusion and Tides of Blood picks up the kill. However, I've been severely hurt, and Garen comes in for the gank. I preemptively pool to dodge his silence. While he attacks me afterwards, the delay has caused him to take significant damage from Gangplank and minions. When he returns, I'm once again able to dodge Decisive Strike using Sanguine Pool. This time he's so heavily injured that after Transfusion, he dies to Gangplank's passive, Grog-Soaked Blade. Vladimir really shines in team fights. With 4 of them grouped up, I open with Tides of Blood, Hemoplague, and then Sanguine Pool. As I return to form, Transfusion and Tides of Blood help us kill Gragas and Scion. Garen attempts to silence me to save Vladimir, but Sanguine Pool wins the day. Ryleigh's Crystal Scepter is the next important buy. My extreme damage output allows me to chop up Sivir very quickly. Then, as Vladimir attempts to escape, the slow from Ryleigh's on top of Transfusion allows the rest of my team to catch up. I pick up Randuin's Omen to give me significant health regeneration, and to cap out my cooldown reduction. In the large fight at top, I spam my normal spells until my team is ready to fight. Then, using Hemoplague on top of Cannon Barrage and Soul Shackles gives us an easy victory. As I take turret aggro, I use Sanguine Pool to dodge Scion's Cryptic Gaze just before it hits me, which allows me to escape the turret. We start another fight as the push continues. Again, I hold off on Hemoplague until my team has baited them into a compact formation for Morgana and Gangplank's ultimates. In the resulting carnage, we mop up all 4 of the enemy champions with almost no danger to ourselves. While Vladimir is not officially a vampire, if you want to roleplay as one, remember to buy lots of elixirs and a Sunfire cape. Real vampires sparkle. Thanks for tuning in to the Vladimir Champion Spotlight. Cool off in the waters this summer, because
the rivers will run red.
I was born in blood. My life driven by its pulse. Every beat bringing me one step closer to something darker. There is a monster in all of us.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Corki, the daring bombardier. Corki is a ranged DPS champion, specializing in mobility and range, while dealing both physical and magic damage. Corki's passive is Hextech Shrapnel Shells. All of Corki's basic attacks deal bonus true damage. This damage scales with critical strikes and with Sheen, Trinity Force, and Lichbane, but not with items like Madrid's Blood Razor and Malady. Phosphorus Bomb reveals and damages enemies in the target area. Note that while Phosphorus Bomb will show enemies hiding in brush or behind a wall, it will not reveal wards or invisible champions. Valkyrie sends Corki to target location, leaving behind a wake of fire that damages enemies standing inside it. Gatling Gun repeatedly damages enemies in a cone in front of Corki. Struck enemies continuously lose armor while getting hit by Gatling Gun. Missile Barrage sends out a skill shot nuke that explodes on the first enemy it hits, damaging all nearby enemies. Every 4th missile sent out is a big one that deals more damage in a larger area. While Missile Barrage is on a very short cooldown, it is also limited by an ammo system. Ammo for this ability recharges slower than the basic cooldown. I get up on health compared to Misfortune, so I try to play aggressively. Once Karma blows the cooldown on Soul Shield, I poke with Phosphorus Bomb and basic attacks. Seeing her run, I chase with Valkyrie and Exhaust. Once Garen picks up the kill, I chase onto Karma. Notice that I move in between attacks, allowing me to stay in range much longer for more attacks. Once she flashes out of range, I chase with Flash and land one more basic attack, giving Garen a double kill. Karma comes back into lane and plays extremely aggressively as Shaco's waiting to gank me. Karma drops to my abilities, including the burn from Valkyrie, but then I make a huge mistake. There is basically no way to run from Shaco with Lizard, so I should have stayed and fought instead of kiting. Without taking extra damage from Backstab and landing 1 or 2 more attacks, I might have had a chance. Corki is exceptionally good at aggressive fights and attacking from a great distance. Here Misfortune crosses the midpoint of the lane, so immediately I dive in, activating Gatling Gun as I cast Valkyrie. As we fight, I'm confident I'll win the battle, so I only use Exhaust when I think she might start to run. She burns Flash, but thanks to the slow, Garen catches up and we get the kill. I get into a teamfight in mid, immediately pushing for Shaco, who has the lizard buff. As he runs, I chase him with Valkyrie and lock him up with Exhaust, flashing out immediately after he goes down. With my new buff, I switch to Cho'Gath. I turn to evade Feral Scream and dodge away from Rupture. I continue to kite him with the lizard buff until he runs away. I chase him down and get into position to land 2 more shots from Missile Barrage. Then my team chases him and cleans up the kill in our jungle. In a new game, I'm facing an aggressive Jax in lane. Corki has great sustained damage early game, so after he jumps in, I fire back, getting him extremely low. About 40 seconds later, I see him still lurking around, so I Valkyrie into range, flash after him as he runs, and take him down with Phosphorus Bomb. As Katarina chases me, I exhaust her and run until she finally turns around. My team's Katarina comes in from mid, so I go to set up the gank. I wade into the brush, fighting Jax and the enemy Katarina. I get ready to Valkyrie out the second she Shunpo's in. Sure enough, they come to fight me, and I bait them into a perfect position. As they run, I start to chase with Missile Barrage and Flash. Then Sona flashes and pops Crescendo, giving us 2 kills. With an early Sheen, I push into Katarina. Early damage output from my abilities is high, so I chase with Valkyrie. I conserve shots of Missile Barrage, hoping that she'll juke me so that I can get in closer. I notice she isn't dodging my shots, so I keep shooting, taking her down just as she reaches the minion wave. She probably could have dodged that last shot by ducking into the minions, but if she had juked around earlier, I'd have just gotten into range for more attacks and easier shots. When building Trinity Force on Corki, properly timing your abilities is paramount to your success. Let's break down this chase onto Karthus. I Valkyrie in, which gives me a Trinity Force charge, and I deal a ton of damage. Now the cooldown on Trinity Force is back. Watch what happens. I shoot a basic attack, then start to cast Missile Barrage. Trinity Force applies to attacks already in the air, and Trinity Force charges attacks at the beginning of spells, not after they finish casting. I have the Trinity Force charge for about 1/10 of a second, picking up the kill on Karthus when the Missile Barrage lands. In one final teamfight, I see Jax heading over to kill Sona. I run to intercept, slowing him with the Lizard buff in Trinity Force. Jax jumps on me and we trade blows before I Valkyrie out once Katarina shows up to grab the kill. Immediately after, Garen shows up. Again, I try to kite with Lizard and Trinity Force, but once Gangplank hits Cannon Barrage, I have to flash out. The distance allows me to safely kill Garen. As Gangplank greedily shows up, I again try to keep Sona alive by doing the only thing I know how to, dealing tons of damage. For runes, I take armor penetration marks, flat armor seals, flat magic resist glyphs, and flat damage quintessences. This setup gives me a lot of damage output, while compensating for Corki's general frailness early on. My masteries are 2109, making sure I take magic penetration in offense, and 1 point in neutral buff duration and utility. I take Exhaust and Flash, mastering the former in the offense tree. I max Gatling Gun by level 9, taking 1 point in Valkyrie at level 2 and maxing it last. While I max Phosphorus Bomb after Gatling Gun, I take my first skill point in it. For items, I open with a Doran's Blade. Feel free to buy more if your early game isn't going well. After, I take Berserker's Greaves and Trinity Force. Yes, Trinity Force. I continue to build Corki for pure damage with a fast Bloodthirster, and then depending on my needs, Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer, and Last Whisper. Thanks for tuning in to the Corki Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel up top and leave us your thoughts in the comments below.
Yeah! For years, German-based manufacturer Genk Industries revolutionized the way our champions look on the field of justice. Remember the robo-champion Blitzcrank? He was a sad little fella when he came to the Genk Industries. But thanks to Genk Industries, they gave him a new ride, and look how happy he is now! You, Mr. Corki sir, you seem sad. You look like you need a new ride. Well, I got good news for you. For Gang Industries is proud to present the new, the killer, the one and only Earthrider Corky. Featuring a fully chrome-plated spatula, a hand-knitted leather saddle from the happy cows of the plains of Ionia, and a full 300-round super-caliber Gatling gun. Now, what do you say? Gang Industries is not responsible for any casualties the Earthrider Corky might be causing. Werewolves were harmed during the testing stage of the creation. Please ask your parent or supervisor before climbing onto the saddle.
Welcome to the Institute of Horror, Valorant's most horrifying house of harrowing. Right this way to the laboratory of Franken Tibazani, a twisted merger of teddy bear and machine. Experience the tragedy of a machine that dreamed of being a man, until the horror of his own existence drove him mad. Or perhaps you prefer to sample the magic brew of the notorious bewitching Nidalee. Side effects may include hairballs, mange, and halitosis. Still feeling brave? Maybe it's time for a stroll through haunting Nocturne's forest of fear. You're not afraid of things that go bump in the night, are you? Then make your way to the Institute of Horror, Valorant's most horrifying house of harrowing.
Hey everybody, it's Tam and I'm here in downtown Seattle at PAX Prime 2011. Let's go on in and have some fun. The excitement here at the giant Riot Games booth is unbelievable as fans line up to play League of Legends Dominion for the very first time in North America.
Riot coming out with just a whole brand new type of genre and really like setting the example for all the other kind of MOBA type environments. The fast-paced environment of it is just, it's amazing.
Riot's commitment to their players as far as making sure that we get the things that we want, because we're what keep them around. They've acknowledged that to us, and we appreciate that as gamers.
Oh, wow. Nice job, York. A double kill on his point. Baits the champions around and gets that one picked up.
Meanwhile, back in Summoner's Rift, the needlessly large pay-safe card tournament pitted some of the best players of the convention center against each other in a heated battle for cash and prizes. It's been an amazing experience here at PAX Prime this weekend. Our fans and community are super excited about Dominion, and we can't wait for everyone to play when it's finally released. From downtown Seattle, I'm Tamit. Thanks for watching, and please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel.
time to party! Hey everybody, it's Andrew Beagle from Riot Games. We're here at E3 2011 behind closed doors, but we wanted to bring you back and give you a glimpse of what we've been showing the press all week. We're going to be speaking with Paul Beleza, our associate producer of our champion team, who's going to be talking about 3 new champions and the longly awaited spectator mode.
Hey Summoners, my name is Paul Beleza. I'm an associate producer here at Riot Games and I work on the champion team. This week at E3, we're going to be showing you a few new champions that are coming down our pipeline, as well as demoing a preview of spectator mode, which we'll be using at DreamHack in a few weeks as well. I want to talk about Yorick the Gravedigger. He's coming out at the end of June, and he's a tanky TPS fighter. And what's awesome about him is, in addition to just being a really tanky fighter, he also uses these minions to his advantage for utility purposes. Some of his minions can slow people down and do damage over time. Some of his minions can do life-stealing effects, which heals him over time as well. And some of his minions are just really high DPS, Glass Canyon type of fighters who can fight for him. And using his minions is to strengthen him as well as building him up so that he can just pretty much tank down anyone. Leona is another champion who's coming down our pipeline, and she is an archetypal tank. She's going to be super, super strong, super beefy, and able to crowd control as well as take a lot of damage. Her theme is the Radiant Dawn. She is a Sun Knight, so she harnesses the power of the sun in all of her abilities. Especially in her ultimate, Solar Flare, where she's able to do a lot of damage, a little bit of slowing, and immobilizing if you catch the enemy right. Don't want to talk too much about it because we're an iterative company and things change on day to day, but the real meat I want everyone to take away is we're delivering on something our community's really wanted, a beefy female tank, and we're really excited about Leona and the direction she's taking. Our final champion we're showing this week at E3 is Skarner, and he's a crystalline themed scorpion. He's really far down the road, but we're just super excited and wanted to show you guys way ahead of time. So he's definitely subject to change a bit. Skarner is a vicious and aggressive fighter tank. And what you're going to be able to do with him is focus on enemies, and the more you attack them, the more you debuff them and are able to take them down. However, he also powers up with his crystalline energy so that he can get around the map quickly, he can buff himself up. However, if he takes damage, that might go away. So you're really going to have to play with risk reward in attacking people and initiating fights, making sure that you're a solo and that people aren't around, or you're getting backup from your teammates so that you actually can take damage and do more damage to your enemies. We're super excited about him, and like I said, work in progress. We're an iterative design company. We play test every day. He might change, but in general, we're really happy with where he's going. The last thing we're gonna be showing you guys is spectator mode. We're super excited to show this off. The community's been asking for it for a long time, and we're happy to bring it to you. We'll be using it and showing it live at our Season 1 Championship at DreamHack, and believe me, we're super pumped to be able to bring this to you guys. Thanks again for listening, Summoners. We're super excited to show you these new champions and our new feature, Spectator Mode, and can't wait to show you more in the new future. Thanks a lot.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring
Cassiopeia, the Serpent's Embrace.
Cassiopeia is a very active mage champion, relying on positioning, leading her targets, and quick hands to reach her full potency. Cassiopeia's passive is Deadly Cadence. After casting a spell, future spells cast in the next 5 seconds will be 10% cheaper. This effect stacks up to 5 times, for 50% off. Her first ability is Noxious Blast. Similar to Karthus' Lay Waste, she poisons targets near your cursor after a brief delay. If she hits a champion, she gains bonus movement speed for a short time. The hardest lesson to learn about Noxious Blast is that it has a 3-second cooldown, which is more difficult than you might think to remember if you're used to playing Karthus. Second is Miasma. A growing cloud of poison appears at target location, which damages and slows enemies that walk over it. Third is Twin Fang. She sends out a simple, single-target nuke whose cooldown almost immediately refreshes if she hits a poisoned target. Cassiopeia's ultimate is Petrifying Gaze. She damages enemies in a cone in front of her. If they're facing her, they're turned into stone and stunned. Otherwise, they're slowed. I tried to play Cassiopeia as a jungler. You can see here that even at level 1, she has the power to die horribly against most jungle monsters. Instead, Cassiopeia can take either a solo or duo lane. Repeatedly casting Noxious Blast will keep your passive stacked up. With my Rune and Mastery build, you can spam it almost indefinitely, and kill the enemy caster minions in just 3 casts, as well as giving you the potential to harass your opponents. These runes I speak of are Magic Penetration Marks, Mana Regeneration per level Seals, Ability Power per level Glyphs, and Flat Ability Power Quintessences. I complement this setup with 9-0-21 Masteries, taking Magic Penetration in offense, and default Caster Masteries in utility. I open up with a Doran's Ring and a Health Potion, graduating to Sorcerer's Shoes, Riley's Crystal Scepter as soon as possible, and any general ability power items from there. I prefer Zhonya's Ring, Void Staff, Archangel's Staff, and Deathfire Grasp, but you might decide you need more durability through Guardian Angel, Abyssal Scepter, or Banshee's Veil. Take Ignite and Flash. Start with Noxious Blast, but keep it at level 1. Max Twin Fang as soon as possible, as it's your main source of damage output. Max out Miasma immediately afterwards, taking your ultimate whenever available. While soloing, always wait to cast Twin Fang until you've poisoned the enemy target. Missing even one will pretty much end your ability to combo against your foe. One cool thing about Cassiopeia is that only one of her abilities even requires a target. Here I blindly scout for Twitch with Noxious Blast. You can see here that I've hit him, as I've gained Noxious Blast's movement speed buff. However, if you can't guess where your opponent is properly, you might just get taken out before you can react. Twitch took his time getting around the likely spam spots, so that he could hit me without taking damage beforehand. If you'd rather work with a teammate, note that poisons from champions like Teemo and Singed also work with Twin Fang. Here I'm able to grab an easy kill on Reindeer Kog'Maw with just Twin Fang, finished off by Teemo's Toxic Shot as he flashes away. When fighting against Cassiopeia, note that she is extremely reliant on her full combo, as well as her ultimate in scary situations. If you can dodge Noxious Blast, or get out of range for Petrifying Gaze, you have a great chance of winning the fight. And now, a special announcement from Silent Knight Sona and Reindeer Kog'Maw. Unfortunately, Silent Knight Sona wasn't complete at this time, but you get the idea. Putting it all together, dodging Noxious Blast and Miasma will give you a huge window of opportunity when fighting against Cassiopeia. Sometimes you might have to use Petrifying Gaze to help set up your combo. When that's the case, your opponent should try to have their back turned so they won't be stunned. Once you do land a poison, I strongly recommend you smart cast Twin Fang, which defaults to Shift E on American keyboards. Obviously, Sona is not much of a duelist, but these key ideas still hold. Thanks for tuning in to the Cassiopeia Champion Spotlight. Do you want to get out there and summon her right away?
Of course.
Hi, my name is Alex Lehman, and I'm the Senior Character Animator here at Riot Games. We received many questions about how we are animating our characters, and so I thought it would be easier to show you than trying to explain it actually. This is especially interesting since we're working on Cassiopeia, and she's a very interesting character in the first place as she has no legs, and has to be animated something between a human and a snake. So I was very excited animating her for our game. It all starts by creating a mesh of a character and then creating a rig for it, which an animator like me can then manipulate. I create multiple poses in the animation tool called Maya by taking one controller at a time and moving it to where I need it. I do this for multiple steps along the timeline, which you can see at the bottom. As you can see, I'm rotating the camera around so I can see the character from all sides, and I just place everything where I need it for one pose. This can often take minutes or even half an hour. If you really want to find a very good pose, it can even take hours if you want to find the right one. We divide a second into 30 steps called frames, which gives me enough detail to shape how a character is moving within a second. After I'm done putting in the first few poses, I can then start scrubbing through the timeline and get a feel for the motion. The computer takes every one of my poses and interpolates between them. Some of the poses I have to go into detail, like fingers, hair, or even facial animation, and for some I focus on the body only. As you can see, I do this now for multiple poses along the timeline, and what you see here really quickly is a couple of hours actually of work, where I shape out certain poses until I like them. Since I want to see the animation now in real time, I create a Play Blast, which is a movie that I can just play in QuickTime or Movie Player. To tell the computer how I want to interpolate between two poses, I can use a tool called the Graph Editor, which you see right now. It allows me to shape the interpolation between two keyframes on the timeline. Those are the red ticks. There are literally thousands of keyframes on this character at the end of the animation, and all of them need to be told how to interpolate from one to the other. And again, I create a movie and I watch it, I create some more poses, and I start to shape out the animation just how I want it. If you create a pose between two poses, we oftentimes call it a breakdown. I just create another breakdown here to shape how she actually goes from the first pose into the ground position so that it actually looks nice. And again, I go into the graph editor, actually manipulating the keyframes, and I will create another play blast very soon. So this process takes, as you can see, this is super speed, but it usually takes a couple of hours to go through it, create more poses, more breakdowns, refine the poses, and go into the graph editor to make sure that the flow from one pose to the other is actually nice and appealing. The end was especially challenging. We had to find a quick ending to go back into our base pose of the character. So I created a curve that I animated the tail along. For all the animators out there, this is an FK rig, and so it was especially challenging to work with the tail. Here you see a final play blast of the animation. You see what came out of it and how she goes actually back into her base pose. And then I was happy enough to actually put it in game and try it out, and this is how it looks in the game. I hope this gives you an idea how we create our animations for our game and how much fun it is to be an animator. I hope you have fun playing League of Legends, and especially our new character, Cassiopeia.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring
Skarner, the Crystal Vanguard.
Skarner is a melee fighter who excels not only at dealing damage, but also controlling the battlefield. Utilizing basic attacks in addition to his abilities, Skarner is a true hybrid fighter. Skarner's passive is Energize. His basic attacks reduce the cooldowns of all his abilities. His cooldowns are reduced further if he attacks a champion. Crystal Slash damages all nearby enemies. If Crystal Slash has damaged an enemy recently, it will deal bonus damage and also slow enemies it hits. Crystalline Exoskeleton gives Skarner bonus movement and attack speed in addition to a damage blocking shield for a few seconds. If the shield breaks or times out, the speed buffs end. Fracture damages all enemies in a line and tags them with a mark. If Skarner then damages a marked target, he consumes the mark to heal himself. This heal is worth the most on the first mark consumed, and gradually less as you consume more of them. Skarner's ultimate is Impale. Skarner damages and suppresses target enemy champion. Skarner may then drag him around for a short time, dealing further damage when the effect ends. I play Skarner as a jungler. Have a teammate pull the Ancient Golem and take it down with Crystal Slash and Smite. Clear the rest of the jungle, taking Crystalline Exoskeleton at level 2, another point in Crystal Slash at level 3, and Fracture at level 4. After your initial jungle pattern, grab Boots of Speed and a Sight Ward, and then look for a gank. I find Xin Zhao and flank behind him. Morgana reacts to my aggression, and with the slow from Crystal Slash, lands a Dark Binding. Unfortunately, I underestimated Xin Zhao's health, so instead of taking the kill right away, we end up both dying to the turret. However, as with all First Blood gains, it was worth it. Skarner is a natural ganker, so always look for available enemies. I pick up a longsword and find Nidalee overextended in mid. I push in with Pantheon, forcing her to escape with Flash and Ghost. I simply loop back around, taking her down with Pantheon's help. I close in with Crystalline Exoskeleton, taking her down with Crystal Slash, Fracture, and my basic attacks. My attacks actually refresh Crystalline Exoskeleton in time to block some turret damage, but unfortunately I still die. Ultimately, because we trade kills and I also got an assist, it was still worth it. When you want to dive an enemy champion at his turret, always try to push out your minion wave. I shove my minions to the turret as Morgana sets up to gank Xin Zhao. Alistar joins in, so instead of pushing in for the kill, I retreat and let our minions tank the turret again. In chasing Alistar away from the turret, I attempt to slow him with Crystal Slash, and end up tagging him with my Lizard buff. I don't want to let Alistar juke into another brush, so I impale and pull him back towards my side of the map. Xin Zhao makes the mistake of actually trying to defend his turret. Since it's this low, I take it down with the attack speed from Crystalline Exoskeleton, and then start to kill Xin Zhao with Crystal Slash. I stick onto him using all my abilities. Fracture damages and keeps me healthy, Crystal Slash slows him down, and Crystalline Exoskeleton keeps me in range for further attacks and lower cooldowns thanks to Energize. We'd have killed Nidalee as well, but she escapes with Ghost and Flash. We get into a teamfight in the enemy jungle. I take on the role of a damage dealer in a major fight, trying to find the biggest threat and sticking to him. After getting pulled by Blitzcrank, I spot Xin Zhao and head for him immediately. I lead with Fracture and throw out consistent damage with Crystal Slash and basic attacks. However, I'm not extremely tanky, so I have to retreat until Kale hits me with Intervention. Turning back in, we take down Xin Zhao and Nasus, again sustaining myself with Fracture and stopping them from running with Crystal Slash. Alistar makes his way in, and Sho'gath dies. I look for the most threatening target, which is Nidalee when she enters the battle. Blitzcrank lands an amazing hook, but I just barely survive the turret with Crystalline Exoskeleton. I'm exceptionally afraid of Alistar, so I tag him with Impale just for the suppression. Seeing Morgana above me, I know she will lead her Dark Binding as though I ran and Alistar chased me, so I keep running along my escape path and she lands it, picking up the kill. With no team left, Blitzcrank is an easy kill underneath his turret, and we pick up an ace. Here Nasus is simply farming without any of us on the map. Once he sees me, he turns around, but Flash, Crystalline Exoskeleton, and Trinity Force allow me to catch him. I drag him back to my team with Impale, where he gets hit by a Dark Binding. Because of Crystal Slash, his escape is hopeless, so he accepts his fate and deals as much damage as he can before dying. In the last teamfight, we camp the brush waiting for them. After Morgana gets pulled by Blitzcrank, we charge forward. Immediately I try to stick to Xin Zhao, who's the most threatening target on this side of the fight. As he targets Kale, I pull him away with Impale, taking him down with Crystal Slash. I turn to Nasus, who drops immediately, and then to Alistar after his ultimate ends. As Blitzcrank tries to run, I flash over the wall and slow him with Crystal Slash, allowing us to pick up the kill quite easily. For runes, I take flat damage marks, flat armor seals, magic resist per level glyphs, and flat damage quintessences. This setup allows me a fast and safe jungle run, with defensive stats that keep me durable throughout the game. My masteries are 1-18-11, making sure to take all physical damage reduction masteries in defense, and neutral buff duration in utility. I also pick up Smite and Flash for jungle speed and ganking potential. I max Crystal Slash right away for the most damage output and slow. Afterwards, I max Crystalline Skeleton, which allows me to catch up and destroy targets. Also, because the buff ends when the shield breaks, I need to make my shield durable. I take a single point in Fracture at level 4, and max it last. I open with a Cloth Armor and 5 health potions. Regal's Lantern and Mercury Treads are my first mid-game items. My 2 core items are Trinity Force and Ryle's Crystal Scepter. These items give me a great mix of damage, durability, and chasing power. My final items are another mix of damage, durability, and utility. Depending on your needs, you might want to grab Sunfire Cape, Force of Nature, or Hextech Gunblade. Thanks for tuning into the Skarner Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel up top, and leave us your thoughts in the comments below. Tons of damage, extremely worth it. Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Shaco, the Demon Jester. Shaco is a melee assassin, adept at quickly darting around combat, disrupting his enemies with crowd control effects, and sowing confusion around a battle. Shaco makes for an excellent jungler, and has a number of different builds, as I'll demonstrate in this video. Shaco's passive is Backstab. All of Shaco's basic attacks deal bonus damage when striking a target from behind. Deceive causes Shaco to blink, turning invisible for a short time. If Shaco lands a basic attack a few seconds after using Deceive, it will automatically deal a critical strike for bonus damage. Deceive is the most important ability for attack damage Shaco, but the least important when focusing on ability power. Jack-in-the-Box places an immobile box on the ground, which lasts for a while. After a short time, it turns invisible. Any enemy that walks near an invisible Jack-in-the-Box causes it to wake up, fearing nearby enemies, attacking them, and then quickly dying. Always take Jack-in-the-Box at level 1, maxing it after Deceive for AD Shaco, or first for AP Shaco. 2 Shiv Poison passively causes Shaco's basic attacks to slow enemies.
Minions that Shaco attacks also have a chance to miss their attacks while slowed. Shaco may activate 2-Shift Poison to directly damage and slow target enemy, but this disables the passive slow until it cools back down. Always take 2-Shift Poison at level 3 and max it after Jack-in-the-Box. Hallucinate is Shaco's ultimate. Upon casting Hallucinate, Shaco creates a clone of himself, dodging all attacks and abilities aimed at him in the process. The Hallucinate clone deals damage just as Shaco would, with one added benefit. When the clone dies, it explodes, dealing significant damage to nearby enemies. I play Shaco as an attack damage focused jungler on Summoner's Rift. Taking a point in Jack-in-the-Box while buying cloth armor and 5 health potions, I rush across the map to set up Jack-in-the-Boxes for my jungle route. Remember that boxes have a fairly long lifespan in stealth, so set up a bunch of them in preparation for the jungle spawns. Stay tuned for the end of the video for the full jungle pattern. Shaco also excels at stealing the enemy's buffs. Many junglers start by killing the Ancient Golem, which respawns 5 minutes after it's killed. Typically, this means it will respawn about 7 minutes into the game. As a result, I plant a Jack-in-the-Box and pull the Golem over. I deceive behind to trigger Backstab and keep attacking. Note that I move in between attacks in an attempt to trigger more Backstab bonuses. Sure enough, the enemy Shaco shows up just as I finish killing it. I deceive away immediately and then drop a Jack-in-the-Box in the path he'll take to follow me. As I make my escape, Shyvana comes down from the top lane to pick me off. I continue to run away as far from her as possible, making sure to jump over the wall when Deceive comes off of cooldown. She follows me, so I try to hide underneath my turret, again dropping a Jack-in-the-Box to block her chase. The enemy Shaco finally makes his way in, so I toss a Shiv at him, he gets feared by my Jack-in-the-Box, and then Jax picks up the kill. Now Shyvana tries to return for the kill, so I Deceive to dodge Flame Breath, and then toss in another Shiv when I know she's going down. Thanks to Shaco's elusiveness, I steal the Golem and draw 2 enemy champions into their deaths. Upon buying Madrid's Razors and reaching level 6, you can easily solo the dragon. To do this, first use Hallucinate. Attack the dragon with yourself and pull your clone behind it to start gaining Backstab bonus damage. Once the dragon is about halfway dead, Deceive in place. The invisibility will cause the dragon to switch to your Hallucinate cloak. Continue attacking it and then use Smite to grab the kill. Shaco has a ton of ganking potential throughout the mid game because he's so slippery. I see Graves fighting near the top lane, so I Deceive over the wall and lay a trap in the brush. He flashes away, saving him from the fear of Jack-in-the-Box, but I keep chasing. Boots of mobility kick in, and I catch up with Deceive and a critical strike in his back for the kill. Before retreating back up, I stop and set my Hallucinate clone in first, so it tanks all the damage of the turret. In Dominion, I play Shaco as an ability power caster. I rush a Deathfire Grasp and try to hunt for smaller fights. As Gangplank interrupts my capture, I shoot out Jack-in-the-Box, Deathfire Grasp, and 2-Shift Poison immediately. I then Deceive in for a backstab, and then run as I can't win a basic attack fight. As 2-Shift Poison comes back from cooldown, I turn back in and take him with a cast and a few basic attacks. Shaco also defends points extremely well. Here I sit in the brush near the health relic and spam Jack-in-the-Boxes. As Graves comes into capture, I use Hallucinate and run the clone at him. He attacks it, not realizing it's only the clone, as I keep myself hidden in the brush. Seeing him low, I run in, Deceive, and chase in as I take him down with a 2-Shift Poison throw. Shaco's elusiveness makes him a huge menace to assaulting champions. I Deceive in and tag Graves with Deathfire Grasp and 2-Shift Poison, taking him down almost immediately. Then Jax heads for me, so I pop Hallucinate and focus him with the clone while I try to escape. Seeing Malzahar try to capture, I Deceive over to him, and take him out with just a Deceive crit and a throw of 2-Shift Poison. Another fight happens over the quarry. As always, I'm very flighty, planting a Jack-in-the-Box to cover my retreat and harassing Malzahar with 2-Shift Poison. I then take down Malzahar with Deathfire Grasp and turn to Graves, using both summoner spells to survive him until I drop him with 2-Shift Poison and Ignite. I head back to the capture point and help Sion kill Jax. I try to land 2-Shift Poison, but as he enters the brush, I Deceive away, afraid of Jax's damage output, killing him with 2-Shift Poison from max range. I play Shaco in 2 completely different ways in Classic and Dominion, so let's go over my setup side by side. In Classic, I take Armor Penetration Marks, Armor Seals, Cooldown Reduction Glyphs, and Attack Damage Quintessences. This setup is aimed solely at giving me massive early game damage. In Dominion, I take Magic Penetration Marks, Ability Power per level Seals, Ability Power per level Glyphs, and Flat Ability Power Quintessences. This setup is aimed at dealing massive damage late game with 2-Shift Poison, Jack-in-the-Box, and Hallucinate. My masteries are 2109 in both builds, making sure to take Magic Penetration in offense for AP Shaco. When jungling, I take Smite and Ignite, while Exhaust and Ignite work great in Dominion. In Classic, I open with a Cloth Armor and 5 health potions. I rush Wriggle's Lantern and grab Boots of Mobility so that I can clear the jungle quickly and keep ganking. From here, I assess my situation. If I'm doing well, I'll grab Infinity Edge and work toward Trinity Force. If I'm not doing well, I'll grab Phage and consider Hex Drinker for more durability. Eventually, I round out my build by grabbing Guardian Angel and Banshee's Veil, in addition to my earlier offensive items. In Dominion, I open with a Cage's Lucky Pick and Boots of Speed, upgrading to Sorcerer's Shoes and Deathfire Grasp. I continue to add damage to my build with Rabadon's Death Cap, Hextech Gunblade, and Morello's Evil Tome. My final item is Guardian Angel, which will often let me escape after death with Deceive and Jack-in-the-Box. Thanks for tuning in to the Shaco Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel above, and don't forget to thumbs us up just below the video.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Kha'Zix, the Void Reaver.
Change is good.
Kha'Zix is a melee assassin who utilizes quick movements and invisibility to take down his foes. In addition, Kha'Zix actually evolves over the course of the match, upgrading his already potent abilities with new features. Whenever Kha'Zix learns a new rank of his ultimate, he can evolve himself, adding a unique effect to any of his 4 active abilities. Note that because you can only rank up your ultimate 3 times per game, you can only evolve 3 of your 4 abilities each game. Kha'Zix's passive is Unseen Threat. Anytime Kha'Zix becomes unseen by his opponents, he gains a buff called Unseen Threat that lasts until he attacks an enemy champion. If Kha'Zix attacks an enemy champion while wearing this buff, he deals bonus damage, slows his target, and consumes the buff. Taste Their Fear damages target enemy on activation. However, if the target has no nearby allies, Kha'Zix will see the target marked, and Taste Their Fear will deal bonus damage. Kha'Zix may learn Evolved Claws, increasing the range of his basic attacks and Taste Their Fear. Additionally, Evolved Claws causes Taste Their Fear to deal further bonus damage to isolated targets based on their missing health. I recommend both maxing and evolving Taste Their Fear as soon as possible in order to quickly assassinate enemy champions. Void Spike fires out and explodes in the first enemy it hits, damaging all surrounding foes. If Kha'Zix is within the explosion, he is also healed. Evolved Spike Racks will cause Kha'Zix to fire 3 sets of spikes in a cone. These Void Spikes are now able to apply as passive Unseen Threat, dealing further damage and slowing all enemies hit. Take Void Spike at level 1 and max it primarily if you need extra health sustain to survive a tough lane or the jungle. Evolve it if you're looking for the extra farming and chasing potential by applying Unseen Threat. Leap makes Kha'Zix jump to a nearby target area, damaging all enemies he lands near. With Evolved Wings, Leap's range is greatly increased and will immediately refresh its cooldown if Kha'Zix kills or assists in the kill of an enemy champion. Take a point early, but I would generally recommend maxing it last. However, evolving it will greatly help you get into fights and continue chasing as your enemies fall. Void Assault is Kha'Zix's ultimate. When activated, Kha'Zix briefly stealths and gains bonus movement speed. Void Assault may be activated twice in a short time frame before going on cooldown. If Kha'Zix learns Evolved Active Camouflage, he may cast Void Assault a 3rd time and takes reduced damage while stealth. Absolutely take points in Void Assault whenever possible to access more evolutions. Choose Evolved Active Camouflage if you're looking for a larger impact in teamfights, providing increased durability and slipperiness. When jungling as Kha'Zix, remember that neutral monsters can be isolated from other neutral monsters. So when taking on tough monster camps, kill off the weakest ones first, allowing Taste Their Fear to hit the biggest one for bonus damage. Kha'Zix can easily gank from the jungle, as Leap will put you into range to first land a basic attack for Unseen Threat. Then, wait until your opponent is isolated from his minions for Taste Their Fear. After Kha'Zix forces Malzahar's Flash, he simply waits in the brush to come out again, landing the exact same combo by leaping in for Unseen Threat, followed by Void Spike and Taste Their Fear for the kill. Because the dragon can never have other neutral monsters nearby, it will always be isolated for Taste Their Fear. Because of this, Kha'Zix is exceptional at killing the dragon, even when alone. A simple vision ward makes sure no enemies are watching, and Kha'Zix takes out the dragon quite easily. When playing as a solo laner, constantly look for openings to strike. Taste Their Fear into a basic attack nets some easy harass. Kha'Zix jumps into the brush to re-trigger Unseen Threat and dives back in. He lands it with a basic attack again and follows up with Taste Their Fear and Void Spike. Upon reaching level 3, Leap enables even more harassment, pushing Rumble back again. Upon reaching level 6 or 7, Kha'Zix can easily engage for a kill. A basic attack with Unseen Threat and Void Spike opens the fight. Kha'Zix waits for a second and then activates Void Assault, which deals significant damage as it reactivates Unseen Threat, and pushes Rumble back away from his minions. Once isolated, Taste Their Fear deals incredible damage while he saves Leap to dodge Rumble's ultimate, picking up the kill and surviving. Evolving Active Camouflage is awesome when diving enemies near their turrets. Watch as Kha'Zix times Void Assault right before turret shots land, blocking a large portion of the damage while fighting Misfortune and while escaping after the kill. Remember that Kha'Zix relies on stealth and mobility to survive in fights. Initially, Evolved Spike Racks makes harassment easy, as Void Spike will apply Unseen Threat every time he pokes. However, Kha'Zix gets greedy. He tries to open in onto Misfortune using Void Assault and Leap. While Kha'Zix deals some great initial damage with Taste Their Fear and basic attacks, the enemy turret prevents Void Assault from really saving him from counterattack, and he falls quickly. Instead, use your mobility to find squishy enemies out in the open. Using Void Assault, Kha'Zix gets the drop on Misfortune, killing her with Leap and Taste Their Fear, following up onto Morgana and forcing her down as well. I recommend building Kha'Zix for all-out physical damage while almost ignoring durability, relying on stealth and quick movements for survival instead. Here's an example build. Take attack damage marks, armor seals, magic resist per level glyphs, and attack damage quintessences. Run 21-9-0 masteries, taking physical damage increases in offense with added armor and health in defense. When jungling, always take Smite. Outside of that, consider Ignite for champion killing, Exhaust to lock down and chase your prey, and Flash for increased mobility. Open with Boots of Speed and health potions, plus a few quick Doran's Blades. Your first major purchases will be Brutalizer and Bloodthirster for heavily increased burst damage when assassinating your foes. From here, choose upgraded boots. Ninja Tabby or Mercury Treads will help you survive, while Boots of Mobility will help you assassinate. As you scale into the late game, pick up Last Whisper, Guardian Angel, Maw of Malmortius, and Yomu's Ghostblade. Thanks for tuning in to the Kha'Zix Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel above and leave us your comments just below the video.
League of Legends Season 1 ended with European powerhouse Fnatic dominating the World Championship in Sweden.
This year, the competition expands from North America, Europe, and Southeast Asia to China and Korea.
Who will take the top prize this year? Find out as we kick off League of Legends Season 2.
This year, players will compete for a chance to win their share of an unprecedented $5 million prize pool. The prize pool will be spread across a number of events, both large and small, throughout Season 2. We'll have complete coverage of the top events from the Season 2 Challenger Circuit, as the best teams from around the world compete for $1 million in prize money. The teams with the most circuit points from each region around the globe will have the chance to compete for another $1 million in the regional finals.
It all leads up to the $2 million Season 2 World Championship. Follow all the action of every Challenger Circuit event to see who goes from good to great with constant updates on our brand new competitive section at LeagueofLegends.com. Think you have what it takes to compete in the world scene? Gather your friends, create your team, and start competing in ranked matches. Get your share of $1 million by competing in prized events. Find prized events in your area by checking out the complete schedule on the website. So get ready for some of the best League of Legends action yet. And see who rises to the challenge in League of Legends Season 2. It's the biggest League of Legends event yet.
The best players from around the globe are competing for the biggest prize pool in the history of esports.
Announcing the Season 2 World Championship.
Riot and the entire League of Legends community have been watching Season 2 unfold, and the competition has been fierce. Early leaders like SK Gaming, CLG, TSM, and Dignitas quickly emerged, but upstarts such as MIG, World Elite, and Moscow 5 have exploded onto the scene.
I wanted to make a statement to players around the world when we committed to a multi-million-dollar prize pool. League of Legends will be an esports leader for years to come. So far, we've awarded over $1 million in prize money to teams around the globe. And one of those teams is going to walk away with the grand prize. We can't wait to see how many summoners watch the rest of this season's events. Just halfway through the season, more people are watching League of Legends than tune in to watch Major League Baseball games on ESPN.
Regional finals will come to you live from around the world. We kick off in mainland China at ChinaJoy in July, followed by Europe at Gamescom in August, North America at PAX Prime in September, Southeast Asia, Singapore and Taiwan, and wrapping up in Korea at the OnGameNet Esports Stadium. After the regional winners have been declared, the top 12 teams will then put it all on the line during the Season 2 World Championship in Los Angeles, California.
We want to show our players and the world that Riot Games is committed to elevating esports. And that's why we are raising the bar to where it belongs. This is not going to be your typical esport event. And it's all in support of the insane competition between the two best teams on the planet.
The Season 2 World Championship. Tickets go on sale this summer.
Summoners, my name is Paul Beleza and I'm an associate producer here at Riot Games, and I'm happy to announce the next champion in League of Legends, Wukong, the Monkey King. Monkey King is a melee DPS fighter who is super fun to play. Let's start off by talking about his passive, Stone Skin. Stone Skin allows you to gain armor and magic resistance the more enemies are nearby you, so it's really going to encourage you to fight. Then let's talk about his abilities. His Q is called Crushing Blow. What Crushing Blow does is on your next hit, you're going to do extra damage and decrease the armor of the enemy champion that you're fighting. His second ability is Decoy. Monkey King leaves a copy of himself and goes invisible. This copy stays there and you're invisible for a little bit of time, so you can wander off. Then at the end of a short period of time, that copy of yourself spins around and does AoE damage, which is fantastic for setting up ganks, for sneaking and getting away, really leaning into this mischievous type of play that's emblematic of what the Monkey King character is about. His third ability is Nimbus Strike, which allows you to target an enemy champion and rush to their location and hit them really hard. However, it does more than that. If there are up to 2 enemy champions or minions nearby, you will make 2 copies of yourself that will hit those champions as well. So long story short, you might be able to hit up to 3 people anytime with this strike. It's fantastic. His ultimate ability is Cyclone. Monkey King starts spinning around in a whirling tornado of death, doing major damage. He continues to spin faster and faster, able to move around the map a lot quicker and damage enemies nearby. It's a great way to smack people around. Wukong is a very exciting champion to play. He's very aggressive. You can jump into fights with him as well as get out of fights very easily. His abilities work very well together. Summoners, thank you for tuning in and thank you for playing League of Legends.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Wukong, the Monkey King. The Monkey King is a tricky, elusive melee damage dealer. His abilities allow him to dart around combat or jump into the fray and take on all your opponents at once. His passive is Stone Skin, which bestows bonus armor and magic resist for every nearby enemy champion. Crushing Blow causes your next attack to deal bonus damage and lower the armor of whomever you hit. Activating this ability resets your attack timer, so try to use it immediately after landing a normal attack. Decoy leaves behind a copy of yourself while you turn invisible. After a brief delay, the decoy damages all nearby enemies and your stealth ends. Using Decoy looks almost identical to simply pressing S to stop, which can give you a lot of interesting tricks. Nimbus Strike causes you and 2 clones of yourself to leap toward and damage up to 3 enemies in a target area. Immediately after leaping, you gain bonus attack speed for a short time. Cyclone is Monkey King's ultimate. Cyclone gives you bonus movement speed and damages nearby enemies for a few seconds. Any enemies hit by Cyclone are also knocked into the air, but only once per ability cast. Early game harassment with Nimbus Strike can really set you ahead, especially against slow mages. Throughout the early game you can really get some free harassment with armor penetration and an early Doran's Blade. At level 2 you can upgrade this harassment. Close the gap with Nimbus Strike and follow up with Crushing Blow. As you can see, I repeatedly force Veigar back to his turret, chewing through health potions. I continue to pressure Veigar throughout the lane, knowing that I can secure the kill with Ghost and Flash. After dropping him to 10% health, I try to head behind his turret to cut off his escape. Seeing him hide underneath it, I make sure to take my time. Once I see him cast Dark Matter, I move around it and only push in when I know I'll land all my abilities. I flash out and take the kill relatively unscathed. Cyclone is a great way to set up for your teammates. I see Pantheon begin Grand Skyfall, so I use Ghost and Cyclone to guarantee a knockup on Veigar. Once I know the kill is secured for Pantheon, I back off to make sure I survive the encounter. In mid, I take on Ezreal. I leap in with Nimbus Strike, and after he tries to evade me, I hit him with Crushing Blow to reduce his armor before taking him down with Cyclone. Because of Sheen, my burst damage is strong enough to take on Olaf, forcing him to run. Monkey King also makes for a great assassin. Here I clean up Ezreal after a small fight. With Ghost and Trinity Force, I have an even easier time with Leona. With over 500 movement speed, there's no chance for her to escape, especially when I trigger the slow from Trinity Force. Monkey King has a ton of hidden complexity. As I run from the fight in mid, I decoy and then change directions, hoping that my opponents will continue to head left. They guess correctly, so I Nimbus Strike to the enemy farther away, which allows me more distance from the enemy Monkey King. Once I make it out, I see Leona get into a fight. Unfortunately, upon seeing Veigar, I don't see any way of helping, so I have to let her die. After retreating, I see Decoy is back up, so I stay around to see if I can get into a fight. Sure enough, the enemy Monkey King shows up. In close quarters, you want to lead with Crushing Blow, as it will make Nimbus Strike deal more damage. At this point, I decoy. Pantheon is coming in from the top left. My decoy is camping in the brush, and I head to the bottom right. As a result, there's no way for him to escape, and we pick up the kill after his stealth ends. Pressing S for stop looks almost identical to actually activating decoy. As I'm getting chased, I simply stop to trick my opponents. After waiting exactly 1.5 seconds, they assume I ran to the bottom brush, as that's the only location I could have reached without being seen. So, I decoy and head up, guaranteeing my escape as they check below. We get into a large team fight in mid. Immediately I head for Olaf to try to save my teammate. As I chase, I can't quite get into range for Nimbus Strike. However, I know it will target multiple enemies, so I jump to Ezreal and the resulting clones kill Olaf for me. I chase Ezreal with Cyclone and lead him to knock out Veigar and to wait for his Arcane Shift. As I Nimbus Strike Veigar, a perfectly timed flash allows him to escape me. Turning to Leona, I use a couple of small tricks and optimizations. I land Crushing Blow first to lower her armor, then I land a second basic attack, which lets her walk out of range, but I can Nimbus Strike to catch back up. I use Decoy, which allows me to get extra close with Leona while I wait for Crushing Blow's cooldown. I use the fact that Crushing Blow resets my auto attack timer to get 2 attacks in much more quickly than I would otherwise be able to. Let's show the previous trick more cleanly. We dive Ezreal at his turret. I jump him with Nimbus Strike, follow up with a basic attack, and immediately use Crushing Blow, dropping him to less than 1/4 of his health. As he runs, I simply chase with Ghost and Crushing Blow, because I know he'll die in one more attack. Juking enemies with Stop is probably my favorite part of Monkey King, so I'll show it to you again. Here I'm chased by the enemy Monkey King. I press Stop and he just turns around, giving up on the chase, so I simply walk away. I run away from a teamfight in mid. An unsuccessful Stop juke gets me low, and ultimately I have to use Decoy and Flash to escape. Thankfully, only Ezreal follows me. I hit him for over half his health and retreat when his team comes to help. Waiting off in the wings, I notice that Ezreal has been left all alone, so I ghost back in and take him out with Nimbus Strike and a basic attack. Seeing Leona and Olaf come back, I attempt to stop juke, which causes them to run. I activate Decoy, which lets me get a free attack off on Leona before turning around. As the fight continues, I Nimbus Strike onto Veigar and land just one basic attack before using Decoy. In the confusion, they have no idea if I'm real or not, and unload most of their cooldowns onto my clone. My teammate Leona joins the fight, so I head back in, taking down Olaf before escaping. For runes, I take armor penetration bars, flat armor seals, flat magic resist glyphs, and flat health regeneration quintessences. This setup allows me the most power at early levels in lane, where you can really shine. My masteries are 0-21-9 with Ghost and Flash, allowing me to play extremely aggressively in lane, shrugging off most of the enemy minion damage. I take 2 points in Crushing Blow early, getting a single early point in Decoy and maxing Nimbus Strike first, going back to Crushing Blow after. My goal is to have the same cooldowns on Crushing Blow and Nimbus Strike. Nimbus Strike gains more damage per level up, so this level order gives me the best harassment. For items, I take a Doran's Blade to start, almost always heading immediately to Mercury Treads, followed by Trinity Force. Beyond that, I choose to build him a bit tanky, but you can find a build that works for you. In the Spotlight, I built Atma's Impaler, Force of Nature, Blast Whisper, and Bloodthirster. Thanks for tuning in to the Wukong Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel and leave us your comments below.
Welcome to the Xin Zhao, Seneschal of Demacia Sneak Peek Champion Spotlight, presented by Riot Games. Xin Zhao can be played as a tank or melee DPS, but the build I chose for this spotlight is a jungling tank build. First, let's demonstrate his various abilities. His first spell is 3 Talon Strike. You get a buff, causing your next 3 attacks to deal bonus damage. The third attack will knock your opponent into the air, disabling him for a short time. Second is Battle Cry, giving you attack speed passively, and a bonus when activated. While Battle Cry is in its active state, every attack he makes lowers the cooldowns of his other abilities by 1 second. Battle Cry has great synergy with his first skill, since you can quickly refresh the cooldown and use the attack speed to knock your opponents up faster. Next, Xin Zhao can cast Audacious Charge, which quickly dashes to an enemy, dealing damage and briefly slowing the movement of the target and nearby foes. Xin Zhao's ultimate is Crescent Sweep. It's a simple, low cooldown ultimate that deals heavy damage in an area around him, hitting for a percentage of each target's current health plus a base amount. Additionally, Xin Zhao gains armor and magic resist for a short time. His passive is Tireless Warrior, which heals Xin Zhao on every third attack he makes. My rune page has attack speed marks, which empower his first 2 skills, and standard tank runes, dodge seals, flat magic resist glyphs, and flat health quintessences. My masteries follow 9-21-0, improved smite and physical damage talents in offense, with standard jungling masteries in defense. I take Smite and Flash as summoner spells, which allows me to jungle and escape or initiate fights easier. Start out jungling at the Golem with 3 Talon Strike, an Elixir of Agility, and 5 health potions. Finish the Wolf Camp just below, learning Battle Cry. Afterwards, you'll have Smite up just in time to finish the Lizard Camp at around 3 minutes 40 seconds, less than 2 minutes to acquire both buffs and start ganking. I learn Audacious Charge, which allows me to quickly close the distance to gank. Immediately after acquiring both buffs, gank mid or bottom. With both bottom champions significantly pushed up, I'm able to easily close distance behind Rammus. Notice that I save Audacious Charge for his inevitable escape attempt. I head to gank mid afterwards. I probably could have killed Dr. Mundo, but I make the mistake of flashing while still exhausted. Instead, I could have waited for the exhaust to time out and just flashed into the brush to kill him. I dive Malzahar at top with my teammate Alistair. Here's an incredibly important trick to use with Xin Zhao. Audacious Charge slows in an area around the target you choose. While I'm not in range of Malzahar, the purple caster minion is. The slow allows me to land 3 Talon Strike, which lets Alistair catch up as well. Later in the game, I head to gank Malzahar in mid. Notice that I run to cut him off as opposed to following him like Nasus did. If you can, always chase an enemy through multiple paths. As Malzahar flashes away from Nasus, I'm already in range to kill him. I head to kill Dragon with my team. While our opponents gank us, I know that I can quickly kill it with Smite. Also, Dragon is worth about 2 champion kills in gold and experience, so if you can spare the time, make the effort to finish it off. From there, I simply choose the weakest targets first. Dr. Mundo, then Morgana, then Rammus with 3 Talon Strike, and finally Malphite with Audacious Charge. We start a large fight near mid lane. Crescent Sweep and 3 Talon Strike evaporate Morgana and Dr. Mundo. After disabling Rammus with 3 Talon Strike, I retreat away from Malphite with Flash. I then notice that both Malzahar and Annie are running out of mana, so I dive back in knowing that I need to help get the kill, but also that Malzahar has no chance of killing me back. Nasus and I attempt to gank Morgana and Dr. Mundo in their jungle. However, we make the grave mistake of sticking around way too long. The rest of our team is nowhere nearby, while our enemies just pile on top of us to save their friends. When fighting in enemy territory, you need to know when to retreat. We get ganked while attempting to kill Baron Nashor. I use Audacious Charge to slow him for my team, and wait to use Crescent Sweep until I can hit at least 2 targets. I help keep Malzahar disabled with 3 Talon Strike. As we chase our opponents across the map, I flash to use Randuin's Omen, letting us catch up to Malphite a little bit easier. Malphite initiates on us, but I don't take the bait. I wait for Morgana to enter the picture, jump on her with Audacious Charge, Crescent Sweep, and then finish the deal with 3 Talon Strike. Turning on Battlecry, I head for Dr. Mundo, and keep him slowed with Audacious Charge. As Rammus tries to get away, I keep him pinned with 3 Talon Strike, and then charge as soon as it's ready. Thanks for tuning in to the Xin Zhao Champion Spotlight. Pick him up soon and head
to the arena.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Urgot, the Headsman's Pride. Urgot is an interesting champion, who starts out dealing crazy damage and controlling his lane, before settling into a tank and assassin type role, relying on his ultimate and his team to kill important enemy targets. Urgot's passive is Zon-Touched Bolt Augmenter. His basic attacks and first ability reduce his target's damage for a short time. First is Acid Hunter. He fires a simple physical damage missile to the target location and applies his passive. Terror Capacitor is second. Urgot places a shield on himself, which absorbs damage. Until it breaks or times out, his basic attacks and his Acid Hunter slow the targets he hits. While the slow is short, it can stack upon itself. Third, Urgot may cast Noxian Corrosive Charge. This is an area of effect nuke which deals damage over time, lowers armor, and most importantly allows Acid Hunter to lock onto the target. Now, if you cast Acid Hunter with your cursor over the target, it will always hit. Urgot's ultimate is the Hyperkinetic Position Reverser. He stuns his target and channels for a second, swapping positions with the target and slowing him, while Urgot briefly gains armor and magic resist. My runes are standard for physical range DPS champions. Armor penetration marks and quintessences, mana regeneration per level seals, and flat cooldown reduction glyphs. My masteries are 11, 0, 19. I take ability power, critical chance, cooldowns, and armor penetration in offense, while going all the way down for cooldown reduction and utility as well, making sure to take increased mana regeneration along the way. I take Ghost and Flash for summoner spells, which allow me to use my ultimate more easily. I start with a Doran's Ring and Health Potion. The mana regeneration and very high ability power ratios on Terror Capacitor and Corrosive Charge make it a great choice. Right at level 2, I use Corrosive Charge into Acid Hunter for great damage. Early in the game, my damage output is immense with my armor penetration stack. Even though I miss my first 2 spellcasts and get stunned by Kennen, I'm able to absorb some of the damage with Terror Capacitor and drop him off quickly with Acid Hunter. At level 8, I've got level 4 Acid Hunter with 2 in Corrosive Charge. I'm still able to harass Kennen extremely well. Once he gets back into range, I cast my ultimate, making Corrosive Charge extremely easy to land, giving me another kill. With my Brutalizer and Mercury Treads, I head top to kill Galio. I swap him into Nasus with my Position Reverser, while my shield and armor buff tank the turret. Because of Mercury Treads, I'm able to flash out of his ultimate, while I continue dealing damage with Corrosive Charge and Acid Hunter. Back in mid, I use Position Reverser on Kennen just to slow him down for my spells and to beef myself up in front of the turret. As he drops, I meet up with a Mumu to fight Garen and Galio. Corrosive Charge and Acid Hunter help kill Garen. Terror Capacitor holds up long enough to tank Idol of Durand, and then I make short work of Galio. As we start a team fight in mid, I have one purpose: swap Ezreal into my team. I run up to him with Ghost and use Position Reverser. I pummel him with Corrosive Charge and Acid Hunter while slowing him with Terror Capacitor and Phage. The rest of the fight is a cakewalk with their carries dead, and we score an ace.
Again, we group up for battle in mid. I finished Frozen Mallet now, which makes pinning targets a breeze. I spam on Garen with Corrosive Charge and Acid Hunter, but again my main goal is to flash towards Ezreal to get him into range for swapping him. Finally, I want to talk about teamfight positioning. Notice that I walk myself behind Nasus and Gragas, and then aim specifically for Kennen. Once he drops, I repeatedly slow Garen, and finally cast my ultimate on him just to stun him for my team. As Galio channels Idol of Durand, I escape the area with Mercury Treads, and then pick him off as well. Basically, I make sure I'm never able to be killed, while I'm always in range to repeatedly throw all my spells. Thanks for tuning in to the Urgot Champion Spotlight. I don't have a clever introduction this time. I just want you to bear witness to Urgot's awesomeness.
Fear? No, I am the Mind Killer.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Ahri, the nine-tailed fox. Ahri is a mobile mage assassin. Utilizing skill shots, dashes, and clever positioning, Ahri excels at taking out single targets and disrupting the enemy team. Ahri's passive is Soul Eater. Every time one of her spells hits an enemy, she gains stacks of Soul Eater. Once it reaches its cap, her next spell will enjoy significantly increased spell vamp. Orb of Deception fires out Ahri's orb and then pulls it back, dealing magic damage on the way out and true damage on the way back. I take Orb of Deception at level 1 and max it by level 9. Foxfire creates 3 orbiting flames around Ahri. These flames then seek out and damage any nearby enemies who wander too close. Single targets can be hit multiple times, but extra hits deal reduced damage. I take Foxfire at level 4 and max it last. Charm sends out a skill shot nuke that damages and charms the first enemy it hits. Charmed enemies are slowed and walk toward Ahri for a short time. I take Charm at level 2 and max it by level 13. Ahri's ultimate is Spirit Rush. When activated, Ahri dashes toward the cursor and damages 3 nearby enemies. Ahri may dash twice more within a few seconds of first using Spirit Rush before it goes on cooldown. In early laning, I make sure to count the charges on Soul Eater. Once I've capped it out, I use Orb of Deception to hit as large of a minion wave as possible, returning the most health I can. After learning Spirit Rush, I head to gank other lanes. I make the mistake of leading with Charm instead of waiting for a clear shot. However, I Spirit Rush over the wall and then dash away from his turret in case I get locked up inside turret range. Yorick and I take him down and then Skarner appears. I tag him with Orb of Deception and activate Foxfire, walk on top of him, and take him down before retreating with Yorick. As my team sieges the middle turret, I try to poke as much as possible with skill shots. Landing Charm means I get Orb of Deception without any dodging. Again, I keep track of Soul Eater stacks, using Foxfire to trigger the spell vamp for Orb of Deception. Spirit Rush comes back from cooldown and Annie is out of position. I activate Foxfire, Spirit Rush over, fire off Charm, and then immediately Orb of Deception. I use my 2 remaining charges of Spirit Rush to escape Singed. Ahri excels at catching opponents off guard. Here Malzahar is attempting to defend his base, but a quick Spirit Rush into Charm locks him up. I follow with Foxfire into Spirit Rush and a point-blank Orb of Deception for the kill. With my final charge of Spirit Rush, I escape from underneath the turret. Once everyone gets together for the fight, I try to keep my distance and just dish out damage with my basic spells until I notice an opening. Once Lux gets low, I charge in with Spirit Rush twice, turning back to hit Singed and Skarner with Spirit Rush, Foxfire, and Charm. As Singed tries to escape, I flash for Orb of Deception, able to easily clean up Skarner in the resulting 4 versus 1 fight. Our opponents catch us near Baron. I open up on Skarner because I can't assassinate anyone with so many crowd control effects on the enemy team. We're able to kill him rather quickly as I use Spirit Rush not to dive onto enemy champions, but to damage the surrounding enemies, Skarner and Singed. Once Skarner falls, I look to take out squishier targets like Annie, landing Charm and Foxfire to pick up the kill. With most of their team dead, I'm able to play a little bit more aggressively by walking up to Singed for Orb of Deception and Foxfire, killing him. With the fight now 4 versus 1, I leave my team to clean up Lux as I head toward my minion wave to push down the enemy base. On Dominion, Ahri's all-out offense lets you really help your team out in larger fights. As we push onto the windmill, I land skill shots on Tristana and Dr. Mundo, activating Foxfire to help pick up Fizz. With Ignite and Orb of Deception, I wear my opponents down further. After, I decide I can go in for the kill on Tristana. Ghost, Charm, and basic attacks grab the kill, and I escape for a health relic. Once we've actually captured the windmill, Fizz respawns and shows up. I know with my remaining health I can only attempt to interrupt his captures, but once Alistair comes in to help, I try to bait him over. He lunges at us with Playful Trickster, and as soon as Alistair lands Pulverize, I tag him with Charm, allowing Alistair to headbutt him away for a kill underneath our turret. It's important to note that landing skill shots is extremely vital when playing Ahri. I spot Heimerdinger heading in toward the Speed Shrine. I try to lead him with Charm, but he dodges by stopping in place. He dodges Orb of Deception by turning around, but by using Spirit Rush, I hit him with the second half of it. Now out of cooldowns and missing half my spells, I foolishly chase Heimerdinger through his turrets, falling to their damage output and his rockets. When you do land skill shots, it's a much different game. As Heimerdinger comes down from the windmill, I land Charm successfully. This lets me hit Orb of Deception without him dodging. Between Foxfire and Spirit Rush, I clean up Heimerdinger extremely quickly and start to capture the point. For runes, I take Magic Penetration Marks, Ability Power per level Seals, Ability Power per level Glyphs, and Flat Ability Power Quintessences. This build is aimed at giving me the greatest possible magic damage at all stages of the game. My masteries are 2109, taking all the magic damage and ability power increasing masteries in offense, while taking bonus mana, mana regeneration, and increased neutral buff duration in utility. I take Ignite and Flash for summoner spells in Classic, subbing out Flash for Ghost in Dominion. In either case, I master all my summoner spells in their respective trees. In Classic, I open up with a Sapphire Crystal and 2 health potions. I upgrade quickly to Catalyst the Protector and grab Boots of Speed before upgrading further to Rod of Ages and Sorcerer's Shoes. I then start major ability power purchases through Raven's Deathcap, Will of the Ancients, and if required, Void Staff. I then buy a Lichbane and consider selling Rod of Ages for Rylith's Crystal Scepter. In Dominion, I take a similar build, but open with Prospector's Ring and Boots of Speed while skipping the Rod of Ages. I follow the same path as before, taking Rabadon's Deathcap, Will of the Ancients, and seeing if I need Void Staff to combat my opponent's magic resist. Like in Classic, I also take Lichbane and Rylith's Crystal Scepter. Thanks for tuning in to the Ahri Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel above, and don't forget to thumbs us up just below the video.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Alright. Yeah. Okay. Alright. Okay. Yeah.
League of Legends Season 1 helped bring the excitement of Summoner's Rift to the global esports arena. The Season 1 championship earlier this year broke viewership records, and I'm excited to share our plans for Season 2 to encourage even more competitive play and an even better experience for our fans. This season, players from every corner of the globe will have a chance to compete for an unprecedented $5 million prize pool. The prizing will be distributed throughout the season, culminating in a $2 million global championship tournament.
The world's most prestigious tournaments will determine the best teams from each region. The best teams from all around the world will earn their spots to compete in front of an audience of millions at the Season 2 World Championship. With our all-new spectator mode, fans will be able to watch thousands of competitive matches happening in hundreds of tournaments throughout Season 2.
We're excited to share all these incredible new features with you, and you can stay up to date on everything you need to know at our website, leagueoflegends.com. We look forward to seeing who rises to the challenge on the competitive fields of justice.
Being the best team is every professional player from sport to esports dream. Everyone wants to be number one, you know? I definitely want to be number one.
A battle of epic proportions is about to unfold. The top players of League of Legends from Riot Games and some of the best pro gamers in the world.
Korean team is strong. They're going to dominate all over the world very soon.
We're gonna bring the house down with Elements, Messiah, Mistake, Maknoon, and Snoopy at the Palms Resort and Casino in Las Vegas.
And he's doing a very good job, actually 2v1, turning the game around. It is now Milkow in a 2v1 situation.
Always I want to win. That's the biggest dream. Every professional gamer wants to win.
It's the first ever Riot Games World Invitational, coming this Friday exclusively on LeagueofLegends.com.
Are you guys ready for some League of Legends action? Jackie! so much damage.
Nubu Frost are in the finals.
Welcome to the Riot Games Champion Spotlight, featuring Twisted Fate, the Cardmaster. In this video, we'll be discussing the merits of a DPS Cardmaster, focusing either on attack speed and magic damage items, or more conventional physical damage items. While there are around 5 ways to build Twisted Fate, I'll focus on 2 of the most common, and they'll have somewhat different builds, but perform the same role. First, let's look at magic damage and attack speed. Here, I have a fairly standard caster type setup: magic penetration, hit points per level, cooldowns, and flat health quintessences, followed by a 9-0-21 mastery build, which you can see here. I take Cleanse and Ghost as summoner spells, allowing me to escape or catch up to enemies when I need to. Right at level 6, you should teleport back to base. Typically, some unlucky enemy will be gankable with Destiny. Let's look for the factors here. I have level 3 stacked deck and have it set up so that my next attack will deal the bonus damage. I lock gold card, hit Destiny, find an opponent, and gate to Akali. The position of my teleport is also very important. If Akali chose to turn around, I'd be able to escape the tower without taking too much damage. However, I'm in her way just enough that even with flash, I'm able to spike her for over 200 damage on a single attack. Once again, I look for a gank with Destiny. Again, I am within 2 attacks of hitting stacked deck. With the gold card locked, I know the bonus damage is guaranteed. This time, I know Akali won't see me coming as I gate into the brush, so I can safely lead her movement. Additionally, the Destiny reveal means Akali is not able to evade us with stealth. With Ryze's help, I succeed in my second Destiny gank of the game. Due to my successful ganking, we head to Baron Nashor at the 15-minute mark. While most of the damage comes from the extremely fast Madrid's Bloodrazor, you can still use Pick a Card for damage here. However, try to use blue card. Baron Nashor is immune to debuffs, so red and gold have no extra effect on him. As a fight breaks out during our push, I make use of Cleanse and Ghost to escape Annie's burst damage. I am also able to break free from Warwick with Shen's help, and you can see how quickly Twisted Fate can drop individual targets under concentrated attacks. Unfortunately, I screw up and walk directly into the battle instead of attacking, but when the going gets tough, just use Destiny and gate. We rush into the jungle to pick a fight. Even tanky champions like Nasus can fall extremely quickly to the magic DPS Twisted Fate build. As he dies, I have to escape Warwick once again, using Cleanse and Ghost, and then gold card he's picked up for another kill. After my opponents realize they've overextended, they start to retreat. However, I cast Destiny and patiently wait for Akali to commit to a single direction of retreat. As I gate to cut her off, she turns around and runs directly into my teammates and gets hit for over 300 damage with stacked deck and Pick a Card. Once again, we run for another Baron kill. Note that Baron respawns 7 minutes after death, so we make sure to jump on him within 60 seconds of his respawn. Alternatively, if you want to focus on physical damage, swap magic penetration for armor penetration, cooldown reduction for flat magic resist, and change your masteries to 2109, making sure you still get the magic penetration mastery, but just feel free to give up attack speed for it. For summoner spells, I find that a mix of selfish spells, like Ghost, Cleanse, and Flash, give you the most staying power. Remember that your job is to deal damage, and the longer you stay alive, the more benefit you are to your team. Here we start a new game with a new level 6 gank. Again, I'm within 2 attacks of stacked deck, I've locked the gold card, and I Destiny close to Anivia. Even with Flash, Cleanse, and Rebirth, my damage output is just too awesome. While attacking the Golem with Jax, Shaco pokes his head out. I switch focus to the Jack-in-the-Box so that we don't get feared, and then chase him down with gold card to grab us a kill. As my team does battle in the bottom of the map, I aim to gate in. I let Destiny sit for a bit after locking gold card, hoping my opponents will split up for an easier kill. I gate in and stun Akali, turning her into another kill for my team. The battle disperses and we fight Lizard for a short time, but we get attacked again. Thanks to my Last Whisper and damage from Pickaxe and stacked deck, even the 118 armor Shen drops very quickly. Anivia falls and I jump onto Ashe. Because of Ghost and Cleanse, she almost gets away, but Ezreal lands a nice true shot barrage to clean up. We attempt to kill Baron Nashor, but are quickly ganked by our enemies. I'm sure to stun Shaco with Gold Card, and then cleanse out of Exhaust and Randuin's Omen. Wild Cards and Gold Card net me a kill on Shen. Akali dies to concentrated effort soon afterwards, but as I go to support the rest of the fight, Anivia and Ashe are just getting away. Thankfully, I have Destiny up, and there is no way Ashe is getting away from Gold Card and stacked deck. Let's take a break for some mechanics. Early in the game, you really want to abuse Blue Card. It refunds all but 10 mana, making it essentially free if you use the ability. The bonus damage makes last hitting a breeze. Normally, Twisted Fate has pretty poor base damage, so being able to hit for 77 damage at level 1 is really valuable. Once you hit level 2, you want to start playing the stacked deck minigame. Last hit as you normally would until you've built your third deck charge, where you now have 110 damage to last hit. Thanks for tuning in to the Twisted Fate Champion Spotlight. If you're looking for a champion with plenty of gambits, then
pick a card.
Master.
CG is really valuable because it allows us to bring our champions to life. It allows us to get up close and personal with our champions in a completely unconstrained way.
We know that each champion has very iconic, distinctive moves that our players recognize. So we're constantly trying to be as authentic as possible and as close to the game as we can be. We're going to try to hit that.
One of the difficult things is, as artists, we can't take what happens in the game and interpret it completely literally. Garen's a perfect example. If Garen was just spinning around the CG the whole time, we would have what feels like a cartoon. We saw the cut of the Garen scene, it didn't have the spin. Garen is not Garen if there's no spin, so how can we make a spin? That's not like a literal interpretation, and then Brad got up and he did his thing.
And I stood up and I was like, it could look like this. And I whipped around, kicked the chair into the wall, kicked his wall. And the whole time he's just screaming, yes, yes, yes. And that was it. That was like the birth of it. And so I sat down and I started gesture drawing over the actual animation itself.
There was a lot of back and forth on getting that to look really authentic to Garen, but in a new way. It was a nod to what happens in the game, but completely appropriate to the CG.
Another example is TF moving in on Fiddle. He's going to initiate that with the yellow card. So if there's an opportunity to keep it authentic, that's worth doing.
Why not motion capture? If we're trying to sell realistic or believability, then why didn't we motion capture the moves? The most athletic being in the world couldn't deliver on what we need Twisted Fate to deliver on what Riot. Riot jumps 10 feet in the air to jump over that giant 400-ton pillar. We wanted to be able to break the body when we needed, to create things that you could feel and not see. For instance, if you were to pause it, his back is broken. I mean, it's completely broken and he's off balance. You don't see it, but you feel how powerful he is, that it's a spine-breaking throw.
Personality is incredibly important when we're creating these champions.
Annie's cool because she's like this two-sided kind of character. She's very cute and adorable, kind of innocent looking on the outside, but then you know she's got this demonic kind of twisted inside. We decided we definitely needed to shoot video reference and kind of get some ideas going. So one of our fellow writers, Christina Wan, volunteered to do some video reference for us, and she did such an awesome job on it that the animator working on it basically just took that reference and put it on Annie. It was like interpreted brilliantly, and it just really came to life, and it became this really cool moment.
And we put so many fine details into the CG that no matter how many times you watch it, you're gonna notice something new every time. You may notice that Demon Blade Trindamir's sword is actually breathing for a split second. You may notice that Tibor's tongue, when he's hanging by Annie's side, is actually flopping around, hand animated. It's touches like that that we think add a little bit of extra magic to the experience.
This CG for us is really a gift to the players, and we know our players want to see our champions come to life.
One of the things we're really committed to is expanding on the characters, places, and the story of our world. And right now, we feel like we're just scratching the surface.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Sona, the Maven of the Strings. Sona is our newest support champion. She excels at buffing her teammates and controlling her lane. Her 3 main abilities have an active effect as well as a passive aura that stays on until 3 seconds after she casts a new ability. With enough cooldown reduction, you can keep all 3 auras on your teammates. Sona's passive, Power Chord, gives her next basic attack significant bonus damage after every 3 spell casts. Hymn of Valor damages 2 nearby enemies on activate and prefers to target enemy champions. Its aura is blue and gives ability power and damage to her and nearby allies. I get 1 point early and max it last. Aria of Perseverance heals herself and the most injured nearby ally when cast. Its aura is green and increases her friend's armor and magic resist. I max this ability first. Song of Celerity has 2 movement increases. The aura is purple and gives her and all nearby teammates flat movement speed, while the activation briefly gives an additional boost. I get 1 point at level 3 and max it by level 13. Sona's ultimate is Crescendo. It's a skill shot line nuke, making enemy champions dance in place while taking damage. I use magic penetration marks, mana regeneration per level seals, flat cooldown reduction glyphs, and flat ability power quintessences. My masteries are 9-0-21. I make a point to take increased gold gain and neutral buff duration in utility. Clairvoyance and Flash are my summoner spells. Flash will help keep me alive, while Clairvoyance is just awesome for support. Wait about 10 seconds into the game, then Clairvoyance the enemy summoner platform. This should tell you where your opponents are headed, as well as their starting items. It might just give you that edge you're looking for. Starting with Mana Manipulator and Hymn of Valor, you want to abuse your early game damage output. Always cast your 3 spells while in base to charge Power Chord. Then, just use the brush and Sona's excellent range. Even against Taric, I'm able to consistently harass Ashe. While laning, you should try to use Clairvoyance to spot for enemy junglers. Here, by revealing Rammus, we can gank him at Golem. Also note the Clairvoyance position. I reveal 2 camps by placing it between them. I recall at 1150 gold, so I can buy Philosopher's Stone and Boots of Speed. Turn on Song of Celerity when running back to lane. You'll get there faster. Sona with Clairvoyance is also a great asset when attempting Dragon. Alistair can see bottom lane and Misfortune can see mid, so I Clairvoyance the main choke point above us to check for a gank. However, I should have placed it half a screen to the left. This would allow me to see enemies coming from mid tower as well as from Golem. Sona does not have powerful escape tools. Her heal, while low cooldown, doesn't replenish a lot at once, which makes gank scenarios very difficult for her. Also, because slows divide all movement boosts, Song of Celerity is far from a get out of jail free card. I should have used Clairvoyance on the river while we pushed. I've bought Mejai's Soul Stealer and a new item, Kindle Gem, on my way to the new support item, Shirelia's Reverie. I buy Mejai's because I can rack up assists while staying out of danger, spamming my abilities. Shirelia's Reverie builds from Philosopher's Stone and Kindle Gem, and can haste my teammates on command, as well as giving me cooldown reduction. We head to Dragon and find Rammus. Level 2 Song of Celerity just barely allows Anivia to get into range for Crystallize, giving us a nice kill. Sona is frail in teamfights. By looping around to the top, I made myself available to Rammus' taunt and then Taric's dazzle, allowing Yi to chop me up. Compared to Soraka, who can burst heal for upwards of 800,
I have to make sure I position well and buff my teammates, staying out of the center of attention. Here's why Shirelia's Reverie is awesome. Master Yi is chasing Misfortune with Highlander, however, the burst of speed from Reverie keeps her away. I also bait Yi by saving my heal until he gets back into range of Misfortune, making him think she can still be killed. The last items I get this game are a Blasting Wand for Zhonya's Ring and the remade Enervating Locket, which is cheaper and adds cooldown reduction, but gives allies less health and mana than before. Combined with Runes, Masteries, and Shirelia's Reverie, I have 40% cooldown reduction and a ton of mana regen, allowing me to toggle all 3 auras repeatedly in any battle. You can see from my score that farming minions is not a strength for Sona, but she excels at getting to and supporting any battle, giving me a full 20 stacks on Magi's and farming a lot of gold. Thanks for tuning in to the Sona Champion Spotlight. Grab your other Demacian friends and compose
a symphony of justice.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Soraka, the Star Child.
So long as I live, none shall suffer.
Soraka is a ranged support champion who excels at buffing her team, healing, and preventing a lot of damage. Additionally, she has a number of strong offensive uses. Soraka's passive is Consecration. Soraka and friendly champions around her enjoy bonus magic resist. Star Call damages all nearby enemies and lowers their magic resist for a few seconds. This magic resist shred can stack, often placing enemies into negative values that cause them to take even more than the listed damage. As a support, I recommend 1 point in Star Call early, but due to how dangerous it is to stand in close range, max it last. In tankier mage-oriented builds, I recommend maxing it first. Astral Blessing heals and significantly increases the armor of target ally for a few seconds. For support Soraka, take Astral Blessing at level 1 and max it immediately. When played as a mage, max it after Star Call. Infuse has 2 different effects depending on whom Soraka targets. When cast on an allied champion, Infuse restores mana to her target, but Soraka cannot target herself. Cast on an opponent, Infuse damages and silences her foe for a few seconds. Support Soraka should max this ability second, while a mage build will want to take 1 point early, but max it last. Wish is Soraka's ultimate. When cast, Wish immediately restores a large amount of health to all allied champions on the map, herself included. As with all ultimates, take Wish at levels 6, 11, and 16. Because of Soraka's great attack range and ability to heal herself, you should try to harass your lane opponents as much as possible. But instead of blindly walking up and attacking, pay attention to the health bars of your own minions. You can see here Soraka and Graves get free damage onto Caitlyn as she walks into range for a last hit. If you don't wait for this opening, it gives your opponents the ability to strike back without worry. With Exhaust and Astral Blessing, Soraka can take a lot more punishment than her opponents expect. Though she gets caught out by Sona and Caitlyn, she exhausts the enemy carry and heals herself once Crescendo ends. Soraka follows up by staying in range for a Star Call and tagging Caitlyn with Infuse, bringing her low enough for Graves to pick up the kill. However, remember that Astral Blessing's cooldown is pretty long, so even though Soraka has mana, she is killed by Sona in a counterattack. Soraka's deceptive tankiness is proven again as she gets jumped by Hecarim, Caitlyn, and Sona. Flash gets Soraka a bit farther away and then she self-casts Astral Blessing, allowing her to absorb a lot of punishment as her team comes in from behind. After Sona falls, Soraka keeps herself alive with Wish, exhausts Caitlyn, and silences her ultimate. Popping Shirelia's Reverie, Soraka escapes and allows her team to chase down Caitlyn for the kill. Don't get overconfident. Soraka tanked the last fight because only physical damage dealers were focusing her, and Astral Blessing grants tons of armor. In this clip, Soraka's caught out in front against significant magic damage, and enough crowd control to prevent all of her healing. Now let's talk about her early game as a primary mage. In the beginning, rely on your basic attacks instead of Star Call for killing minions. Using Star Call will place you in significant danger of a gank, so it's better to farm from a distance. Star Call does, however, deal incredible damage in team fights. Soraka follows as Lee Sin charges into a fight against Skarner and Katarina. Summoner Heal just barely keeps Lee Sin alive, while Starcall begins to wear down the health bars of her enemies. Skarner falls dangerously low, but a last-second shield and then flash keeps him from dying. When fighting in direct champion combat in lane, a mix of Infuse and Starcall tends to deal more damage than your opponents expect. As Katarina dives in on Soraka, the silence from Infuse prevents her from doing anything further, while Starcall continues to take down her health. Ultimately, Soraka is able to drop Katarina to about half without suffering almost anything in return. One fun trick when pushing as Soraka is to wait until an allied cannon minion takes some damage from the enemy turret, and then target it with Astral Blessing. The combined heal and armor buff make it significantly stronger at tanking the damage. Soraka has to manage all her abilities well in a late game teamfight. First, she quickly interrupts Katarina's Death Lotus with Infuse. Second, she constantly stays in range to land Starcall, dealing significant damage and assisting Rumble's damage output as well. Third, after the opposing team counterattacks, she makes sure her full team can benefit from Wish, keeping Rumble alive until they can bring down Caitlyn. The continued use of Starcall and Infuse at this point serve to bring Sona extremely low and take down Caitlyn in a one-on-one. Astral Blessing completely shuts out Caitlyn's damage output before she turns to grab Sona and then move on to Skarner. Flash and Exhaust keep her out of Skarner's reach as Starcall continues to drop his health bar, picking up an ace with only 2 deaths on her side. Let's break down 2 example builds, a typical support and a solo lane mage. As a support, I recommend building early gold generation, adding in auras to help your teammates, and finally a splash of ability power. As a mage, try instead for 40% cooldown reduction, a healthy dose of durability, and a bit of ability power. As a support, try armor marks, armor seals, cooldown reduction glyphs, and gold generation quintessences. For a more offense-oriented build, take magic penetration marks, mana regeneration per level seals, cooldown reduction per level glyphs, and gold generation quintessences. Take 8-0-22 masteries as a support, with cooldown reduction in offense, plus mana, gold generation, and more cooldown reduction in utility. Mages should consider 9-21-0, focusing on magic penetration in offense, plus cooldown reduction and general durability in defense. Almost any build with Soraka will want to take Flash, as she has no other way to escape in fights. Aside from that, support Soraka with Exhaust will be able to weaken threatening enemies, while a solo lane Soraka should take Heal because she wants to be the last champion standing in a fight as she relies on Starcall stacks. For support items, I recommend opening with a Fairy Charm plus multiple Sight Wards and 1 or more health potions. Upgrade quickly to a Philosopher's Stone and Heart of Gold before adding Boots of Speed. If you can grab it before about 15 minutes in, Cage's Lucky Pick will also set you far ahead. From here, start adding in items that will help your team at large, such as Shirelia's Reverie, Aegis of the Legion, Locket of the Iron Solari, and Zeke's Herald. Finally, adding a Rabadon's Death Cap at the very end will increase the potency of your heals, keeping your team alive longer. For a more carry-oriented build, start out with Boots of Speed and health potions, adding in a Philosopher's Stone early. Rush a Rod of Ages, upgrade to defensive boots, and start on Frozen Heart. From here, adapt your build. Rylet's Crystal Scepter, Abyssal Scepter, and Rabadon's Death Cap are all great options to increase your durability and damage output. Thanks for tuning in to the Soraka Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel above and leave us your comments just below the video. Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Vi, the Piltover Enforcer.
Punch first. Ask questions while punching.
Vi is a melee fighter who relies on devastating punches to break through her competition and take them down. With her high mobility, damage, and initiation, Vi is great at leading the charge in battle or mopping up fights at the end. Vi's passive is Blast Shield. When any of her activated abilities hit an enemy, Vi gets a shield for a few seconds based upon her maximum health. Blast Shield has a moderate cooldown before it can be triggered again. Vault Breaker is a charged ability. When first cast, Vi slows down and charges up the range and damage. On the second cast, Vi dashes forward, damaging and knocking back all enemies she hits. If Vi collides with an enemy champion, she will stop.
I recommend 1 point in Vault Breaker early and maxing it by level 13 for its great damage output and mobility. With Denting Blows, every third attack on the same target deals bonus damage based upon our target's maximum health, shreds some of its armor, and grants Vi bonus attack speed for a few seconds. Both basic attacks and Vault Breaker apply stacks of Denting Blows. I recommend taking Denting Blows at level 1 when jungling, but generally maxing it last. Excessive Force causes Vi's next basic attack to deal bonus damage to her target as well as all enemies in a cone behind it. Vi can store up to 2 charges of Excessive Force to be used one after the other. I recommend taking Excessive Force at level 1 when laning and always maxing it by level 9 in order to store charges more quickly. Assault and Battery is Vi's ultimate. When activated, she dashes to target enemy champion, rendering her immune to crowd control while knocking aside and damaging enemies she collides with on the way. Once Vi reaches her target, she damages and knocks it into the air before slamming it back to the ground. While it can be difficult to match up against ranged champions, remember that Excessive Force can often reach your opponents. Find an angle where a minion is squarely between you and your opponent, and hit Excessive Force for some quick harass. Another way to wear your opponents down is to wait in the brush and charge Vault Breaker when they get near. Nidalee heads up to plant Bushwhack, but a quick combination of Vault Breaker into a basic attack and Excessive Force makes her regret that decision. This combo gets even scarier once you learn Denting Blows. Though Nidalee dodges Vault Breaker, Vi puts herself in front of Nidalee's exit. Remember that Excessive Force will reset your attack timer, so always activate it immediately after a basic attack to help trigger Denting Blows. Putting this all together, watch as Vi charges Vault Breaker into a basic attack and Excessive Force, setting up Nidalee for an easy kill once Master Yi comes to gank. Getting access to your ultimate, Assault and Battery, opens even more doors. When fighting against a champion with crowd control, remember that Vi's ultimate renders her immune to these effects. As Swain casts Never Move, Assault and Battery charges straight through, allowing Vi to snag a kill in a one-on-one duel without stopping. You'll often want to quickly clear minion waves to roam around the map or head home. To do this, charge Vault Breaker and let the minions pile up, then plow through them and turn for Excessive Force. With all the minions dead, feel free to head wherever you'd like. If you ever find a key opponent out of position, don't hesitate to charge right in. Vi finds Caitlyn in a dangerous spot, singling her out with Assault and Battery. With her team's help, she turns it into a quick kill before charging in for more. Without the key damage dealer left for the opposition, Vi's team makes quick work of Nunu and Elise for a quick 3-0 fight. While Vi normally needs all her abilities for damage to take down opponents by herself, she can rely on teammates for that role and instead use them for mobility. As Master Yi chases in on Nidalee, she charges Vault Breaker to close the distance, and then plants Assault and Battery so he can catch up. At this point, Vi simply tanks the turret damage and chases in on Nidalee, netting a kill through her team's combined efforts. Vi's goal in a team fight should be to seek out and destroy the most important targets first. She charges in on Swain with Vault Breaker, brings him low with Excessive Force and Denting Blows, and creates the first kill of the fight. Immediately after, she targets Caitlyn with Assault and Battery, taking her out even despite Flash. From here, a basic attack, Excessive Force, and Vault Breaker set up her team for an ace onto Elise. I recommend building Vi with a primary focus on physical damage output, while splashing in some added durability when convenient. Try Armor Penetration Marks, Armor Seals, Magic Resist Glyphs, and Attack Damage Quintessences. Take 21-9-0 Masteries, focusing on all the physical damage masteries in offense, plus bonus armor and health in defense. I recommend Ignite and Ghost or Flash for summoner spells, allowing you to dive into the battle and deal as much damage as possible. Thanks for tuning in to the Vi Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel above and leave us your comments just below the video.
Hey everyone, welcome to the first episode of our Patch Notes preview series. Today we're going to be talking about the first patch in 2011, coming in January 4th.
Our recent patches have all had themes associated with them. What's this patch's theme?
Well, this patch is about buffing things. We've had a couple of patches previously where it's been, some tough nerfs and some really kind of what I like to call medicine changes, where it's, you know, they're not necessarily the most popular changes on the surface, but they help fix the game a little bit. You know, we've seen this with tanky DPS and AoE in the past, so we had a little bit of leeway with this patch, so we thought, you know, kind of with the holidays just coming up and everything, we'd do some nice, long-awaited buffs to some items, champions, and game mechanics.
Cool. Coming up in this patch are the Ionian Boots of Lucidity, which are cooldown reduction boots because of the lore match between Ionia and Noxus. So what's the whole design philosophy that came around behind those?
Well, with the lore matches especially, you don't know what the outcome's going to be before you make the item, so you don't want to do a game essential item, right? You want to do something that's a little more kind of tertiary. So we went with the cooldown reduction boots because that's kind of a fun item, kind of a new build option for a lot of different champions. We can see a lot of different characters finding those reasonably desirable.
Let's talk about champions. Cassiopeia is a new champion in the league. She's really fun, has a unique playstyle. What are some of the things we can expect to see done to Cassiopeia this patch?
Well, so we identified a couple of problems with Cassiopeia. Generally, those were usability problems and not generally power problems. The second of those is late game scaling. So the ways we fix that is we fix her late game scaling by giving her a little bit more AP ratio to encourage those items to scale further into the late game, since she really doesn't bring a lot of utility other than her damage. We thought that was really important. And making it so her move speed on her combo goes up a little bit, but when you land that Q, you'll move a little faster. That makes it so you can get into that shorter range of that E a little quicker, you know, if you have to go around creeps or if you land a really skillful Q on the run, which is hard to do. We wanted to make sure that you could be rewarded by following up with that E a little better.
So Zonia's ring is getting reimagined a little bit. It's getting removed and we're getting 2 items in its stead. What's the rationale for having 2 new items?
So Zonia's ring actually creates a lot of limitations for us to be able to make new caster items, because Zonia's ring is so powerful and so ubiquitous to a caster's build. We can't make anything that's really comparable without just sending power creep through the roof on all sorts of champions. So we wanted to split those into 2 items, one that provides armor, ability power, and then the Zonia's active everybody's used to now, and that's the defensive caster option. The other one being kind of the infinity edge of casters, right? Like complete AP, you know, AP bonus is going up, you know, just if you want to hit as hard as you possibly can, this is the item you should be building.
Okay.
One thing this is going to let us do is introduce new caster items in the future that complement both of these items and existing items, so that we can buff casters more effectively going forward.
Also, being the buff patch, we're buffing some of the current live champions as well, specifically the ones that got nerfed last patch, like Olaf and Garen.
Yes.
So what's the goal of all these reverted changes that we're making?
We tried a couple of things, like the Udyr Tiger stance change, some of the Olaf changes. They had some goals of, you know, pushing the champions into a specific direction. Trying them out, having hundreds of thousands of players test these out for us, we found that these just did not meet those goals. And if it's not meeting those goals, players aren't liking it, and it's not accomplishing what we want it to do, we're more than happy to revert it. Tiger stance is being reverted more to its previous functionality. Olaf is getting a little bit of his power back. Garen also is getting a little bit of his scaling put back in to kind of get him where he was before this change.
So in the same vein, there were a lot of other things that were changed in the last patch that are, you know, completely being reverted. Wards, I understand, is one of them. Can you just kind of talk through some of the changes that were changed and are now going back to closer to how they were originally in this patch?
Right. Big one is the wards change. We were trying to fix a specific problem where range carries were way better ward killers than everybody else, and so, you know, you give every wards 1 health, and that's no longer the case. That really creates a lot of problems, I think, with you know, ward baiting is no longer an option, which is an interesting way to start team fights. So what we're doing instead is we're changing it to all wards die in a certain amount of hits, regardless of how hard they get hit. This should accomplish our previous goal and allow the kind of emergent gameplay of ward baiting to still exist.
Another thing we're doing with this patch is addressing the strength of the actual monsters, Dragon and Baron.
Right.
So what were the objectives with those guys?
So that should have very little effect in the kind of the late game situations where you see teams grouping up around Dragon or grouping up around Baron, but it should stop some of the level 3 soloing of Dragon, or, like, you know, 15-minute, you know, Karthus fiddlesticks instant Baron ownage in 1 minute. We don't think those are good situations. Those kinds of things are making people have to kind of watch those areas and ward those areas constantly throughout the game, and if they don't, they essentially start losing very quickly. So the changes are specifically to address soloing Dragon very early or dueling Baron very early.
One of the biggest changes this patch is actually an exhaust remake. So what is that, and what are the goals with it?
So blind has been the type of mechanic in our game we've had a really hard time making it feel satisfying. Like, it definitely does a good job of shutting down auto attackers, but you'll blind somebody and then they use a bunch of physical abilities on you and you're like, well, that was worthless. Or if you're like a Yi or Tryndamere, you get blinded and you just stand there and can't do anything for 3 seconds. We're not a big fan of that, so what we did is we took down a giant auto attack damage reduction on exhaust, so you can still attack and do a little bit of stuff, and then a 33% reduction on the abilities of all characters. So, if somebody does use their ult ability on you or something, it will do less damage and your exhaust does have some effect.
Oh, cool. That's going to make Pendragon happy when he's playing you.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate side effect of this change.
It is really an unfortunate side effect. Watch out for Pendragon.
We don't like making Pendragon happy.
Hey Summoners, welcome to Boston. It's time for PAX East 2012. We're here at the massive League of Legends booth where we're giving players an exclusive look at 2 new champions, Hecarim and Varus.
Varus is going to be a real standout just because of that bow and that that charge up ability. I think Hecarim, it kind of fulfills a really cool concept of being able to run through minions.
And I think that the feeling that you would want to have as a centaur, busting into a bunch of bipeds and kind of smacking people around and doing a lot of damage and really being a threat to those people on foot, I think that really got nailed.
As you can see, we added a stage this year, putting our community in the spotlight with their killer cosplay creations.
Champion Vladimir will fall to the Lux.
Wow, what an exchange by the blue team.
So there you have it. Just a little taste of PAX East in Boston this year. If you made it to the show, we hope you had as much fun as we did. We took a ton of photos, so make sure to check them out on the Riot Games Facebook page. From all of us here at Riot Games,
thanks for watching!
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Teemo, the Swift Scout. Teemo is a ranged champion with a number of builds, including mage, as well as physical or magical DPS. In this spotlight, I'll be covering a couple of DPS builds, but don't be afraid to experiment with your own. Teemo's passive is Camouflage. If Teemo stands still for a few seconds, he becomes invisible. Any action from this state will remove the invisibility and give Teemo a temporary attack speed buff. Blinding Dart damages and blinds target enemy, rendering all basic attacks useless for a short time. I grab a point here at level 2 and max it last. Move Quick is a passive active ability. As long as Teemo has not been struck by a champion or turret in a while, he enjoys bonus movement speed. When activated, Teemo gains a much stronger movement speed boost that lasts a few seconds and is not interrupted by damage. I take Move Quick at level 3 and max it by level 13. Toxic Shot passively causes Teemo's basic attacks to deal bonus damage and poison the target. This poison deals extra damage over a few seconds. I max Toxic Shot by level 9. Teemo's ultimate is Noxious Trap, which places an invisible poisonous mushroom on the ground. Enemies who step over the mushroom cause it to explode, damaging and slowing surrounding enemies for a few seconds. Noxious Trap is placed on an ammo system. Teemo may store up to 3 mushrooms and place them in quick succession. As with all ultimates, I rank it at levels 6, 11, and 16. Your very early laning should focus on harassing your opponent while last hitting. always try to land a basic attack into Blinding Dart to whittle down your opponent. As Lee Sin comes in to gank, I see he heads toward the bottom of the brush, so I head towards the top to cut off Akali's escape. As he runs, I hit a basic attack and Blinding Dart, then follow Lee Sin to the turret. Because I follow in, he jumps to me with Safeguard and lives with First Blood. As Akali returns to lane, I use the same playstyle. Each time she closes to attack, I tag her with Toxic Shot and Blinding Dart. Once she lays Twilight Shroud, I know she wants to attack me, so I stop her from triggering Mark of the Assassin with Blinding Dart. Every time she breaks out, I hit her with Toxic Shot again. I then stay out of range until her Shroud is about to end. I push in, taking her down with basic attacks and Blinding Dart. After Akali reaches level 6, she jumps me in lane. Blinding Dart prevents her from triggering Mark of the Assassin, and I immediately place a Noxious Trap and hide behind it to keep Akali away. As she runs, I chase into the brush, immediately dropping another Noxious Trap and tagging her with Blinding Dart. I keep attacking her and exhaust once the blind runs out, ensuring she can't deal enough damage as she dies to my poisons. Here I'm fighting Talon and Heimerdinger at top lane. I place a Noxious Trap in a place where I can fight and hold position. Standing atop the mushroom, I push into Talon with Blinding Dart and basic attacks, causing him to trigger my trap with Cutthroat and die immediately to Lee Sin and myself. As we push in on Heimerdinger, the enemy Lee Sin comes in, so I blind him and cause him to retreat. I take down Lee Sin with basic attacks and Blinding Dart, but unfortunately get jumped by Akali in the aftermath. With Madrid's Bloodrazor, Teemo is an exceptional Baron threat. As we prepare to take it, I drop Noxious Traps in the routes our opponents must take to stop us. With the traps in place, I head in to start fighting. All I have to do here is keep attacking and watch two things: the movement of my enemies on the minimap, and green bubbles that Baron Nashor occasionally spawns underneath his attackers. You can see it here under Taric, knocking him up and preventing him from dealing any damage. Always make sure to dodge these attacks. Teemo is also an exceptional anti-assassin champion. In a teamfight in mid, I spot Akali heading in. Blinding Dart and basic attacks completely stop her ability to kill Lee Sin. If it weren't for Soraka's wish, she'd have died to my Noxious Trap on the way out. Immediately after, I tag Talon with Exhaust, also stopping him from hurting my team until he flashes away to the low health Evelynn. Right after that, the enemy Lee Sin comes in also looking for blood, but Blinding Dart stymies his aggression as well. Let's look over on Dominion now. Because I itemize for early games so much, 1v1ing an enemy Teemo at bottom lane is extremely easy. By positioning myself closer to the health relic, I kill him with 500 health to spare. Winning this fight allows me to take the enemy Boneyard with ease. After capturing the Boneyard later in the game, I get jumped by Nocturne. Noxious Trap and Blinding Dart keep me from dying, and I create distance with Flash into Move Quick. He keeps chasing me to my capture point, so I hide behind two Noxious Traps and tag him with Blinding Dart. He falls, and I make a run for the health relic, buying time until my team shows up to hold control of the point. Teemo's extreme mobility can also be used to save teammates. Here I respawn and see our Akali about to be caught by Rammus' Powerball. I rush in with Move Quick and save the day, also killing Rammus and the enemy Teemo before the match ends. For runes, I take Armor Penetration Marks, Health per level Seals, Flat Magic Resist Glyphs, and Flat Health Quintessences. This setup is aimed at giving me a lot of power early and turning into a very durable champion late game. My masteries are 9-21-0, taking Magic Penetration and Offense and heading all the way down the defense tree, taking everything but dodge. I take Exhaust and Flash for summoner spells, mastering the former in the offense tree. I max Toxic Shot right away, adding a point in Blinding Dart at level 2 and leaving it there. After Toxic Shot, I max Move Quick before taking more points into Blinding Dart. Maxing Toxic Shot gives me the most consistent damage output, while the 1 point in Blinding Dart still gives me enough blind to force enemies away from me. In Classic, I open with a Doran's Blade, adding more throughout the laning phase. I typically take Mercury Treads and work up to Madrid's Bloodrazor as my first major damage item. I then add Frozen Mallet, Malady, Wit's End, and Atma's Impaler to flesh out my build, giving me a lot of durability and great damage output. In Dominion, I open with a Prospector's Blade and Boots of Speed. I upgrade immediately to Mercury Treads and work on Sanguine Blade. I build for Kiting with Phantom Dancer and Frozen Mallet, finally adding Last Whisper and another Phantom Dancer to round out my build. Thanks for tuning in to the Teemo Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel above, and don't forget to thumbs us up just below the video.
Welcome to the Heimerdinger Champion Spotlight, presented by Riot Games. Heimerdinger, the revered inventor, is one of the most unique champions in League of Legends. Assuming you rely on your H28G evolution turrets, you will have an interesting map control metagame. Successful execution is extremely rewarding and can result in some really amazing moves. I use standard offensive-minded masteries and runes. Magic penetration, mana regeneration per level, flat cooldown reduction, and the always popular flat health quintessences. My masteries are 9-0-21, rushing the magic penetration mastery in offense, and taking standard utility masteries, regeneration, cooldown reduction, and improved ghost and flash. Because your opponents will always try to kill you first, and as one of the frailest champions in the game, Heimerdinger needs the escape mechanisms. This is why you take Ghost and Flash, and also why you want to buy Zhonya's Ring as soon as possible. I start out with Amplifying Tome and a health potion. The ability power will help your turrets get killing blows on minions, and it turns into Cage's lucky pick. Always place your turrets behind the friendly melee minions. This placement will help keep them safe against champions like Ezreal. You want to be sure to help your turrets get the last hit on minions. Engage how quickly the minions are dying, and last hit them with your 60 base damage. The Golem is another important objective for Heimerdinger. Set down a turret, and use Hextech micro rockets and the grenade to clear away the monsters. You can even choose to push with your team just by being level 9 and having Golem, often winning the game outright. Also, Heimerdinger can solo the dragon. Once you hit level 9, set up a couple turrets right outside the cave. Then, pull him into range using rockets and your various spells to down him quickly while taking very little damage. As Heimerdinger, you have to play very cautiously. Over half your damage output is in your turrets, and since it takes over 18 seconds, even at max cooldown reduction, to place all 3 of them, you have to plan ahead. Because of this limitation, Heimerdinger is best played as a pushing champion, working with the rest of your team. Your best option is to create a base of operations, which is why some people call Heimerdinger the club owner. You should always think of yourself as frail and needing the protection of your turrets, or bouncers. Let's look at the first easiest use of Zhonya's Ring, delaying or preventing death. I actually make a huge mistake here, because I activate the item extremely late, with below 100 health left, meaning that I die to Tormented Soil. Thankfully my team picks up the 2 kills without me, but I should not have died here. A large fight breaks out in mid. I put out as much damage as I can, with Deathfire Grasp dropping Blitzcrank very low. As I get assaulted by Alistar, I use Zhonya's Ring to block 2 damage ticks from Ignite. Because I'm durable enough to stay in the fight, I manage to help pick off Morgana. Notice that I still keep a pretty defensive position throughout the fight, even though I have Ghost and Flash. Lastly, we chase Veigar as he flashes away. I use Concussion Grenade to reveal him, allowing me to cast Hextech Micro Rockets, which gives Olaf the kill and me an assist. I head top to gank Morgana and Blitzcrank. I hit them with all my abilities, including Deathfire Grasp, onto Morgana. I tap Zhonya's Ring to block the damage and stun from Morgana's ultimate. As she gets away, I flash to get into range and kill her with a turret. But I should have cast before the grenade as well, so casting it early was a huge mistake. If she had cast Black Shield earlier, I wouldn't have gotten the kill, as Heimerdinger's turrets deal magic damage. The fight winds down a bit, and Ezreal's forced to retreat past my turrets. Additionally, because they've revealed his location, Malphite hits him with unstoppable force. Then I'm also able to cast Upgrade, to slow Alistar as he walks by. It is always worthwhile to lay down turrets and get out safely, because you never know when your turrets will get kills for you. As we fight in their base, I see Alistar is available to kill. Because you can't always rely on your turrets or rockets to hit the targets you want, you need to learn how to lead your enemies with Concussion Grenade. Here, I expect him to walk towards the fountain. As it turns out, I've also led him enough to still hit after he flashes. One last tip on Concussion Grenade. If you know you'll be safe, you can walk right up to your target, making it a very easy shot to land on Ezreal. thanks for tuning in to the Heimerdinger Champion Spotlight. Get out there and make a name
for great science!
There is something in the woods of Summoner's Rift. Something so horrible and so terrifying, so gruesome, that even death cannot stop it. Whatever you do, don't make a sound.
You like my weapon? Come on over for a closer inspection.
Minds that brought you Gentleman Cho'Gath bring you.
Let's be friends forever.
Coming soon to a field of justice near you.
Accessing. Thank you for waiting. Accessing. Thank you for waiting. Accessing.
The minds that brought you Gentleman Cho'Gath bring you.
Hello, Flight Services. State your name, please.
Mundo!
Okay, Mr. Mundo. I show here that you have a reservation for one coach ticket to Los Angeles International.
Mundo never fly coach.
I'm sorry, sir, but I'm showing you as holding a coach ticket, and all our first-class tickets on your flight are sold out.
Mundo say, you're fired!
Sir, you can't fire me. I don't work for you.
Mundo downsize when he pleases.
Then, when he is forced to choose between his friend and the company.
Mundo never merge. Mundo acquire.
What?
Mundo do hostile takeover.
Let us fight like gentlemen.
Mundo give beatdown in triplicate.
Jay Watford and Alex Lehman present A Tale of Drama.
Yeah, Mundo going to need you to come in on Saturday. Now I'm angry.
Love.
Did I mention it's mating season?
Mundo king of office romance.
Sacrifice.
We demand sacrifice.
Mundo runs international corporation as he pleases.
Dr. Mundo is...
Corporate Mundo!
Coming soon to a field of justice near you.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring LeBlanc, the Deceiver. Our special guest is Coronac, her main designer.
The first ability is Sigil of Silence. LeBlanc projects an orb towards her target, dealing magic damage and marking the target for 3.5 seconds. If the target takes damage from one of LeBlanc's abilities, the mark will trigger, dealing damage and silencing the target. The second ability is Distortion. LeBlanc rapidly moves to a target location, dealing magic damage to nearby units. In the following 3 seconds, she can activate Distortion again to return to her starting location. The third ability is Ethereal Chains. LeBlanc flings illusionary chains towards the target location. If it hits an enemy unit, it will deal initial magic damage and slow their movement speed by 25%. If the target remains shackled for 2 seconds, the target takes additional magic damage and is unable to move. Her ultimate is Mimic. LeBlanc can cast the previous spell she cast. The Mimic spell deals significantly increased damage and is on a 30-second cooldown. Properly choosing which spell to mimic will separate the great LeBlancs from the good. Her passive is Mirror Image. When LeBlanc is brought below 40% health, she instantly becomes stealth for half a second. When the stealth fades, she creates a mirror image that deals no damage and lasts for up to 8 seconds. Mirror Image is only about deception and not damage like Hallucinate. It is intended to fit thematically while not disrupting your combat rhythm. LeBlanc has changed quite a bit in her development. Cognizant that we were releasing 3 AP casters in a row, we wanted them to serve significantly different roles from one another. Initially, we experimented with a tank concept for the character, but ultimately that felt more fitting for Swain, as we wanted LeBlanc to be a high energy and high skill cap character. The second kit for LeBlanc focused around movement and distance manipulation. It was at this point we decided Distortion provided very powerful gameplay and that Mimic was created. Once we had those 2 abilities we really liked, we created Sigil of Silence and Ethereal Chains with 2 goals in mind. Create compelling choices to mimic, and make sure both of the spells made the use of Distortion more predictable to fight against, and give LeBlanc strong incentive to not just save Distortion to escape.
I take standard caster runes, magic penetration, mana regeneration per level, flat cooldown reduction, and flat health. My masteries are also typical, 9021 with Ignite and improved Flash. If you take a solo lane, you don't have a lot of power very early on, so you shouldn't try to harass too much. However, her attack animation is excellent, so it should be fairly easy to consistently last hit minions. Start aggression at level 5, cast Sigil of Silence and then Distortion to trigger the mark, immediately casting Ethereal Chains and Ignite. Once you've nurtured the root, Sigil of Silence will be available to finish off your target. Maxing Sigil of Silence gives you the best guaranteed damage output. I harass Miss Fortune by jumping into range with Distortion and an immediate Sigil Mimic combo. When Mimic cools, it allows me an easy kill. If you hurry, you'll have time to reactivate Distortion to retreat. Always consider what use of Mimic is best. While Sigil of Silence deals more damage, I mimic Ethereal Chains because the extra root allows Rammus to catch up and get an assist. If you don't burst your target down immediately, you'll be left without an escape. I use Distortion to chase Kassadin, which results in being stranded. Even without Mimic, the order of your spells matter. Here, I hit Vladimir with Ethereal Chains and then Sigil of Silence. Because he's not silenced, he flashes out. For champions without escapes, leading with Ethereal Chains is fine. However, in this case, Sigil of Silence would have triggered when I hit Ethereal Chains and given us an easier kill. Here's an instance where I perform my spell order correctly. Sigil of Silence into an immediate Mimic keeps Kassadin from rift walking away, while I still have Distortion and Ethereal Chains both available to trigger the Mimic's Sigil for up to 5 seconds of silence. When fighting a champion with no escapes like Garen, you want to reserve Mimic for Ethereal Chains. I Distortion into range for Chains, and after his silence, toss another one on via Mimic. Seeing Miss Fortune stunned by Scion, I save Ethereal Chains and just kill her with Sigil of Silence and Distortion. Since all of LeBlanc's abilities have such different uses, you need to be aware of how the battle will unfold, as now I have Ethereal Chains available for Scion. I max Sigil of Silence right away, followed by 1 point in Distortion, and maxing Ethereal Chains by level 13. Mimic should obviously be maxed immediately as well. I take 2 Doran's Rings and Sorcerer's Shoes early on, because most of her dominance is through the early and mid game. If you're performing well, grab Magi's Soul Stealer. Because her specialty is single target damage output, I grab Deathfire Grasp and then Haunting Guise to make sure I'm doing maximum damage to squishy targets.
Afterwards, I get Zhonya's Ring and Void Staff. Other great items to choose from are Rod of Ages, Riley's Crystal Scepter, and Archangel's Staff. Merci d'avoir regardé le focus sur le blanc. If you can play her correctly, you'll get great results.
Trust me.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Lee Sin, the Blind Monk. Lee Sin is a melee fighter. He rushes around battle, dealing consistent damage with his attacks and abilities. Alternatively, he can dash in and out of combat, dealing damage in short bursts before retreating. Lee Sin uses energy to fuel his abilities, meaning he's limited more by cooldowns and maximum energy than by regeneration. His 3 non-ultimate abilities are actually 2 skills in one. After using each skill, the secondary version is available for a few seconds. Sonic Wave / Resonating Strike sends out a skill shot nuke. If it hits an enemy, Lee Sin may dash to that target, damaging it and dealing extra damage based on the target's missing health. With Safeguard / Iron Will, Lee Sin rushes to target allied minion or champion, shielding it and himself when he arrives. You may also self-cast the ability to receive the shield without dashing. Afterwards, Lee Sin may cast Iron Will, which temporarily gives him increased lifesteal, spell vamp, and armor. Tempest / Cripple damages nearby enemies and reveals them for a few seconds. Lee Sin may then cast Cripple, slowing the movement and attack speeds of nearby targets hit by Tempest. This slow gradually dies out over its duration. Lee Sin's ultimate is Dragon's Rage. Target enemy champion is damaged and knocked back. Enemies struck by the rebounding champion also take damage and are knocked into the air. Lee Sin's passive is Flurry. Following every ability cast, Lee Sin's next 2 basic attacks are faster and refund 10 energy each. This buff does not stack upon itself, so spacing out your abilities will maximize your gains. Taking Sonic Wave at level 1, I'm able to easily harass Fiddlesticks. Whenever I get the chance, I force him back away from the minions, denying experience. Using Safeguard, I move to a position where I can land another Sonic Wave. Once he burns Terrify, I know I can dive for the kill with Exhaust. The turret kills me, but it was worth it, because I said so in chat. This harassment gets even easier once you learn Tempest / Cripple. I wait patiently, killing minions. Once I see Fiddlesticks move too close to escape, I know I can rush in for the kill. Sonic Wave to Resonating Strike plus a quick Tempest puts me at 2-1. One of the best advantages that Lee Sin has with Iron Will and Wriggle's Lantern is lifesteal. Here I recklessly dive Fiddlesticks under his turret, knowing full well that I can't kill him. I simply disengage and regenerate my health on minions, ready to fight again. Soon, I'm able to spring a trap from the brush, killing Fiddlesticks. I find a teamfight in progress. Landing Sonic Wave / Resonating Strike, I deal as much damage as I can to Katarina, while slowing her with Tempest / Cripple. As she escapes, I use Dragon's Rage on Lee Sin to knock Katarina into the air. I would have picked up the kill with Tempest, but Heimerdinger grabs the kill with his rockets. Once a Mumu initiates, I jump onto Fiddlesticks quickly with Sonic Wave / Resonating Strike, and noticing that I've pulled tower aggro, I run away with the shield from Safeguard. Always remember that Safeguard lets you escape to a nearby teammate. Here the enemy Lee Sin tries to kick me back into his team with Dragon's Rage. Right as he starts casting it, I dash in front of him with Safeguard, causing him to push me to safety instead. Safeguard may also be cast as an initiation move. Here we catch Warwick off to the side. I Safeguard to the nearest minion, cast Exhaust, and chase him down with Tempest / Cripple. I last hit with Dragon's Rage, just in case he starts channeling Infinite Duress on one of us. Some may say that this was a kill steal, but for Lee Sin the Blind Monk, every kill is his to take. A teamfight erupts in the enemy base. I make a point to kick away Katarina with Dragon's Rage, immediately chasing her and the enemy Lee Sin. I follow my team back in for Alistair, but as soon as I see myself low, I immediately try to Safeguard out of the battle. We start another fight in mid. I prioritize Katarina right away, using my energy on the offensive spells of Sonic Wave / Resonating Strike and Tempest / Cripple. I then chase down Alistair, using Tempest / Cripple to slow him. he gets one headbutt off before running out of mana due to Wit's End. Because he flashes away, I chase with Ghost. With his mana still too low to react, I pick up the kill with Exhaust. Immediately afterwards, I get attacked, but Tempest/Cripple ensures I chase down the enemy Lee Sin. While I play Lee Sin in lane, he can also jungle. In the background, I'll show his jungle route to level 5, while detailing his laning and jungling builds. While laning, I take armor penetration marks, armor per level seals, magic resist per level glyphs, and flat health regeneration quintessences. In the jungle, I trade my seals for flat armor and my quintessences for more armor penetration. My laning masteries are 22-6-2, taking almost everything but critical damage and offense, plus resistances and defense, and improving my exhaust and ghost summoner spells. In the jungle, I take similar 21-0-9 masteries, replacing exhaust for smite and ensuring I reach 9 points in utility for increased buff durations. My laning skill order maxes out Sonic Wave as soon as possible, taking an early point in Tempest at level 3, but otherwise maxing Safeguard. In the jungle, I swap the order, maxing Tempest first with a point in Sonic Wave at 4. When jungling, I start with just a Vampiric Scepter, taking a cloth armor when I first go back to base. Otherwise, follow the laning build as follows. Start with cloth armor and health potions. I grab Ruggles Lantern, Mercury Treads, and Wit's End early on. Frozen Mallet, Yomu's Ghost Blade, and Guardian Angel add to my durability and damage, rounding out my items. To watch the April Fool's Spotlight, click on the box in the top right. Subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel by clicking the box in the top left. Thanks for tuning in to the Lee Sin, the Blind Monk Champion Spotlight. Lee Sin is actually coming to League of Legends on April 1st, 2011.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Nautilus, the Titan of the Depths. Nautilus is a beefy melee tank, adept at disrupting enemies, initiating fights, and growing as a damage threat to all his opponents. Additionally, his ability to jungle or fight in a variety of lanes makes him an excellent addition to any team. Nautilus's passive is Staggering Blow. Nautilus's basic attacks deal bonus damage and briefly root his target in place. Staggering Blow can only affect a single champion once every few seconds, but Nautilus can switch targets to hit multiple enemies in succession. Dredge Line sends out a skill shot nuke that stops in the first enemy or terrain it hits. Upon hitting an enemy, it deals damage while both his target and Nautilus are pulled together. If Nautilus hits terrain instead, he is pulled to that location and the cooldown is much lower. Dredge Line functions as a great initiation, mobility, and escape tool. Thankfully, it fills these roles quite well even with only 1 point, so I take a rank in Dredge Line early, but max it last. Titan's Wrath places a damage blocking shield on Nautilus for a few seconds. While the shield holds, Nautilus's basic attacks apply a large damage over time effect to his target and all surrounding enemies. Titan's Wrath deals the most damage of any of Nautilus's abilities as long as it holds, making him extremely scary if ignored. Because of this damage, I take it at level 1 when jungling, make sure to take a second point early, and consider maxing it somewhere between levels 9 and 13. Riptide explodes the area around Nautilus in a growing ring, damaging and slowing enemies caught in these explosions. Enemies can be hit multiple times by these explosions, but take reduced damage by the additional hits. The use of Riptide is great to damage and prevent the retreat of running enemies, especially because they'll hit the expanding explosions as they run. As his primary disruption tool, I take a point early and consider maxing it somewhere between levels 9 and 13. Nautilus's ultimate is Depth Charge. Nautilus fires a shockwave that chases the targeted enemy. Any enemies hit by the shockwave as it travels are damaged and knocked up. Once the shockwave reaches its intended target, he takes even more damage and is also stunned. Generally, Nautilus will want to aim at a target far in the back to damage and disrupt the most enemies possible. As with all ultimates, I rank it up at level 6, 11, and 16. Nautilus is an exceptional ganking jungler, meaning that you should always look for lanes that you can gank. Seeing Sona and Caitlyn overextended, I push into bot lane. If you can help it, save Dredge Line, so I walk up and tag Sona with Riptide, Titan's Wrath, and Staggering Blow. Now I tag Caitlyn with Dredge Line into Staggering Blow. She's forced to flash if she doesn't want to tank Riptide. Now in turret range, I leave her and wait in the brush in case there are counterattacks. If your opponents see you coming and run, it's okay to lead with Dredge Line. I head in and hit Riptide.
I charge after them and tag Caitlyn with Staggering Blow, allowing us to kill her as I flash away from the turret. For the second kill, I wander in to tank one more turret shot and then run into the brush to recall. This gives Graves enough time to take down Sona before falling, and we come out ahead 2-1. Generally, after finishing Philosopher's Stone, you should be able to rely on it for mana regeneration. Once the Ancient Golem respawns, ping and call over a teammate to grab this buff. Keep track of how much damage it's taking, and once you've gotten it low enough, take a step back, stop attacking, and receive endless praise from your teammate. One of the best traits of Dredgeline is if you're aiming for a champion against a wall, you're guaranteed to pull yourself forward even if you miss. I head to gank Sona, but she dodges Dredgeline with Flash. Landing Depth Charge into Staggering Blow, we pick up a quick kill on Sona before retreating out of turret range. In teamfights, do everything you can to focus on squishy enemies near the back. I notice I can just barely tag Caitlyn with Dredgeline, which gives our Ziggs just enough space to land his combo, taking her down with Ignite. I pop Shirelia's Reverie to get him back to safety and notice the enemy Ziggs now available. I turn to cast Depth Charge and dive straight for him. Titan's Wrath keeps me safe as I hit Riptide on every single enemy, kill Ziggs, and flash to safety. Between the damage and disruption from Riptide while tanking all the damage from our opponents, my team also cleans up 2 more. Use Dredgeline's ability to hook terrain with a reduced cooldown to chase running champions. Here a running Cho'Gath is sure to make it away, but I Dredgeline to the turret, dodge Rupture, walk past all the minions, and then tag Cho'Gath. An immediate Riptide and a Staggering Blow gives my team just enough time to chase him down and pick up the ace. In Dominion, Nautilus performs excellently with his team. Landing a disruptive Dredgeline picks up the kill on Ezreal. And then as Lee Sin takes on Jax, I head up to stop Garen and Dr. Mundo from assisting with Riptide. I head in to help kill Jax and then stop Garen in his tracks with Staggering Blow. Once they actually turn to fight me, I tank for a little while and then use the terrain to easily land a Dredgeline and pick up a health relic. The Crystal Scar's close quarters can also force you to take your time. Here as we chase Dr. Mundo by the refinery, I have to wait to clear the wall before tagging him with Dredgeline. This holds him in place long enough for us to pick up the kill and continue our offense. For runes, I take Armor Penetration Marks, Armor Seals, Magic Resist per level Glyphs, and Gold Generation Quintessences. In Dominion, sub out the Gold Generation Quintessences for movement speed. The goal here is to get very tanky while also dealing strong early game damage through Staggering Blow. My masteries are 0-21-9, focusing on being as tanky as possible, plus movement speed and cooldown reduction. If jungling, you want to make sure to grab reductions to minion damage and bladed armor in defense, plus increased neutral buff duration in utility. For summoner spells, Smite and Flash are great for jungling. When not jungling, sub out Smite for heal. In Classic, I want tankiness and cooldown reduction. I take Cloth Armor and 5 health potions to jungle. I rush Philosopher's Stone and Heart of Gold for extra gold income. Grab Ninja Tabi or Mercury Treads as required and expand to Aegis of the Legion and Shirelia's Reverie. Counter your opposition with items like Frozen Heart, Force of Nature, and Locket of the Iron Solari. In Dominion, you'll have very similar build goals. Take upgraded boots as quickly as possible and add in similar items: Shirelia's Reverie, Frozen Heart, Force of Nature, Frozen Mallet, and Locket of the Iron Solari. Thanks for tuning in to the Nautilus Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel above, and don't forget to thumbs us up just below the video.
Hello. Welcome to the Ezreal Champion Spotlight, presented by Riot Games. In this video, we'll be discussing items, runes, and masteries, as well as some fun tricks that Ezreal can pull off. I'm Freak, and I'll show you how I play Ezreal. I like to play Ezreal as a physical damage champion, relying on Mystic Shot and his standard attack. I use his other abilities to supplement this formidable offense. For runes, I use Armor Penetration, mana regeneration per level, cooldown reduction, and hit points. For masteries, I place 21 points in offense and 9 in utility. I focus on critical hits, armor penetration, damage, cooldowns, and magic penetration. In the utility tree, I get the bonuses to regeneration and increased experience gain. In the lane, my Meki Pendant is giving me some amazing mana regeneration, allowing me to easily kill minions with Mystic Shot, which is doing over 80 points of damage. Just be sure to position yourself properly so you don't hit the wrong minion. My armor penetration allows me to do full damage to the low level, low armor champions. I go for a fast champion kill at level 3, but I misjudge my damage and simply force him to heal instead of getting first blood. Ezreal has a lot of damage output early on, especially with Ignite. After Chalice of Harmony and Boots of Speed, I start building flat physical damage and armor penetration. I have Sword of the Occult, and next up is Brutalizer. On a physical DPS build, try to position yourself to land Mystic Shot. Ezreal's ultimate is a great way to contribute to team fights even if you're nowhere nearby. Thanks to my teammate Jax, I get an easy kill on Poppy. Once I get in range of Nasus, I make careful use of Arcane Shift, so I can line up an easy Mystic Shot for the kill. Without it, minions would have gotten in the way. With my brand new Sheen, we start another battle. I notice that the enemy team files into a neat little column, giving me a perfect opportunity to use my ultimate. This gives me 5 stacks on my passive, so I have really good damage output when I attack. As the battle develops, I see Nasus as an available target, and use Arcane Shift to get into range. Nasus is dropped quickly and Ashe almost dies afterwards, but the legendary Jesse pairing tanks the Mystic Shot by flashing into the way. Here we see another large battle. Poppy is picked off right away. Nasus is forced to revive and dies soon after as we chase off his teammates. The clever part of the battle is flashing over the wall so I can cast my ultimate uninterrupted. Ashe gets tagged and I use Arcane Shift to attempt a kill. As more people die, I keep my distance and keep putting out damage on Sion and Zilean. The best part about Ezreal here is that I can keep hitting them as they duck in and out through Fog of War. When Jax shows up to fight, I initiate again on Zilean, hitting a massive Mystic Shot and following up with basic attacks for the kill. Now that I have Trinity Force, we fight by the dragon. I unload some damage and healing, and then position myself to the back of my team and unleash True Shot Barrage to open up with heavy damage. After Poppy dies, I hit all 3 nearby enemies and heal Jax with Essence Flux. Nasus is then easily slain and my Ignite makes Sion revive. As we go for the Sion, I barely tag Tristana with a heal right before Sion stuns her. Moments later, I do what so many can only dream of. I slay Jesse pairing. In the aftermath, I chase Zilean only to find Ashe out of position. I Arcane Shift close for an easy Mystic Shot. Jax and I foolishly try to kill Baron Nashor. I do what I can to keep Jax alive with Essence Flux. However, we're ganked by Ashe. At 2 separate points, I heal Jax right before he would have been slain, and Ashe is turned into a quick, easy kill. Never underestimate the healing damage dealer. Thanks for watching the Ezreal Spotlight. You'll be legendary in no time.
Pulsar systems initiated. Thermal reactor online. Fusion core active. Pulsar cannon charging. Hello, Ezreal. Do you require a map?
No.
your command.
Let's do this.
Product not yet rated.
Heroes come in many forms. Some have vision. Some have grace. And some have strength. But only a few shall become legends. League of Legends: Clash of Fates.
Welcome to the League of Dreams. Get better than this. This is where Draven shines. Let's admire me. Let's admire me. Draven. Let's admire me. Let's admire me. Don't be jealous. Let's admire me. Let's admire me. Hear that? Let's admire me. I have the best job. This is the move. Watch and learn. Yoink. I'll take that. Draven does it all. Let's do this. Something new killing man. Hit him where it hurts. Too easy. Seems to be blood everywhere I go. Not Draven. Draven. Places to go. Want some Draven? Come on and play. Got axes. Need victims. Why thank you for perfection? I got that. Let's admire me. Let's admire me. Draven. Let's admire me. Let's admire me. Don't be jealous. Let's admire me. Let's admire me. Draven. Let's admire me. Draven out.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring
Vayne, the Night Hunter.
Vayne is a ranged DPS assassin. She's big on mobility and surprise, pinning down single targets and severely weakening them before they can retaliate. Vayne's passive is Night Hunter. When running toward an enemy champion, she gains bonus movement speed. Note that this bonus only works if you can actually see the enemy she's hunting. Tumble causes Vayne to roll toward your mouse cursor when you activate the ability. Immediately upon tumbling, Vayne's next attack will deal significant bonus damage. Tumble also resets Vayne's auto attack timer, allowing you to hit a target, tumble, and quickly hit him again. With Silver Bolts, Vayne's third consecutive attack and/or ability on an enemy will deal significant bonus true damage. Note that hitting an alternate target will start the combo over on the new foe. Condemn damages and knocks back a single enemy. If the target is knocked into a wall, he gets stunned and takes bonus damage. Note that this spell applies 1 tick of Silver Bolts. Vayne's ultimate is Final Hour, which buffs her for a few seconds. While activated, Vayne gains bonus attack damage, Tumble will cause Vayne to stealth for a short time, and the bonus movement speed from Night Hunter is greatly increased. Early aggression is extremely powerful for Vayne. Sporting his new Ninja Rammus skin, I get a gank from my jungler. I push in with Tumble, saving Condemn until Katarina will be pushed into a wall. Together we kill her before she's able to recover. Vayne's harass game is very strong. If you're in range for one attack, you should shoot, tumble, attack again, and then chase for the third hit to trigger Silver Bolts. This damage is pretty much guaranteed, since Night Hunter should allow you to catch anyone. This damage will often catch opponents by surprise. Though I'm low on mana, I press into Katarina, using the shoot, tumble, shoot combo. I have to flash away from the turret to keep me from dying though. For those who are wondering why Katarina didn't use her ultimate, she had used it just before this clip. That's why I was at half health. Because of your powerful early game, you can often push your opponents out of experience range. Here I tumble behind Katarina's minions and stay there so she can't gain any gold or experience. It's important to realize that you can't always do this at level 1, but at this stage I can fight Katarina and her minions and come out ahead. We get into a team fight in the river. I push back Udyr with Condemn, and after tumbling away from Katarina, I switch my focus to Jarvan. Safely attacking from the brush, I take him down with Tumble and Sheen. After he falls, I switch to Udyr. I position myself with Tumble and blast him into the wall with Condemn, serving up an easy kill as I follow with Tumble. It's almost impossible to chase down Vayne 1v1. Singed tries to attack me, but I simply tumble out of range every time, finally using Condemn when I feel threatened. Condemn doesn't always have to hit a wall to ensure a kill. Here I keep running toward Udyr, knocking him back away from his turret with Condemn, once Remus's taunt ends. Vayne's best fights are 1v1, especially once you have Trinity Force. Singed comes at me with nowhere to run, so I turn and fight. Tumble and Condemn keep me safe for the first half of the fight, until Jarvan shows up. He tries to knock me up with Demacian Standard and Dragon Strike, but I tumble out of the way just in time, landing the kill onto Singed. As Jarvan jumps onto me with Cataclysm, I tumble aside and push him back with Condemn, also dealing massive damage with Silver Bolts. Right as he tries to kill me with Dragon Strike, I tumble to the side, hitting him another 3 times, taking Silver Bolts and picking up 2 kills by myself. Somewhere in here is a joke involving the Matrix, Trinity, and dodging bullets. I leave it to you. Vayne is great at cleaning up low health enemies because she deals exceptional burst. I find Udyr, knocking him down with attack, tumble, attack, attack, triggering Silver Bolts. I jump onto Katarina, hitting her with attack, tumble, attack, Condemn, which is the fastest way Vayne has to trigger Silver Bolts. As a team fight breaks out, I always want to isolate one target. Here Udyr chases me around, but barely hits me more than twice. I make the mistake of not hitting him into the wall when I had the chance, but I'm still able to deal enough damage to kill him before his team arrives. As the fight continues, I push onto Singed, destroying him with just basic attacks, tumble, and Silver Bolts. A teamfight starts near the enemy base. I push Katarina into the wall with Condemn to stun her, switching focus to Alistar since the true damage from Silver Bolts and Lizard buff will cut through his ultimate. Again I isolate myself from the rest of the fight, taking on Singed 1v1. As before, he's an easy kill, while my team picks up Katarina, since Alistar and Singed are unable to support her. I'm going to show her early laning while detailing the build I use on Vayne. For runes, I take armor penetration marks, attack speed seals, flat magic resist glyphs, and armor penetration quintessences. This setup allows me a lot of presence in lane, increasing my damage and helping defend against mages, while giving me the tools to scale into late game as well. My masteries are 2109 with Ghost and Flash. Most importantly, I take attack speed and magic penetration in offense. I max Tumble right away, with a point in Silver Bolts at level 4, and maxing Condemn immediately after. For items, I open with Doran's Blade. I rush into Sheen as soon as possible, taking Ionian Boots of Lucidity after. From there, I rush up the Trinity Force and follow up with Madrid's Blood Razor. At this point, I have tons of damage. Trinity Force synergizes with Tumble, and Madrid's Blood Razor combines well with Silver Bolts. Afterwards, I start building durability, with Banshee's Veil and Atma's Impaler. Finally, I build Last Whisper and Elixirs to scale my damage into late game. Thanks for tuning in to the Vayne Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel and leave us a comment below on how you'd like to see this video series improved. So, Vayne, wanna do anything later tonight?
Let us hunt those who have fallen to darkness.
Oh, never mind. Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring
Yorick, the Grave Digger.
Yorick is a melee damage dealer who summons minions to do his bidding.
Omen of War causes Yorick's next attack to deal bonus damage and summons a Spectral Ghoul, which moves quickly and deals bonus damage. While the Spectral Ghoul is out, Yorick moves faster. Omen of Pestilence damages and slows enemies in an area and summons a Decaying Ghoul, which will continue to slow enemies around it. Omen of Famine damages target enemy, heals Yorick for a percentage of that damage, and summons a Ravenous Ghoul, which heals Yorick for the damage it deals. Omen of Death creates a clone of target allied champion for a few seconds. If the ally dies while the clone is alive, the clone sacrifices itself to temporarily reanimate the ally. Yorick's passive is Unholy Covenant. Yorick deals bonus damage on his attacks for each ghoul active. Additionally, all of Yorick's ghouls scale off of his own health and damage. I coordinate a gank up top with my teammate Blitzcrank. I create a clone with Omen of Death. I slow the enemy Yorick with Omen of Pestilence, and once he gets into range, I deal a ton of damage with Omen of War and Omen of Famine. Unfortunately, Blitzcrank stays in range of the turret too long and gives away a kill. I get jumped by LeBlanc while low on health. Unfortunately, I die, but thanks to Omen of Death, I have full control of my abilities when I respawn, so I get revenge before timing out. We catch two of our opponents in the upper jungle. I catch LeBlanc with Omen of Pestilence, and she dies to Nidalee's Javelin Toss. Later on, we turret dive onto Vayne. My burst damage from Omen of Pestilence and Omen of Famine get us the kill underneath the turret. In a 2 vs 4 at bottom lane, we catch Fiddlesticks. My damage output from 3 Omens and Trinity Force crushes his health. We retreat as the fight wears on, waiting for our teammates. Once they're occupied, I summon more ghouls, which crushes the health of everyone else in that fight. I flash over the wall to catch Garen, picking up my second kill. I then turn back onto Yorick and kill him with Omen of Pestilence. We get into a team fight in mid. Immediately I throw all my Omens out, having my ghouls do a ton of damage for me. Even though I get pushed out of the fight a couple of times, my ranged Omens, Pestilence, and Famine allow me to keep putting out damage even though I'm pushed away. Specifically, Omen of Famine gives me enough health to walk back into the fight in the end. Ultimately, we pick up a ton of kills and win the fight. We catch another team fight in mid, and again, I spam my ghouls out, dealing tons of damage to Garen and the rest of the team, getting a kill immediately on Yorick and Vayne. Garen gets swarmed by my ghouls, and as Fiddlesticks shows up late, I instantly burst him down. To clean up the fight, we try to chase down onto the enemy LeBlanc. As we chase her down, I finally land Omen of Pestilence, allowing my team to catch up and pick up the kill. Inside their base, we fight a long drawn-out battle underneath their turrets. Ultimately, my ghoul spam allows us to kill Garen. I pick up the turret with my spam of ghouls, which make Yorick a great pushing champion. For runes, I take armor penetration marks, flat armor seals, flat magic resist glyphs, and armor penetration quintessences. These runes help me fight exceptionally well at early levels. My masteries are 11, 0, 19, rushing for armor penetration and otherwise taking basic utility masteries, with Ignite and Flash. I max Omen of Pestilence right away, taking 2 in Omen of Famine to keep me healthy, and otherwise maxing Omen of War. For items, I open with a Regrowth Pendant and Health Potion. I grab Philosopher's Stone and Mercury Treads early, grabbing a fast Trinity Force and fleshing out my durability and damage with Force of Nature, Yomu's Ghostblade, Randuin's Omen, and Last Whisper. Thanks for tuning in to the Yorick Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel up top and leave us some comments down below. Whoa, wait, Yorick, where are you going?
There is only one destination.
Okay, where is that? Yorick? Hello?
The Freljord, a frozen, desolate place. War is coming to the Freljord. The Avarosan, the largest and strongest of the tribes. Led by Ash, they seek peaceful unification. The Winter's Claw, the most warlike and brutal of the tribes. Led by Sejuani, they think peace is another word for weakness. Sejuani has sworn to purge this weakness. Through war, the Freljord will be purified. Far in the north, the peaceful Frostguard protect Freljord's ancient secrets. Or so the world believes. In truth, the Frostguard protect me, Lysandra. While others bicker, we prepare. When the time is right, we will strike. They cannot withstand us. They are only human. And when the war is over, the world, our world, will be reborn in ice.
Welcome to the Champion Spotlight presented by Riot Games, featuring Anivia the Cryo Phoenix. In this video, I'll cover some of the playstyles and tricks that Anivia can pull off. Runes, masteries, summoner spells, and farming are all topics in this spotlight. Anivia is a difficult champion to play, but her damage output is amazing if done correctly. Her primary ability is Flash Frost, which both does great damage as well as slowing or stunning opponents. Her core combo is Flash Frost into Frostbite, potentially using Glacial Storm and Crystallize to lure your opponents into your other spells. For summoner spells, I use Ignite and Flash. Ignite supplements Anivia's incredible damage burst to ensure champion kills, while Flash makes up for Anivia's low movement speed. I rank the Q spell, Flash Frost, whenever I can. My secondary is Frostbite, E. I typically try to get a rank in Crystallize by level 8 or 10. Once you're level 6, you can solo the Golem with a full mana pool, but you're best served already having the buff and trying to renew it. Anivia has the lowest durability of any champion in the game, so I invest in flat health quintessences. However, the rest of my runes are pure offense, magic penetration, mana regeneration per level, and cooldowns. I follow the 9-0-21 mastery build, grabbing the magic penetration mastery in offense, and getting the important movement speed, cooldown, mana regeneration, and neutral buff duration masteries in utility. Anivia has extremely strong burst damage even early in the game. As soon as I see an opening at level 2, I stun Fiddlesticks and toss Frostbite. Once the cooldown for Flash Frost comes back up, I jump right onto Fiddlesticks so he can't dodge the stun. Once his silence wears off, I blow him up with my spell combo and Ignite. I buy Catalyst as my first item, which gives me plenty of health and mana for most of the game. Pretty soon, Warwick comes to kill me with his ultimate. However, my extreme spell damage picks him apart. The most important point with Flash Frost is to make sure that the projectile has moved slightly past your target. The stun explosion has a larger radius than the initial projectile, so just because you stun someone, it doesn't mean you hit him twice. With the Golem buff from Warwick, I rush to gank the bottom lane. I lead Teemo with a Flash Frost, stunning him right as he heads up. The kill on Shen demonstrates the battle applications of Crystallize. Right as he leaves the brush, I line up the wall with the oncoming minion wave, forcing him to walk around all of them. It gives me an easy Flash Frost as I follow. Note that in all of these Flash Frost kills, I always ensure that my position lands me an easy double hit and stun. The next items I get are Mejai's Soul Stealer and Sorcerer's Shoes. One of Anivia's supreme strengths is her ability to instantly destroy entire minion waves, especially with the Golem buff. As Fiddlesticks tries to escape my team, I Summoner Flash to make up for my relatively low movement speed, and cut him off for an assist. I buy Cage's Lucky Pick on my way to Deathfire Grasp, bringing me up to 92 ability power. Here's a good example of Anivia's burst damage as Teemo sticks his neck out too far in mid. He goes from full to dead with a single burst. Note that I open with Glacial Storm to make sure he can't dodge Flash Frost. As we push through middle lane, I catch Teemo with Glacial Storm, slowing him enough to land Flash Frost's stun and Frostbite.
Thinking I'm safe, I recall, but Shaco tries to gank me. However, he can't withstand my basic spell combo and dies in 3 seconds flat. Shen eventually picks me off using Shadow Dash, but Rebirth keeps my killing spree alive. Inside their base, I demonstrate the full burst potential of Anivia with Deathfire's Grasp. I drop Fiddlesticks for 900 health without even using Flash Frost. For my escape, I make sure to wait until the turret has a shot on the way before I flash to dodge it. Then, I wait for Teemo to overcommit so that he can't dodge my spells, and he gets a single attack off before dying. In a new game, I've been harassing Master Yi with mostly basic attacks, but once I hit level 6, I have the ability to bait him into a Flash Frost. He tries to cleanse the slow from my ultimate, but he can't escape my spell combo. When Master Yi comes back, I use 2 mechanics. 1, I know where he will reappear after Alpha Strike, the first unit hit. And 2, after the initial combo, I let my minions tank the tower for me and simply walk with him because the tower won't attack me unless I attack him. My mana is low and I'm not sure I can land a combo from long range, so I Summoner Flash to land an easy nuke for the kill. I drop into the brush to force minions to disengage. The fast Catalyst not only gave me enough mana for the kill, but also healed me in case I was ganked afterwards. Now with Mejai's Soulstealer and Sorcerer's Shoes, I see Ryze and Warwick attempting to push top. This time I lead with Flash Frost from Fog of War, stunning them both. I turn on the ultimate, Frostbite 1, and relax as the kills fall into my lap. I gank Morgana in mid, and although I whiff Flash Frost, Glacial Storm and Frostbite gets her below half health. The best play here was to move oddly to have her miss Dark Blinding, and then stay melee range so that I would hit Flash Frost when it came back up. Tower diving with casters like Anivia is very easy, because you do all of your damage in 1 or 2 installments. I combo to get him low, and having cleared the minion waves, can walk right past his turret using Summoner Flash to close the gap, letting Glacial Storm slow him, and Flash Frost to kill. I've grabbed Deathfire Grasp and a Blasting Wand, aimed at making Zhonya's ring. I sit near mid, hoping someone will come for me, so I can trap them with Crystallize. However, I notice that Master Yi has slain Annie, so I head left to cut him off. I lead him with Flash Frost, but he turns around, making me place Crystallize to cut off his escapes to the south. As he turns around, I catch him with Glacial Storm, Frostbite, Ignite, and basic attacks. I go for Rammus and Ryze, aiming my spells at Ryze for the first kill, but also dropping Crystallize to keep Rammus off of me until his teammate dies. As Rammus tries to escape, I toss a leading Flash Frost and Frostbite to kill him. Warwick tries to kill me with his ultimate, but I'm so durable with Catalyst and Rebirth that he simply dies. Our final lesson is on Flash Frost once more. I know Morgana will run the second she sees her minions die, so I lead her escape and tag her with a stun for an easy kill. Thanks for watching the Anivia Champion Spotlight. Just remember to
keep cool.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Sejuani, the Winter's Wrath. Sejuani is a mobile tank who specializes in slowing and disrupting the enemy team. Through a variety of crowd control effects and constant damage, Sejuani makes her opponents choose between getting worn down or spending tons of effort just to push her away. Sejuani's passive is Frost. All of Sejuani's basic attacks apply Frost, which slows her target's movement speed for a short time. Arctic Assault causes Sejuani to dash in target direction, damaging and additionally applying Frost to all enemies she hits. If Sejuani hits a champion with Arctic Assault, she immediately stops the dash. I take rank 1 of Arctic Assault at level 2, maxing it out by level 13. Northern Winds damages all enemies around Sejuani every second for a few seconds. Enemies afflicted with Frost take even more damage. I take Northern Winds at level 1 when jungling and max it last. Permafrost converts the frost on nearby enemies to Permafrost, dealing damage and increasing the slow. Targets suffering from Permafrost still count as frosted and take bonus damage from Northern Winds. I take Permafrost at level 3 and max it by level 9. Glacial Prison sends out a skill shot nuke that explodes at maximum range, or on the first enemy champion it hits. All enemies in the explosion are damaged, stunned, and given the frost debuff. A champion who is struck directly receives an even longer stun. On Summoner's Rift, Jungle Sejuani can best be described as a ganking jungler. You should try to gank more than you would on your average jungler. I head to the top lane behind Malzahar. I only activate Northern Winds, saving my other spells. After he flashes, Permafrost locks him up for Arctic Assault, picking up First Blood. Let's talk about counter-jungling. When fighting against junglers, your opponent's Ancient Golem will typically respawn a little after 7 minutes into the game, so I check to see if I can steal it. I ward the river below to watch for incoming ganks, and I scroll over to see Amumu hasn't picked up that buff. I keep an eye on the minimap, noticing that Amumu is still fighting at the bottom. Malzahar is still at top, but everyone else is missing. Remember that stealing a buff has no use if they just kill you and take it back, so make sure you have the ability to escape with your life when attempting counter-jungling. As soon as the golem falls, I immediately run down, which is exactly when Victor and Amumu come in to gank me. Arctic Assault and Flash barely create enough distance for me to escape with their buffs in hand. When ganks involve more than just one opponent, rely on Sejuani's crowd control to enable kills for your teammates. As I gank the bottom lane, I lead with Arctic Assault, using Permafrost to ruin Caitlyn's chances for escape. However, as she dodges Ashe's ultimate and exhausts me, I toss out Glacial Prison to ensure she falls. After, I turn to Dr. Mundo. Permafrost drops his movement speed, and once I'm sure my teammates can get the kill, Arctic Assault gets me out of turret range, picking up 2 kills with no losses. Sejuani's aptitude for consistent crowd control is unmatched. With only Ashe to help, I run in on 3 enemies. My first target is Malzahar, so by having Dr. Mundo and Amumu run at me, I can sneak by with Arctic Assault. Between Permafrost and Northern Winds, Malzahar quickly dies. I want to head in to help Ashe, so I kite Dr. Mundo into like an Arctic Assault over the wall. Seeing Amumu running, Glacial Prison scares him into flashing a little bit too early and failing his escape. Though he has a lead on us, Arctic Assault catches up to Dr. Mundo. The combination of Frozen Mallet and Permafrost completely shut down his ability to chase down Ashe, giving us our 3rd kill of the fight. Always try to disrupt and kill the frail backline champions. As a team fight starts, I have the perfect opportunity to jump Malzahar and Victor. Opening up with all my basic abilities threatens Malzahar enough to target me with his ultimate. Now out of crowd control, Shaco is set up for an easy kill. As we now have a numbers advantage, I lock up the rest of their team with Glacial Prison, allowing us to pounce onto Victor as well. Dr. Mundo now has to make his escape, but I pump out way too much slow for him to make it out. Seeing more enemies, I continue the charge, but have to run from Caitlyn as I'm low on health. However, I take a heal from Nidalee, so I head back in. Flash into Arctic Assault allows me to catch these 2 running enemies, giving us all 5 kills for only 1 death in the fight. On Dominion, Sejuani is basically a big bully. Pushing in on Lee Sin, he doesn't have any way to continue fighting my teammate. I guess on LeBlanc's position and just barely miss her in the Fog of War with Glacial Prison. I choose to push out and chase her down, although Rammus probably could have caught her by himself. However, we're able to quickly turn back onto Lee Sin, killing him before he's able to really move anywhere thanks to our combined crowd control effects and damage. Her durability also lets Sejuani charge into some fights before her team arrives. I head in on LeBlanc and Riven, stopping their captures of the refinery. I hunt down Riven, keeping her from escaping despite the champion's remarkable mobility. My slows enable the kill for Kassadin, and we regroup to take back the refinery. For runes, I take flat armor marks, flat armor seals, magic resist per level glyphs, and gold generation quintessences. This build is aimed at clearing the jungle with safety while setting up for late game durability and wealth. For jungling masteries, take 0, 17, 13, focusing on a few key stats. For jungle power, take the masteries that reduce and return damage to minions in defense, plus runic affinity in utility. To fulfill your role as a tank, grab armor, health, movement speed, and bonus gold wherever possible. Grab Smite and Flash for summoner spells, mastering both. On Dominion, or when not jungling in Classic, 121-8 works great. Swap minion-specific masteries in defense for further damage reduction, and swap your summoners for exhaust and heal, mastering both. In Classic, open with cloth armor and 5 health potions, quickly buying boots of speed so you can roam around and gank. Grab extra income through Philosopher's Stone and Heart of Gold, then transition into building more durability. Take Ninja Tabby or Mercury Treads depending on your opponents, and build Aegis of the Legion. From here, make some decisions in your build. Shirelia's Reverie grants extra mobility and team utility. Frozen Mallet will lock up individual targets. Force of Nature is excellent against magic damage, and Randuin's Omen is great against physical. In Dominion, all the same items are quite useful. Open with a Philosopher's Stone and Boots of Speed, and look for the same items as before. Take defensive boots to counter your opponents. Build as much durability as you'll need through items like Randuin's Omen and Odin's Veil, but try to build additional disruption, damage, and utility through Frozen Mallet, Sunfire Cape, and Shirelia's Reverie. Thanks for tuning in to the Sejuani Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel above, and don't forget to thumbs us up just below the video.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Riven, the Exile. Riven is a melee fighter who specializes in mobility and intricate ability combos. Playing her perfectly will require timing, planning, and managing your cooldowns. Broken Wings is a 3-part ability. You can activate it up to 3 times, dashing forward and damaging enemies with each use. The third activation will also knock back those enemies. If you activate the ability while your cursor is hovering over an enemy, Riven will dash toward that enemy. Otherwise, Riven will dash in the direction she is facing. Ki Burst damages and briefly stuns nearby enemies. Valor causes Riven to dash toward your cursor and gives her a temporary damage blocking shield. Blade of the Exile is Riven's ultimate. This ability reforges Riven's broken sword, giving her bonus damage plus increased range on her attacks and offensive abilities. You can activate the ability a second time to cast Wind Slash, sending out a skill shot cone nuke that damages all enemies in its path. This nuke deals more damage to enemies who are injured. Riven's passive is the Art of War. After each ability cast, Riven gains a buff, which can stack a few times. Basic attacks performed by Riven while she holds this buff deal bonus damage and consume 1 stack. Unless you attack in between some of your abilities, you can hit the stat cap and waste some of your passive potential. Early on, Riven has an excellent harass game. While you do put yourself in danger doing it, tossing around Broken Wings and dealing damage with the Art of War will give you a leg up. In this case, chasing around Singed isn't very smart, but I'm able to constantly poke at him. At level 3, I can head in with Valor, use the shield to block counterattacks, and blast through my abilities with basic attacks in between casts. As I repeat this process, he keeps getting lower and lower until I dive in for the kill. Valor into Broken Wings lets me land Ki Burst. Watch as I land 1 basic attack in between each use of Broken Wings. As he flashes out, I chase in and pick up First Blood. Once Singed comes back into lane, I'm able to play as a total bully. Because of Riven's mobility, once you gain the advantage, you should try to keep it. 1 combo gets him to half health, and then after the cooldown, I push in again. I stick to him with Broken Wings, block up his movement with Ki Burst, and finish him off with Blade of the Exile. At this point, Singed is underfarmed. A lot of games have that one opponent who ends up being an easy kill, so let's look at how to take those champions down as quickly as possible. Lead with Broken Wings into Ki Burst and land a basic attack while he's stunned. Then close back into range with Broken Wings and hit another attack. Hit Broken Wings a 3rd time for the knockback and attack again. Now you want to use Valor to chase as you run, landing another attack. I ended up having to waste Flash because I activated Sword of the Exile far too late. Ideally, you want to pop it early in the fight for the bonus damage, and then activate Wind Slash for the killing blow. Riven's high mobility makes her great at chasing champions, even if they have crowd control spells. I run to Lux, who's extremely low. As she turns to fire Light Binding, I turn to the side, move my cursor away from the spell, and dodge with Valor. Then I head back her way and push through with Broken Wings. Unfortunately, she's just out of range, but I keep chasing. As I follow, she makes the mistake of trying to juke me by turning around, but I close the gap immediately with Valor and Broken Wings. Even with the Light Binding, I make sure to face the right way, activate Broken Wings 2 more times, and kill her during the knockback. In the same vein, Riven is really good at running away. I activate Valor again and use Broken Wings to create more distance.
Make sure you keep giving Riven movement commands in between activations of Broken Wings to make sure she's heading in the right direction. As Singed catches up, I put on a shield with Valor, tanking the fling until my team arrives. As Kog'Maw comes to help, I use Exhaust, Ki Burst, and Broken Wings for damage. As Singed creates distance, I Valor back into range and continue with basic attacks and Broken Wings for the knockback and the kill. I catch a Mumu in the jungle. Because he's not running, I space out my abilities. Ki Burst, attack, Broken Wings, attack, Broken Wings, attack, Broken Wings, attack, Valor, attack, Ki Burst. Mumu runs away after hitting his ultimate. I could have dropped him with Blade of the Exile, but I hold onto it as we chase him down. I miss Broken Wings, but Kog'Maw takes him out with Living Artillery. Miss Fortune walks up and I Valor into range for Ki Burst. As she runs, I land 3 attacks empowered by the Art of War, picking up the kill. We get into a teamfight in the enemy base. I attack Singed, following him with Broken Wings through the minion wave. As he tries to escape, Valor into Ki Burst get me the first kill. I try to leave the enemy area of effect spells, and then see Lux get low. I activate Blade of the Exile, then chase her with Valor, and shoot her with Wind Slash as she retreats. Karthus grabs the kill with Requiem, and I turn to a Mumu. Ki Burst, Broken Wings, and basic attacks pick up that kill. Immediately I turn and Valor toward Miss Fortune, landing the 3rd activation of Broken Wings for a knockback, then 2 more attacks for my 3rd kill of the fight. For runes, I take Armor Penetration Marks, Flat Armor Seals, Flat Magic Resist Glyphs, and Flat Health Regeneration Quintessences. This setup is geared toward early game power, allowing me to survive almost any encounter in lane while dealing decent damage. My masteries are 21-6-3, focusing on increasing my physical damage as much as possible, and then increasing my durability. I take Exhaust and Flash for summoners, mastering Exhaust in the offense tree. I take a point in Broken Wings at level 1, and leave it there, maxing Ki Burst first and Valor after. I choose this build because the cooldowns on Ki Burst and Valor decrease with level, and I want to use these cooldowns for the increased mobility and to charge my passive. This build does not give you the most burst damage. If you want to head in and kill targets with an initial burst, you should max Broken Wings above Valor. For items, I open with a Doran's Blade. Then, I grab Ruggles Lantern and Mercury Treads, which give me a nice mix of damage and durability. From there, I graduate to some mid-tier damage and utility, with Hexdrinker followed by Yomu's Ghost Blade. Then, I head into late-game damage and durability, with my main considerations being Bloodthirster, Black Cleaver, Guardian Angel, and Infinity Edge. Thanks for tuning in to the Riven Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel up top, and leave us your thoughts and feedback in the comments below.
We've got changes to Rengar, Vladimir, Yorick, and the Tribunal covered in this episode of the Patch Overview. Hey everybody, we're back again this week with designer Feral Pony, who will walk us through the changes in this patch, which is also being used for the Season 2 World Championship. While this video doesn't cover every single change, it will explain the thought process behind some of our decisions. Let's start with Rengar. He's one of the newest champions to the league, but he came out a little bit weaker than we had hoped. What are we doing this patch to give him more of that predatory punch?
Rengar wasn't quite the ultimate predator we wanted to be, so we're beefing up his chasing and ambushing potential. So we're making a couple of quality life improvements to Unseen Predator that should make him a little bit easier to use the skill effectively. Leaping between targets from Brush should now be a lot smoother, and Rengar will now automatically attack any champion he's pounced on. So we're removing the cast time on Battle Roar, so this basically allows him to cast it while moving. So he won't just kind of stop in place and angrily yell at people, he'll be able to continue chasing them down and killing them. So there are two main reasons why we made Thrill the Hunt faster. One is this is often his initiation move, we really want him to kind of excel at this. The other one is, again, hunting people down. If there's a straggler, we really want to be able to kind of go into stealth mode and actually catch and kill that person. Overall, this should make Rengar way more awesome and that really fulfill that ultimate predator fantasy.
The Vladimir changes are always a bit controversial, but we have some changes in store for him this patch. What are we doing to the Crimson Reaper?
So in the previous patch, we reduced the health cost of Tides of Blood, and now players are basically able to keep it up at max stacks, which is effectively doubling the damage of the spell from previously. So as a result of this, a lot of Vladimir players are now stacking Magic Pen, and basically just wrecking teamfights in the middle of the game. I really want him to be sort of this late game AP carry, but right now, because of the Tides of Blood change, he's just peaking too early. So to compensate for the reduced risk involved in stacking Tides of Blood, we're going to be pulling back the damage on the higher ranks of the skill. This should soften some of that mid-game punch, but still allow Vladimir to do really impressive damage late game after he builds some AP.
Ziggs is getting an interesting change to his Satchel Charge ability. Take us through it.
Satchel Charge is a really amazing and fun ability on Ziggs, but it just didn't really have the impact we wanted. So as a result, we're increasing the knockback distance for Ziggs' opponents, as well as increasing how far he flies when using that ability. This should allow him to use it as a more reliable escape method, as well as allow him to get over walls he couldn't previously.
Yorick has always excelled at bullying champions in lane. What do we have in store for the Gravedigger this patch?
So Yorick's ability to harass his opponents with ghouls and not allowing them to have any real counterplay is really frustrating to play against. So we're increasing the mana cost on Omen of Pestilence. This should bring his early game power down a little bit, as well as make him think a little more carefully about when and where to use his ghouls. So we're reducing the base movement speed of Yorick's ghouls, and almost more importantly, we're making it so they no longer block pathing. This will allow Yorick's opponents to kind of kite the ghouls easier early game, unless Yorick commits and lands that Omen of Pestilence first. The ghouls will still return to their full movement speed by about level 12, so this shouldn't impact him outside of the laning phase.
Misfortune and Caitlyn are two carries that have pretty much disappeared in competitive play. What are we doing this patch to give them a real role?
For Caitlyn, due to her really long range and kind of sniper persona, she was a very strong poke champion. But Piltover Peacemaker wasn't really fulfilling its job, especially when firing through minions. The damage fall off was just too steep, which caused her to kind of underperform in lane. So Misfortune was never a bad AD carry to pick, but she really lacked that niche or special sauce that gave her a really solid pick in a team comp. So the first thing we're doing is we're adjusting Strut. We're decreasing the amount of time it takes for Strut to come back up off cooldown, and we're decreasing the amount of time it takes for to reach maximum movement speed. This will increase her map mobility quite a lot, and allow her to see a lot of that fun lane switching and roaming gameplay a lot of the pro teams are doing right now. The last thing we're doing is we're removing the wind-up time on her ultimate. This will allow her to sort of lay down that heavy AoE damage faster and more reliably than before.
Thanks, Feral Pony. Now, changing pace a little bit, we're going to have Dr. Light, game design specialist, take over the mic. So Light, we've got some changes coming in for the Tribunal. What are they and why are we making them?
We're really happy with the impact the Tribunal's had on good sportsmanship and behavior in League of Legends so far, but we think there are always ways we can improve. This past summer, we experimented with reform cards, which gave punished users much more feedback as to why the community voted to punish them. However, we want to extend this additional feedback to Tribunal voters as well, and we're adding 2 new features to honor their contributions to our community. First, we've added the Justice Review. Here you can go over your previous cases, including the ones you skipped, to see the results. You can also view stats on your level of accuracy, including number of toxic players you helped remove, number of toxic days of gameplay you helped prevent, and your longest correct streak. We're also adding the Halls of Justice. This is a new ladder for Tribunal users to see how their contributions compare to their peers. Players will get bonus points for getting streaks of correct cases, and we're excited to see and highlight the most positive contributors to our community. Lastly, we did some research and found that the vast majority of Tribunal voters don't come to the Tribunal for the IP rewards. They're actually motivated by the opportunity to improve the community. In addition, we discovered that the group of players who are motivated purely by IP, these players were actually the least accurate voters in the Tribunal. In light of this evidence, we've decided to run a large-scale experiment to replace IP rewards with these two new features. We believe this change will improve Tribunal accuracy overall.
That's it for us for this episode of the Patch Overview. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel and leave us your comments just below. Thanks for watching.
Okay, tape is rolling. Interview with suspect number 31 in connection with the Riot Cafe Dine and Dash Caper. According to this, your name is Mr. Cho'Gath, President and CEO of Cho'Gath International. Is that correct?
Yes, good sir.
Alright, Mr. Cho'Gath. I can see you have expensive tastes. That's a very nice suit you're wearing.
Anything less would be uncivilized.
So, before we get started, do you need anything?
Anyone for a spot of tea?
Of course. Jerry, get the man a spot of tea. Now, Mr. Cho'Gath, where were you on the night of March 20th?
What?
Having trouble remembering, are we? Perhaps you could start by telling us your connection to one Twisted Fate?
You cheeky little fellow!
That's right, we know you were at a card game the night of the attack. What happened? Did they take all your money? Is that why you didn't have enough money to pay the bill?
Oh, bother.
You see this? This is your waitress. She nearly died. Maybe you should pace yourself when you eat so you don't get carried away feasting next time. Well, what do you have to say for yourself?
One can survive everything nowadays, except death.
Don't you have the slightest ounce of decency?
Nom 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 nom.
You make me sick.
Would you like some cheese with your wine?
Get him out of my sight.
Pip pip, cheerio.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring
Leona, the Radiant Dawn.
Leona is a pure tank, specializing in disruption and soaking up damage for her teammates. She has great mobility and excels at helping take down enemy targets quickly. Shield of Daybreak causes Leona's next attack to deal bonus damage and stun her target. This ability refreshes her attack timer, so it's ideal to use it right after making a successful attack. Eclipse temporarily gives Leona bonus armor and magic resist. After a few seconds, Leona damages all nearby enemy targets. If she damages an enemy this way, the buff duration is doubled. Zenith Blade sends out a skill shot that damages all enemy targets in a line. Leona then blinks to the last enemy champion hit this way. Leona's ultimate is Solar Flare. Solar Flare targets an area, which explodes after a brief delay. Enemy units in the area take damage and are slowed, while enemies in the very center are also stunned. Leona's passive is Sunlight. All of Leona's abilities marked enemy units hit. Allied champions who hit these marked enemies deal bonus damage and consume the mark. Aggressive play early on gets our opponents low. When Morgana lands Dark Binding, I push in for the kill. Notice my ability order. I turn on Eclipse, allowing its 3-second delay to tick down. I hit Maokai with Shield of Daybreak, and wait for Morgana to trigger Sunlight. Immediately, I land Zenith Blade and Eclipse, which contribute to our first kill in the lane. We get into a fight in bottom lane. To halt Akali, I hit her with Shield of Daybreak. After activating Eclipse, I notice Morgana lands Dark Binding and Tormented Soil. Estimating that her health is low enough, I stay for the kill with Eclipse and run once I see Vladimir coming. I use Zenith Blade, targeting Vladimir to get back underneath my turret. As Vladimir gets out of Sanguine Pool, I retreat from him so that he won't land Tides of Blood. I continue to kite back and forth, and as Maokai gets too greedy for the kill underneath the turret, I stun him with Shield of Daybreak for a triple kill. A teamfight starts in the river. I cycle my abilities to maximize Sunlight's damage on Maokai, opening with Shield of Daybreak and then Eclipse. As the fight ensues, I see Maokai get low. I burst him from about half health, with Solar Flare, Zenith Blade, and finally Shield of Daybreak. Afterwards, I see Akali get low, so I wade into her Twilight Shroud and activate Eclipse, picking up the kill as she runs. As Annie gets low, I flash into the enemy team, stunning Amumu with Shield of Daybreak, but turn back as I'm afraid of Vladimir. I should have just kept hitting Amumu, as he ends up getting away when I miss Zenith Blade. I turn back around once I notice I can't pick up Amumu, activating Eclipse to pick up the kill on Vladimir as he runs. While laning up top against Vladimir, I get ganked from behind by Ezreal. I calmly walk into the brush and line up Zenith Blade. With a projectile in the air, I activate Shield of Daybreak. Once I appear behind Ezreal, I stun him and walk away. As Annie catches our opponents, I lead Vladimir with Solar Flare, but he dodges it with Sanguine Pool. As he retreats, I flash into range, activate Shield of Daybreak, and once it comes off cooldown, I catch him underneath his turret with Zenith Blade. I immediately head back into the fight, stunning Maokai, giving us the kill thanks additionally to Sunlight. Solar Flare combines well with either your or a teammate's stun. Here Annie flashes onto Ezreal, getting him extremely low. I follow up with Solar Flare, killing him before he has the chance to escape. Midway through a teamfight, we catch up with Maokai. We kill him and then turn into Akali after a great Pillar of Filth from Trundle. Note my positioning. I see Trundle head toward the top, Jarvan is off to the top left, and Morgana is below. So I head to the right-hand side of Akali's Twilight Shroud. Sure enough, I catch her trying to escape out that way, stunning her with a Shield of Daybreak and picking up the kill soon after. We catch a team fight in mid. I split off to attack the most important target, Vladimir. I first try to lead with Solar Flare, but save it since I can kill him with just Shield of Daybreak. Immediately after, I head toward Maokai. With Frozen Mallet and Shield of Daybreak, we take him down easily. We head toward their base, and again, I try to hit Amumu with Solar Flare, but upon noticing my team isn't following, I stop and turn to support Annie. I tag Akali with Solar Flare, but Annie dies. I sit in Akali's Twilight Shroud, with Eclipse active and Zenith Blade ready to hit her. As she jumps Morgana, I blink to Amumu with Zenith Blade, and take down Akali with Shield of Daybreak. After that, I peg the running Ezreal with Zenith Blade and Shield of Daybreak. Then, I keep Amumu pinned down with my Frozen Mallet, even despite his flash. As Trundle and I chase, we pick up the kill with Shield of Daybreak and Zenith Blade. For runes, I build Pure Tank, with flat magic resist marks, dodge seals, flat magic resist glyphs, and flat health quintessences. My masteries are 0, 21, 9, making sure to take nimbleness and defense to synergize with my dodge seals, and greed and utility to help me stack up items. I max Shield of Daybreak right away to get lower cooldowns on my stun, making sure to max Eclipse second for durability, but grabbing a point in Zenith Blade at level 2 to help me initiate fights. For items, I open with a Regrowth Pendant and Health Potion, taking a fast Philosopher's Stone and grabbing Mercury Treads. I find Aegis of the Legion to be a must-buy when supporting your team. I then go for a bit of crowd control and damage with Frozen Mallet and Sunfire Cape. I round out my build with Shirelia's Reverie and Randuin's Omen or Force of Nature, depending on the enemy team. Thanks for tuning in to the Leona Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel up top and leave us your thoughts in the comments below.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Zyra, Rise of the Thorns. Zyra is a ranged mage who disperses seeds and grows them into deadly plants that attack her foes. She's adept at pummeling individual enemies and controlling movement across the battlefield. Zyra's passive is Rise of the Thorns. Upon death, Zyra is frozen in place, and after a brief delay, can press any of her ability buttons to fire a line nuke that damages all enemies it hits. Deadly Bloom causes thorns to shoot out in target area, dealing damage to enemies caught above. Any seeds hit grow into thorn spitters that attack nearby enemies from afar. Max Deadly Bloom early if your primary goal is dealing damage with abilities outright. Rampant Growth passively grants Zyra bonus cooldown reduction. Every few seconds, Zyra stores a seed up to a cap. These seeds can be placed on the ground, revealing the area around them until they are stepped on and killed by an enemy champion, or grown into a deadly plant. Zyra's basic attacks will cause her plants to focus on her target. Max Rampant Growth if you're looking to sprout as many plants as possible. Grasping Roots sends a series of vines out in a line that damage and root in place enemies they hit. Any seeds hit grow into Vine Lashers that strike nearby enemies and slow them upon striking. Place points in Grasping Roots if you're looking for a bit more damage, but mostly if you're looking for extra crowd control. Zyra's ultimate is Stranglethorns. Stranglethorns damages all enemies in an area, laying a thicket of vines beneath them. After a short delay, these vines snap upward, knocking up enemies caught in the area. If any of Zyra's plants are hit by Stranglethorns, their attack speeds are greatly increased. As with any champion, place points in Stranglethorns as soon as possible, at level 6, 11, and 16. With early points in Deadly Bloom and Rampant Growth, Zyra can choose to quickly push her lane by sprouting a Thorn Spitter and using its added damage to clear out minions. Additionally, she can watch for ganks by planting seeds near potential gank paths. Early game, Zyra's plants make her one of the game's best duelists. As Victor engages, Zyra lands all her abilities, creating 2 plants in the process. Though Skarner enters from across the wall, her plants plus Ignite and basic attacks pick up a kill in return. Let's go back and watch the abilities in slow motion. Zyra opens with Rampant Growth into Grasping Roots, following up with Deadly Bloom into a second Rampant Growth. This allows one plant to slow down Victor, which would have ensured Zyra's escape, while the other continues to pummel him as he runs. Only the unfortunate entrance of Skarner kept Zyra from winning the fight outright. At level 6, Zyra's burst is phenomenal. Grasping Roots into Deadly Bloom deals incredible damage and holds him in place for the knockup from Stranglethorns. If Victor hadn't flashed, or if Zyra had summoned Thorn Spitters instead, it was an easy kill. Zyra's passive, Rise of the Thorns, means she can always claw back from difficult fights. Here Morgana runs in on Zyra with Soul Shackles. However, after Stranglethorns, summoning a Thorn Spitter, and locking Morgana down with Grasping Roots, Zyra can kill her with a final shot from Rise of the Thorns. The best way for Zyra to follow up on ganks is by lending her own crowd control. Here Rammus rolls in on Victor, allowing Zyra to easily land Grasping Roots and sprout a Vine Lasher to take him out. With a few points in Rampant Growth, Zyra can easily earn some extra gold from the nearby Wraith camps. Dropping 2 seeds right before Deadly Bloom gives Zyra some nice extra income with very little difficulty. You can also choose to cast a second Deadly Bloom to clear the camp faster. Zyra can set up on her foes without them noticing. After discovering Skarner with a ward, Zyra plants 2 seeds, grows them into Thorn Spitters, and locks Skarner down with Grasping Roots. The combined damage takes him down almost immediately. The Vine Lasher can provide great utility in a smaller skirmish. Skarner runs in, so Zyra lands Grasping Roots and sprouts a Vine Lasher, whose slow completely removes his chances to chase or escape. Focus on staying safe and outputting reliable damage in a team fight. In this battle, Zyra opens by spawning 2 Thorn Spitters, as they're the most likely to deal damage throughout a mobile fight. Stranglethorns keeps Gangplank and Skarner in range as Zyra chases down her first kill. Zyra runs off to the right to escape from Victor's clutches and flank the opposition. As she moves down, she gets behind Skarner and Caitlyn. The long range of Grasping Roots and Deadly Bloom is enough to take her second and third kills of the fight.
I recommend building Zyra with an emphasis on ability power, maximizing her damage, with some added durability through items. Consider magic penetration marks, flat mana regeneration seals, ability power per level glyphs, and flat ability power quintessences. Try 2109 masteries, taking all the magic damage increasing masteries in offense, plus mana regeneration and neutral buff duration in utility. For summoner spells, I recommend Ignite and Flash, allowing you to close in on kills or escape to safety. As an example build, open with Boots of Speed, Health Potions, and a few Doran's Rings or Prospector's Ring. Upgrade to Sorcerer's Shoes and add Rabadon's Death Cap for additional damage. Zhonya's Hourglass is exceptionally good on Zyra because her plants can continue attacking while she's in stasis. Finally, consider Ryle's Crystal Scepter, Void Staff, and Abyssal Scepter as other great items on Zyra. Thanks for tuning in to the Zyra Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel above and leave us your comments just below the video.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Lux, the Lady of Luminosity, with special guest Sherelia, Lux's designer.
Lux is a caster with a support emphasis. She specializes in controlling the battlefield with the constant threat of her crowd control abilities. She is similar to Morgana in playstyle, although her focus is more on her control and support aspects. Lux's Q ability is Light Binding. Light Binding is a linear skill shot that snares up to 2 targets and deals damage to them. The secondary target only receives half of the damage and half of the snare effect. Prismatic Barrier is Lux's main support ability. It is a boomerang type skill shot that fires out to its maximum range and back. Any allies hit by the ability receive a damage shield, and the damage shield can refresh when the boomerang returns, shielding up to 2 times the damage. Lux also receives the shield upon casting and when the projectile returns. Her E ability is Lucent Singularity. It is a great utility spell for controlling the battlefield. Lux throws a ball of light to an area which slows all enemy units around it. After 5 seconds, the ball detonates to deal damage. You can also cancel the ability early to deal the damage faster. This ability is also great for scouting, as it provides a vision bubble around it when it's active. Lux's ultimate spell is Finalis Funkeln, also known as the Mega Death Laser. It is a long-range skill shot, however, it is not global. After gathering energy, Lux fires a beam of light that instantly fries all enemy units in its path. One thing to note is this ability instantly deals damage when it fires, and has no traveling time. It's on a short cooldown, so feel free to use it frequently. Lux's passive, Illumination, causes all of her damage-dealing spells to charge the target with energy. Lux can activate the energy on the target with a normal attack to deal extra damage. Correctly utilizing Lux's passive is crucial to maximizing her damage.
My runes are very standard. Magic penetration marks, mana regeneration per level seals, flat cooldown reduction glyphs, and flat health quintessences. My masteries are also typical. 9 points for magic penetration in offense, with 21 in utility. Some players ask why I take reduced death duration. Well, if your champion doesn't heal himself, there's no reason to take the regeneration bonus. Ghost helps me get into position for my various skill shot abilities, while Clarity is an all-around excellent support spell. Lux is a great duo lane champion, especially with her brother Garen. Light Binding can be an excellent setup spell for Judgment. Whenever you have control of a lane, ranged champions like Lux should always camp in the brush. Notice how Akali and Kog'Maw are stuck far back, unable to farm minions. Since Lux doesn't have any hard escape abilities, let's talk about juking. I'm ganked by a lizard-buffed Master Yi, who uses Ghost when I do. First, I try Lucent Singularity for the slow, while tossing on Prismatic Barrier, but he alpha strikes me to chase. This juke here always works. Duck into the brush for just long enough to break line of sight. Your opponent will always right-click to move somewhere inside the brush, so that when you turn back around, he won't be ready for you. One thing you'll have to remember with Lux is that it's okay to light binding through a minion. Because Kennen can be so fast, I make sure to bind him while Malzahar is casting Nether Grasp so that I don't miss. Let's look at her standard damage combo. Start with Lucent Singularity and try to lead Akali to slow her as much as possible. Right before she gets out of range, blow it up. Toss a basic attack with Light Binding right after. The attack will proc Illumination, and Light Binding should be an easy hit because of the slow. Immediately after Light Binding, cast Finalis Funkeln. You miss out on one potential Illumination charge, but hitting your ultimate while your target is rooted is way more important. Lux has both long range and long cooldowns. Because of these traits, you can successfully fight a battle while out of everyone else's range. Even with 700 health and no ghost, I'm completely safe. Prismatic Barrier protects me while helping Soraka and Malzahar kill Kennen. Noticing that Finalis Funkeln is almost up and Akali is low, I chase to stay in range. Notice where I aim the spell. I shoot a little bit to her left because a wall prevents her from dodging to the right, so there's no way I can miss. Galio channels Idol of Durand, and suddenly I'm in trouble. When running, cast Prismatic Barrier in front of you. By running towards your spell, you'll refresh the shield earlier, which saves my life in this case. Once I've gotten out of range of regular attacks, I know he'll cast Righteous Gust. And seeing his cast animation right before he dies, I know he'll lead me with Resolute Smite. Learn Light Binding at level 1 and leave it there. Max Lucent Singularity followed by Prismatic Barrier right away, obviously grabbing Finalis Funkeln whenever available. For items, start with Doran's Ring. I like to rush Mejai's Soul Stealer followed by Rod of Ages. If your Mejai's is doing well, grab Zhonya's Ring right after and play as an AP carry, also getting Void Staff, Deathfire Grasp, and Guardian Angel. If you aren't crushing, start heading for support items like Shirelia's Reverie and Soul Shroud instead, while also getting defensive items like Guardian Angel. Thanks for tuning in to the Lux Champion Spotlight. Just be quiet because
Shh! I'm charging my laser.
For
Demacia! Well, a double rainbow is a phenomenon of optics that displays a spectrum of light due to the sun shining on droplets of moisture in the atmosphere. Demacia! Going! Focus on the battle. Illuminate the enemy. Banish the shadows. Going! The superior tactics. In the name of Demacia, I will punish you. Light 'em up. I love it, lightning. A double rainbow is light. A phenomenon of sunshine. Sunshine. Focus on the tactics. Focus on the enemy. Focus on the battle. Going! Covert ops deployed. Tactical decisions. A double rainbow is light. A phenomenon of sunshine. Sunshine. Focus on the tactics. Focus on the enemy. Focus on Demacia! Shh! I'm charging my laser. I suggest you forfeit instead. Going! Focus on the battle. Illuminate the enemy. Banish the shadows. Going! Double rainbow? What does it mean? We can do this. Stay positive. We can do this. Superior tactics. We can do this. In the name of Demacia, I will punish you.
Love and friendship are the key to victory. Looks like I'm signing out. Till next time. Bye-bye.
Does that explain it?
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Volibear, the Thunder's Roar. Volibear is a melee tank and fighter, adept at disrupting enemy movements while dealing tons of damage to single and multiple targets alike. Volibear's passive is Chosen of the Storm. When Volibear gets dangerously low on health, he rapidly heals a percentage of his maximum health over a few seconds. Triggering this ability has a fairly long cooldown. Rolling Thunder empowers Volibear for a few seconds. While in this state, he runs faster when chasing an enemy champion, and his next basic attack will deal bonus damage and fling the target toward Volibear. I take Rolling Thunder at level 3 and max it by level 13. Frenzy passively grants Volibear a stacking attack speed buff with every basic attack he makes. Upon reaching max stacks, Volibear may activate Frenzy to damage a single enemy target based on Volibear's bonus health. This ability deals bonus damage against injured targets. I take Frenzy at level 1 and max it immediately. Majestic Roar damages and slows all nearby enemies for a few seconds. Minions and monsters hit by Majestic Roar are also feared, running around aimlessly. I take Majestic Roar at level 2 and max it last. Volibear's ultimate is Thunderclaws. When activated, Volibear's basic attacks trigger a chain lightning effect that damages multiple nearby enemies with each swing. Thunderclaws remains active for a moderate duration on Volibear before cooling down. I play Volibear as a jungler. As such, his ganking is exceptionally strong. I head top to gank the enemy Volibear. I activate Rolling Thunder in position such that it will place him right in front of Singed for Mega Adhesive and Fling, keeping him off the turret. Eventually, Volibear does get away with Ghost, so we back off, not wanting to tank turret shots. However, when he goes back in for Singed, I dive in with Rolling Thunder and hit Frenzy for the kill. I head to gank bottom lane and run across Taric. Though I come in from the river, I duck below him to make sure it sends him away from his turret instead of closer to home. Additionally, I bait my summoner heal, keeping Taric in the fight before he realizes I'm too healthy for him. I catch him with Frenzy to pick up the kill. Chosen of the Storm, Volibear's passive, is bound to catch opponents off guard in duels. Here I run across Shyvana at top lane. I jump in with Rolling Thunder and Thunderclaws and get to work on her health bar. I constantly move between attacks to stick onto her, also using Majestic Roar on cooldown for damage output. Thunderclaws has the added benefit of clearing out minions during the fight, causing my minion wave to damage her while her minions turn into free gold. Once this happens, I send her back into the minion wave with Rolling Thunder, right as Chosen of the Storm triggers. Suddenly, Shyvana is unable to win this fight and tries to run with her ultimate. However, I can easily chase her down with Rolling Thunder and Shirelia's Reverie, picking up the kill with Majestic Roar. Volibear is an exceptionally beefy tank with Chosen of the Storm. As a teamfight starts in mid lane, Shyvana runs past me to engage on my teammates. However, the other 4 enemies all head directly for me. Activating Thunderclaws and Frenzy, I'm able to push away Fizz. Once that happens, my health drops low enough to trigger my passive. Now I can head back to catch up with my team. I run away as I wait for cooldowns, turning to hit Shyvana with Rolling Thunder, and absorbing damage until Ryze and Janna can pick up the last 2 kills. If your opponents choose to ignore you in a fight, Volibear deals tons of damage. A teamfight breaks out in their base, and I first aim for the largest damage threat, Shyvana. I charge in with Rolling Thunder and activate Majestic Roar and Thunderclaws immediately. However, I see my team is focusing Volibear, so I switch and bring him down as quickly as possible. I see Thunderclaws has brought Taric low, so I take the kill with Frenzy before finally swapping to Shyvana. Almost alone, she dies pretty quickly. I then turn to Fizz, who is chased out of the fight. We get into another teamfight in mid. I try again to target Shyvana first. This time my team cooperates and we destroy her pretty quickly thanks to Majestic Roar and Thunderclaws. Once she falls, I head over to Taric and take him down as well, as he's also an important target but not yet tanky. As the enemy team is mostly ignoring me, I keep playing the damage roll, heading for LeBlanc next. Once I force her to run away, I activate Rolling Thunder to chase her down, killing her with Frenzy. On Dominion, Volibear works very well fighting on the top of the map. After hitting the Speed Shrine, I dive in on Fizz and Kennen with Rolling Thunder and Thunderclaws. Fizz falls quickly, and I use Thunderclaws to push down the enemy minion wave. This allows me to run into Kennen without the enemy turret attacking me until I've struck him. As he tries to take out the minion wave, I dive into him with Rolling Thunder and fool him into thinking he can fight me. Chosen of the Storm activates and I trigger Summoner Heal before taking him out with Frenzy under his turret. Volibear both captures and defends points extremely well. I push in on the Boneyard, taking out Maokai exceptionally quickly with Rolling Thunder in a Majestic Roar, and killing him with Frenzy once he gets low. I then turn my attention to Gangplank, who takes quite a lot of damage from my attacks. I activate Thunder Claws and Rolling Thunder to pick up the kill and the capture point. Once captured, I'm left to defend it. I always make an effort to bring my enemies into the friendly capture point with Rolling Thunder, and otherwise disengage, holding a 4-1 capture advantage. After grabbing a health relic, I head back in to push away Gangplank. Again, I stay away from the enemy champions until they start capturing. As a result, I've stalled for long enough that my team arrives, and we pick up 3 kills as I die inside the capture point. Late game, Volibear acts as an exceptional tank and duelist. I lead in on Fizz with Rolling Thunder, keeping him distracted and slowed until Vhagar can take him down. Gangplank then comes in to take down Vhagar and defend his capture point. As with the earlier fight, I try to take down the enemy minions first until Gangplank pushes into me. Though my current health is quite low, Chosen of the Storm triggers, granting me immense health regeneration. Activating Thunderclaws and Frenzy, I scare Gangplank into running away, but a quick chase with Rolling Thunder and Majestic Roar take him down, leaving the capture point open. For runes, I take attack speed marks, health per level seals, magic resist per level glyphs, and attack speed quintessences. The attack speed gives me great damage output through Thunderclaws, and stacks the passive on Frenzy, while my bonus health feeds the active portion on Frenzy. My masteries are 0, 21, 9, reaching increased neutral buff duration in utility and bonus health gain plus bonus cooldown reduction in defense. In Classic, I take Smite and Heal for summoner spells, conveniently mastering both in the defense tree. In Dominion, I replace Smite with Exhaust, but don't change my masteries. In Classic, I open with a Cloth Armor and 5 health potions. Once I can afford them, I build Boots of Speed and a Philosopher's Stone. From here, I aim for resists, bonus health, and cooldown reduction with Aegis of the Legion, Spirit Visage, and Shirelia's Reverie. By the end of the game, I want to complete Rylith's Crystal Scepter and Sunfire Cape or Banshee's Veil based on my needs. On Dominion, I have very similar end goals. I open with Prospector's Ring and Boots of Speed, and try to grab similar mid-game items through Shirelia's Reverie and Spirit Visage. I continue to pick up further durability and damage through Rylith's Crystal Scepter, Sunfire Cape, and Odin's Veil. Thanks for tuning in to the Volibear Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel above, and don't forget to thumbs us up just below the video.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Darius, the Hand of Noxus. Darius is a melee fighter who sticks to targets, drops their health pools with bleeds, and finally executes them for a kill. If you like getting into the thick of it and being a major source of pain, take a spin with Darius. Darius's passive is Hemorrhage. Darius's basic attacks and damaging abilities apply stacks of hemorrhage up to a cap. Hemorrhaging enemies bleed, taking damage over time for each stack. Additionally, Darius gains bonus movement speed for every bleeding enemy champion. Decimate swings Darius's axe around in a circle, damaging all nearby enemies. Enemy champions on the outside ring of the ability are struck by the blade of the axe and take additional damage. As his primary damage tool, I take Decimate at level 1 and max it right away. Crippling Strike causes Darius's next basic attack to deal bonus damage and slow his target. Crippling Strike cools down faster for every hemorrhage stack on his target. For increased damage and crowd control, I take a point in Crippling Strike early and max it by level 13. Apprehend passively gives Darius bonus armor penetration. When activated, he pulls in all enemies in front of him. Primary a utility ability, I take 1 point in Apprehend early, but max it last by level 18. Darius's ultimate is Noxian Guillotine. When activated, Darius leaps to target enemy champion, dealing extreme damage. Noxian Guillotine deals bonus damage based on how many hemorrhage stacks are on his target. Additionally, if Noxian Guillotine deals the killing blow, the ability's cooldown is immediately refreshed. Early laning depends on the matchup. Against melee champions like Singed, establish your role as a bully.
Hit Decimate for bonus damage, and look to add hemorrhage stacks whenever possible. Try to stand between the minions and the enemy champion, denying him last hits and gold. If enemy champions are ever pushed to your own turret, minion damage reduction masteries will let you tank them and prevent the turret from stealing your gold. Once your minion wave finally arrives, let them tank it and last hit as normal. You'll also want to watch for ganks with an early sight ward, placing it either in the river or this brush here. If you want to harass the enemy in lane, pull them in with Apprehend, land a basic attack, immediately hit Crippling Strike to hit them again, and finally use Decimate. Alternatively, leading with Decimate into a basic attack followed by Crippling Strike also deals plenty of damage in a short time. When a teammate comes to gank, save Apprehend until they attempt to run. I open on Fiddlesticks with Decimate into a basic attack and Crippling Strike. Only once Fiddlesticks starts to escape do I pull him back in with Apprehend, picking up a quick kill. Darius is most potent right after Decimate hits rank 5, so look for any nearby fights once you hit level 9. As I see Twisted Fate attempt to run, I Apprehend into a Decimate attack Crippling Strike combo. I keep pace and pick up the kill, running from Crowstorm until it ends. Then I make sure to focus the squishiest target, Fiddlesticks. My standard combo gets him extremely low and I pick up the kill with Noxian Guillotine. I switch to Singed, hitting Decimate and Crippling Strike for bonus damage and slow. I hit Ghost and land as many attacks as possible, continuing to chase him down until he finally dies to hemorrhage. Darius excels at isolating and taking down squishy targets alone. As soon as I can, I pull Twisted Fate with Apprehend. I land Decimate and hit Crippling Strike as soon as possible. I move in between attacks, and after one more Decimate, take him out with Noxian Guillotine. It's important to realize that every block of health on a champion's health bar represents 100 health. This will let you estimate if a champion is low enough to execute without clicking on them and reading their current health otherwise. Darius is not a true tank and should not be the first one into the fight. Once your enemies are distracted, you can easily kill everyone. I aim first for Fiddlesticks. I'm able to place 5 stacks of hemorrhage on very quickly, following up with a Decimate into an easy kill with Noxian Guillotine. I then head over toward the mid lane, finding Blitzcrank and Twisted Fate. I make sure to Decimate on both of them to gain a larger movement speed buff, executing Twisted Fate and moving immediately to Blitzcrank. I slow with Crippling Strike and kill with Noxian Guillotine once it gets low enough. Apprehend can also be used in a support sense to save allies. Here, Singed is chasing down Ashe, so I get behind him, pull him back with Apprehend, and land Crippling Strike as soon as possible, giving us the kill on Singed and keeping Ashe alive. I recommend building Darius with a mix of physical damage, durability, and sticking power through movement speed and slows. For runes, take flat attack damage marks, flat armor seals, magic resist per level glyphs, and movement speed quintessences. For masteries, take 9-21-0, taking armor penetration and offense, plus all the durability and minion damage reduction and defense. For summoner spells, take Ignite and Ghost in order to destroy and stick to your targets. Open with Boots of Speed or Cloth Armor and Health Potions. Rush Philosopher's Stone, add a Doran's Blade, and take Mercury Treads or Ninja Tabby as needed. Add in Phage, Aegis of the Legion, and Hex Drinker for mid-game items. Build up towards Shirelia's Reverie, Frozen Mallet, Maw of Malmortius, and Randuin's Omen. In Dominion, open with Prospector's Blade, Boots of Speed, and 2 health potions. Take Ninja Tabby or Mercury Treads depending on your needs, and build Phage plus Hex Drinker for mid-game. Add in late-game durability and damage through Shirelia's Reverie, Randuin's Omen, Frozen Mallet, and Maw of Malmortius. Thanks for tuning in to the Darius Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel above, and don't forget to thumbs us up just below the video. Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Elise, the Spider Queen. Elise is a hybrid between a ranged mage and a melee assassin or fighter. Swapping between her human and spider forms, she tries to single out her prey and take them down with her abilities and spiderlings.
Let's start with Elise's ultimate, which is automatically learned at level 1 and allows her to switch between human form and spider form. When switching to spider form, she releases spiderlings, deals bonus damage on her basic attacks, and gains bonus movement speed, armor, and magic resist. Elise's passive is Spider Swarm. While in human form, whenever she hits an enemy with an ability, she will ready a spiderling up to a cap. Upon switching to spider form, she releases these spiderlings to fight alongside her until they die, or she switches back to human form. And now let's talk about her human form abilities. Neurotoxin damages target enemy and deals bonus damage based upon their current health. The healthier her target, the more damage dealt. Volatile Spiderling walks to target location, exploding on the first enemy it hits. If it hit anything, it will seek out a nearby enemy, or simply explode after a few seconds. When Volatile Spiderling explodes, it deals damage to all nearby enemies. Cocoon fires out and stuns the first enemy it hits for a short time. Now let's talk about her abilities in spider form. Venomous Bite damages and lunges at target enemy, dealing bonus damage based upon their missing health. The more injured the target, the more damage dealt. I recommend taking a point in Neurotoxin / Venomous Bite at level 2 and maxing it by level 13 for single target damage output. Skittering Frenzy significantly increases the attack speed of Elise and her spiderlings for a few seconds. While Skittering Frenzy is active, attacks made by Elise and her spiderlings will heal Elise. Taking a point in Volatile Spiderling / Skittering Frenzy at level 1 and maxing it first offers great jungle presence as well as minion clearing in lane. Repel sends Elise and her spiderlings up into the air, becoming untargetable and revealing nearby enemies. If Repel is cast directly on an enemy, she will descend on her foe immediately. If Repel is cast without a target, she will remain in the air for a short time and can be cast again on a nearby enemy to descend upon it. Cocoon / Repel should garner 1 point early on, but the utility it offers allows it to be maxed last. When jungling, open up in human form and cast Volatile Spiderling. Immediately switch to spider form and hit Skittering Frenzy to take down jungle camps. When traveling between camps, remember to stay in spider form, as the increased movement speed will help you move around the jungle faster. When ganking, it's best to open in human form to lead with Cocoon and the rest of her abilities. Then, activating Spider Form will help you take down your prey with a Venomous Bite and Skittering Frenzy. Saving Repel allows you to catch up to fleeing enemies. If you can't quite catch your prey, then feel free to open with Repel. After chasing with Venomous Bite and Skittering Frenzy, switching to human form will make Cocoon extremely easy to land. Afterwards, you can switch back to Spider Form one last time for Venomous Bite and the kill. Sometimes, enemies can tell a gank is coming if you play too aggressively. As Elise, you won't have to make those kinds of moves. Jace comes down to gank Gragas, and after Gragas tries to escape, Elise heads over in spider form, lands Repel, and finishes the kill with Venomous Bite. Since you'll be ganking often, you may find yourself running behind the enemy turret to pin him down. After dealing some initial damage, Elise runs back away from the enemy turret to escape its damage. Waiting for cooldowns, she comes back in with Jarvan, landing Cocoon and Volatile Spiderling while staying out of range of the turret to ensure the kill with no casualties. Because Repel reveals enemies in the Fog of War, Elise is great at initiating or responding to counter-jungling. Elise is able to descend upon and steal away her own Golem buff and lock up Lee Sin with Cocoon. Though he initially escapes, Ziggs is able to land the killing blow thanks to Elise's assist. Try to stay near the walls by jungle camps. It could save your life. Evelynn opens up onto Elise, and knowing she can't quite escape normally, Elise just hits Repel, reveals the nearby Wraith camp, and lands on the other side of the wall, evading a grim demise. In teamfights, Elise's goal is to quickly burst someone down, and then play a bit evasively until another target can be found. Let's slow the fight down so that we can see all the action. Upon spotting Leona, Elise lunges in with a Venomous Bite and deals great damage with her spiderlings as her team picks up the kill. Now low on health, Elise backs off and switches to human form to fire from a distance. Safely in the brush, she lands Cocoon and follows up with Neurotoxin to take out Lee Sin. Now Elise finds both Evelynn and Graves low on health, so she hits spider form, repels up, and drops back down to pick up the kill on Graves with Venomous Bite. As she runs, a quick Cocoon to the north ensures the enemy Spider Queen can't chase them down. Another teamfight proves the same concept. In human form, Cocoon, Volatile Spiderling, and Neurotoxin deal some initial damage to Lee Sin. Elise then creates some space from her opponents before she and Tristana turn their attention to Leona. After landing Cocoon, she switches to Spider form, and pounces with Venomous Bite, picking up the kill. Even after getting knocked away by Lee Sin, Elise still smells blood and looks for more prey. Running to the wall, she hits Repel, finds Lee Sin on the other side, and descends for another kill. I recommend building Elise with a mix of damage, durability, and cooldown reduction. Here's an example build that should work well even for your first time with the champion. Take Magic Penetration Marks, Armor Seals, Magic Resist Glyphs, and Ability Power Quintessences. Run 9-12-9 Masteries with Magic Penetration in offense, General Durability in defense, and Mana Regeneration and Neutral Buff Duration in utility. Take Ignite when laning or Smite when jungling and Flash. Open with Boots of Speed, Health Potions, and a few Doran's Rings or a Prospector's Ring. Rush a Rylet's Crystal Scepter and then add Sorcerer's Shoes and Abyssal Scepter to increase your damage output. From here, start looking to add more durability and cooldown reduction with items like Frozen Heart, Zhonya's Hourglass, and Guardian Angel. Thanks for tuning in to the Elise Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel above and leave us your comments just below the video.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Galio, the Sentinel's Sorrow. Galio is primarily a tank, with a few splashes of burst magic damage and support. His passive, Runic Skin, converts his magic resist into ability power, meaning that as he becomes more resilient against spells, he increases the power of his own. Galio's first skill is Resolute Smite. He casts a projectile to a target area, damaging and slowing enemies. Second comes Bulwark. This is Galio's primary support skill, increasing his or an ally's armor and magic resist significantly. Additionally, any time that target is struck by a champion, Galio is healed. Righteous Gust is Galio's third skill. He deals damage to enemies in a line, and sets up a directional wind tunnel. Allies running in the same direction of your cast will run faster while inside it. Galio's ultimate is Idol of Durand. He channels a taunt while taking reduced damage. At the end of the taunt, he deals bonus damage, based on how many times he was hit while channeling. There are a few sets of runes you can use. Magic Penetration Marks and Flat Health Quintessences are definitely best, but Mana Regeneration per level or Health per level work for seals, and cooldown reduction or magic resist are great for glyphs. Try to stay away from dodge as a stat. It might make your ultimate weaker. My masteries are 9-21-0. I take Magic Penetration and Cripple in offense, taking all the relevant non-dodge defense masteries as well. My summoner spells are Exhaust and Ghost, allowing me to catch up to and slow enemies for my teammates. My first item is Chalice of Harmony. The mana allows me to spam more, and the magic resist feeds me ability power. For my first kill, I lead Malzahar with Resolute Smite. Combined with Righteous Gust, Karthus is able to easily camp on top of Malzahar to kill him. I run across Zillion and some friends in their jungle. Using Resolute Smite and Righteous Gust, I'm able to keep pace with him despite being assaulted by Udyr. As I channel Idol of Durand, Malzahar makes the mistake of walking into the radius. He is immediately taunted, and I get a double kill. As our Karthus gets assaulted, I walk up to him so I may speed him up with Righteous Gust, while I slow the enemy Udyr with Resolute Smite. Remember that you have to cast Righteous Gust in the direction you want to run, so you might have to get near your teammates first. By level 9, I've maxed Resolute Smite and have 2 points in Bulwark. I try to use Bulwark as I cast my other spells, since the bonus magic resist gives me increased damage. As I spam into the crowd, my enemies get nervous and assault me. The mere threat of my ultimate is enough to force enemies to stun me, so always wait a little while to cast it. Malzahar and Zillion are killed soon after Idol of Durand ends, as I run away low on health. Noting that Mordekaiser has no way of killing me now, I re-engage to keep him entertained in the fight, giving us another kill. In the enemy jungle, I pull a lot of attention. I send out Righteous Gust right before I get stunned, letting me run away very quickly. After soaking up Malzahar's and Mordekaiser's ultimate, I toss Resolute Smite onto Zillion as I leave. I put Bulwark on myself in time to tank Zillion's Time Bomb and the last of Mordekaiser's ultimate, while Pantheon picks up a few kills on the cooldownless enemies. I max Bulwark after Resolute Smite. Not only does the armor and magic resist provide me or a teammate with exceptional durability, but I gain tons of ability power when I activate the spell. The duration is long enough that I can use the temporary buff to affect the damage of all 3 of my other spells. My next big items are Aegis of the Legion and Mercury Treads, both because they give great magic resist, but also to support my team and allow me to break off stuns to start my ultimate sooner. Near my tower, I face Zillion and Malzahar. Once Time Bomb and Malefic Visions are placed on me, I self-cast Bulwark just in time for Nether Grasp. Ultimately, I only lose 300 health. Landing Resolute Smite and Righteous Gust brings Zillion extremely low, causing him to use his ultimate as my team catches up. Once Pantheon begins Heartseeker Strike on Malzahar, I use my improved Exhaust to give him an easier kill. After the Aegis and Mercury Treads, my next big items would be Banshee's Veil and Guardian Angel. Banshee's Veil helps me get my ultimate off, while Guardian Angel helps me balance out my resists and is just overall a phenomenal tank item. Thanks for tuning in to the Galio Champion Spotlight. Spread your wings with Galio, because
justice will be done.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Gangplank, the Saltwater Scourge. Gangplank is a hybrid melee and ranged physical damage dealer. His main strengths are great mobility, high damage output, and an ultimate that can be cast anywhere on the map. Gangplank's passive is Grog-Soaked Blade. Every attack that Gangplank makes places a stack of Grog-Soaked Blade on his target, up to a cap. Each stack damages and slows the movement of whoever's been struck. Parley shoots target enemy with Gangplank's pistol, dealing damage. This shot applies on-hit effects such as Sheen, Lifesteal, and Grog-Soaked Blade. Parley can also critically strike his targets. Additionally, if Parley kills its target, Gangplank is awarded bonus gold. I take Parley at level 1 and max it last. Remove Scurvy causes Gangplank to eat a bunch of oranges, healing Gangplank and removing all crowd control effects, such as slows and stuns that afflict him. Raise Morale passively gives Gangplank increased attack damage and movement speed. When activated, Gangplank gains an even larger bonus to these stats, and grants a smaller bonus to nearby allied champions as well. I take Raise Morale at level 2 and max it by level 9. Cannon Barrage marks an area on the map for a few seconds, slowing all enemies in the area and causing cannonballs to fall randomly in the area, damaging anything they strike. Cannon Barrage can be cast anywhere in the game, regardless of how close it is to Gangplank. With a Rune and Mastery build focused on early damage output and durability, you can easily push around most lane opponents. Once Scion blows his stun, I push in with Parley and activate Raise Morale for bonus movement speed and damage. Because of Grog-Soaked Blade's slow, I'm able to keep up with him as I take down his health bar and force him to recall, giving me free space to farm. Because Parley gives you bonus gold whenever it kills a unit, you want to use it to farm minions whenever you can. In particular, you want to find out exactly how much damage Parley will deal to ensure you get the kill. However, because of its cooldown, you will have to kill minions with basic attacks sometimes. The better you can predict your cooldown against minion deaths, the better your gold income. Always remember that Parley can deal critical strikes. This means that occasionally, Gangplank can get extremely lucky. Volibear dives me with Exhaust. I run until it times out, then turn for a Parley and a basic attack. My 4% critical chance for masteries triggers on both, and I get a completely free kill. When building mostly for damage, don't rely on Remove Scurvy to keep you alive in a team fight. Scion comes in to stun me and the rest of his team follows up. I remove Scurvy, use Cannon Barrage, and try to run, but now I can't escape the Exhaust or Volibear's Rolling Thunder. While my team is able to pick up a few kills from behind, I die before really helping out my team much. Instead, use a couple of tricks to keep you safer. With Cannon Barrage and Summoner Teleport, you can push a side lane and still show up to the battle without missing a beat. As I watch the battle unfold, I look to kill the squishiest targets possible. I blow up the enemy Scion with Parlay, then activate Ray's Morale and Shirelia's Reverie to give my team supreme positioning. With Annie and Vayne completely split off from the rest of my team, we take down Master Yi and Volibear. Because Gangplank takes on the role of carry, you should find pushing with a minion wave to be very powerful. I'm able to earn a lot of gold, pushing up the minion wave to the windmill and Fiddlesticks. Whenever he leaves the turret, I push in with Parlay and Grogsook Blade. However, I don't want to dive the turret until I have minions to capture it, so I continue farming. Once they have started capturing the turret, I push in until I notice him channel Crowstorm. Once that ends, I can tank and out-damage Drain with Cannon Barrage and Parlay, killing him underneath the windmill and taking the capture. As we get into a teamfight around the windmill, I aim for the squishy targets on the enemy team. I Parlay Twisted Fate and remove Scurvy his stun. Then I activate Youmuu's Ghostblade and take him down almost immediately. Exhaust and Cannon Barrage help me make short work of Volibear as well, leaving just me and Fiddlesticks. Unfortunately, Fiddlesticks is guaranteed to win a fight against me due to his larger health pool. However, a combination of Parlay, my movement speed, and remove Scurvy allow me to waste his time until reinforcements show up. You can use Cannon Barrage to stop enemy captures. I drop it on Fiddlesticks, keeping the windmill neutralized. However, Pantheon and Volibear can easily capture it because I aimed it badly. Instead, aim it at the middle of the point so you can stop everyone. For runes, I take Armor Penetration Marks, Flat Armor Seals, Flat Magic Resist Glyphs, and Flat Attack Damage Quintessences. This build gives me significant early game damage output with Parlay in case I want to push around my lane opponent, while giving me decent resistances that synergize with bonus health, lifesteal, and remove Scurvy. My masteries are 2109, focusing on all physical damage increasing masteries and offense, while taking increased mana regeneration and neutral buff duration and utility. I take Exhaust and Teleport on Summoner's Rift, while subbing out Teleport for Surge on Dominion. In Classic, I open with a Regrowth Pendant and Health Potion, upgrading to Philosopher's Stone. I look to grab cooldown reduction through Ionian Boots of Lucidity and Brutalizer. I continue my build with Trinity Force and Shirelia's Reverie for even more damage, utility, and cooldown reduction. By the end of the game, I want to deal even more damage through Infinity Edge and Youmuu's Ghostblade, and increase my durability with Guardian Angel or Banshee's Veil. In Dominion, I look for more durability and damage through basic attacks instead of Parlay. I open with Prospector's Blade and Boots of Speed. I rush for a lot of mobility through Berserker's Greaves and Youmuu's Ghostblade. I flesh out my damage output further with Sanguine Blade and Infinity Edge. At this point, I'll need more durability, so I look for items like Frozen Mallet, Odin's Veil, and Atma's Impaler. Thanks for tuning in to the Gangplank Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel above, and don't forget to thumbs us up just below the video.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Miss Fortune, the Bounty Hunter. Miss Fortune is a ranged physical DPS champion. Rush high-value damage items like Infinity Edge, Last Whisper, and Elixirs of Fortitude and Agility. A few of her icons weren't implemented when I recorded this video, so I apologize for the Tristana icons you might see.
Not a problem. I know what I'm doing.
Her passive is Strut, which gives bonus movement speed that builds up over time if she hasn't taken damage in a while. Any damage will knock her out of Strut, so if her speed is giving you trouble, give her a little poke. Double Up is a physical damage nuke. The shot bounces to a second enemy that's behind your target. I max this ability first. Impure Shots gives bonus damage as she repeatedly hits a target. On activate, she gains attack speed and reduces incoming healing of the targets she hits. I max Impure Shots by level 13. Make It Rain showers an area with bullets, slowing enemies and dealing damage over a short time.
I drop 1 point here at level 2, and max it last. Miss Fortune's ultimate is Bullet Time, hitting all enemies in a cone for some significant damage. Because it's a channeled spell, assassins with interrupts like Kassadin or Udyr can stop her. Armor penetration marks and quintessences, followed by mana regeneration per level seals and glyphs, will allow you to spam abilities in lane while adding exceptional damage output. With 19-0-11, I take all the relevant damage dealing offensive masteries, with mana regeneration and utility. If you don't need the mana, take 21 in offense. Ghost and Flash give her extra mobility to keep her from dying quickly in teamfights. I start with Boots of Speed and 3 health potions. Strut lets me harass Anivia with double up, unhittable by Flash Frost. This is important when landing against champions who rely on skill shot pokes. As such a champion, land a basic attack first. Last hitting minions is extremely important on Miss Fortune. In a pinch, Bullet Time can almost clear a minion wave on its own. You might consider Summoner Teleport and finding huge uncontested minion waves to farm. Whatever you decide, it's a good idea to set a pace for your income. Around halfway to level 7, I'm at about 1400 gold. Try to beat that score yourself. Miss Fortune's biggest weakness is the Burst Assassin. Anivia's ultimate stops Strut, which lets Kassadin and Garen catch up and destroy me. I position myself to unleash Bullet Time. With the help of Vladimir and Morgana, we kill 2 enemies. However, Kassadin is able to jump on me, and though I get him very low, he takes me down. I buy Mercury Treads to help against Anivia and Kassadin. With Elixirs active, we kill Baron Nashor, which is extremely quick for a farmed physical carry. As a teamfight ensues, Kassadin chases Xin Zhao. Activating Impure Shots, I get 4 attacks with 1 critical strike, allowing Vladimir to kill him off with Hemoplague. As the enemy team piles in, they've lined up for Bullet Time. Always try to make it rain first. It's harder for your enemies to leave the Bullet Time area. Kassadin riftwalks towards me, but I'm finally ready for him. The combination of my items, elixirs, Baron buff, and Impure Shots kills Kassadin in 5 attacks, about 3 seconds. I take note of the enemy positions. Poppy is my main target. Nidalee has no crowd control, and Anivia is far enough away that I can dodge Flash Frost. With Garen and Kassadin missing, I'm safe to commit. However, as the fight goes on, I make the mistake of channeling Bullet Time while in range of the turret, giving away a free kill. I have enough damage now and need some utility. Frozen Mallet gives me the health to survive skirmishes while allowing me to chase or kite most enemies. I'm able to chase Poppy with Paragon of Demacia and a wealth of speed items. Here there are no easy targets. Garen should never be focused, and Poppy has diplomatic immunity. If I run toward Anivia, I'm putting myself right next to the 2 Demacians. I force Kassadin back, channel my ultimate, and when he returns to silence me, I kill him off before mopping up the rest of my enemies. Let's take a look at the scoreboard. Despite being down 12 champion kills and my terrible start, I farmed 50% more minions than anyone else in the game, and pulled myself into a positive ratio with superior items. I cannot stress last hitting as a more important skill when playing a physical carry. Thanks for tuning in to the Miss Fortune Champion Spotlight. Fire up and get on the fields of justice with a target locked and
guns blazing.
Your will, my hands. Extend your senses. Master yourself. Master the enemy. Blindness is no impairment. Strike firmly. Find your center. Worry not. I'll see this through. Act free of doubt. Waste not a minute. We do what we must. Force is meaningless without skill. We who have not earned victory stare. Quiet steps, their heartbeats quicken. Where am I needed? This will be ugly. I will atone. Extend your senses. Master yourself. Master the enemy.
Bots are superior to non-bots. Yummy. My master tactics will win. Now watch, and learn from my moves, just like I've learned from freaks. Everything is going according to my plan. Ha 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 ha.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring
Orianna.
Orianna is a completely unique champion with an all-new way of casting spells. All of Orianna's abilities utilize the ball, sending it across the battlefield as the main method of destruction and focus of her spells. Using the ball, she can deal plenty of damage as a mage or manipulate the battlefield as a support champion. Orianna's passive is Clockwork Windup. All of Orianna's basic attacks deal bonus magic damage, increasing with ability power. Attacking the same target multiple times in a row will increase that bonus damage. Orianna's 4 main abilities are command abilities, which cause the ball to move or generate effects around it. None of Orianna's abilities come from her directly. Command Attack sends the ball to target location. Enemies struck along the path take damage. This damage decreases as it hits multiple targets, so sending the ball through a minion wave is less effective than hitting an enemy champion directly. Command Dissonance immediately sends out a charge around the ball. On activate, nearby enemies take damage. For the next few seconds, an energy field is left behind. Enemies who walk through this field are slowed, while allies who walk through move faster. Command Protect sends the ball to target allied champion, shielding him when it arrives. Enemies struck by the ball along the path are damaged. The ball is then carried by the targeted champion, who receives bonus armor and magic resist until Orianna sends the ball elsewhere. Orianna's ultimate is Command Shockwave. After a short delay, enemies surrounding the ball are damaged and thrown a fixed distance toward the ball. Note that because they move a fixed distance, they might move closer to the ball or be shot entirely over it and farther away. If Orianna walks away from the ball, it will automatically return to her. Alternatively, Orianna can walk up to the ball to pick it up. Orianna has a great amount of damage early on, with Attack, Dissonance, and Clockwork Windup. I mess up early against Ashe, getting extremely low. Thankfully, as she dives me, I get some damage in, with Attack and Dissonance, turning to face her and grabbing First Blood right before dying. And of course, it was worth it. Orianna has a great harass game, as I'm able to constantly damage Ashe behind her minions. As she goes aggressive, I damage her while shielding myself with Protect. Then chase her down as Shen comes to help. Leading with Attack into Shockwave, I pull her back into us, grabbing the kill with Clockwork Windup and basic attacks. I come to support Shen, who's being chased by Xin Zhao and Ashe. Protect and Dissonance keep him alive and create distance, but we still get chased down. I hit Xin Zhao with attack, lining him up for the kill with Protect as he chases me to the turret, the shield barely keeping me alive. Even without any ability power, Orianna can bully other squishy champions. I rush straight for Morgana. As soon as I see her stop moving, I dodge straight up for Dark Binding, sending Command Attack her way for damage. Note that I keep running toward her. This way I can always keep the ball close and lower her chances to dodge. Orianna is an especially great duelist mid-game. I use Command Dissonance to haste me toward Ashe, harassing her with attack and shielding myself with Protect, barely missing the damage portion. I try to keep up with Ashe as she runs, leading her movements with attack and immediately killing her with Dissonance. Here are 2 rules to remember. First, you can use Protect offensively by attaching it to an initiating ally. Second, your ally can be outside the range of Command Attack without the ball returning to you. As Amumu runs in to initiate a fight, I tag him with Command Protect. Once he gets up to Xin Zhao, Dissonance kills him, while giving Amumu a speed buff to chase down Morgana. I blast down Morgana with Command Attack twice, and use Dissonance to damage and slow Maokai. I pull him into our team again with Shockwave, and finish him off with Clockwork Windup and Command Attack. A team fight starts in the river. Immediately I push out on Maokai, timing Command Protect so that it will hit him for damage while still protecting me from Arcane Smash. I push onto Morgana, tagging her with Command Attack and crushing her health with Dissonance. I elect not to chase Maokai, as he won't be easily killed while Ashe and Orianna are right behind. Instead, I push into Orianna. I move the ball onto Shen with Protect, but Shadow Dash makes the ball return. Instead, I haste myself with Dissonance, chasing down Orianna with Command Attack and Clockwork Windup. As we continue to chase Maokai, I use Command Dissonance to slow him, run in front so that Command Protect cast on myself will hurt him, and finish the job with the rest of my team. Amumu lands a long-range bandage toss and we start a team fight. I blow all my offensive cooldowns immediately, giving us the kill on Morgana. I throw Command Protect onto Amumu as we retreat, which gives me a great angle for attacking Xin Zhao, slowing him for the kill with Command Dissonance. I take Magic Penetration marks, mana regeneration per level seals, ability power per level glyphs, and movement speed quintessences. These runes give Orianna some nice damage output, and the movement speed keeps her safe from harm. My masteries are 9-0-21, utilizing Magic Penetration and offense while taking Ghost and Flash in utility. I max Command Attack right away, giving me the most secure damage and utility. Afterwards, Command Dissonance is my other main damage ability, so I max it second. Right at level 3, I take Command Protect for the extra utility in moving the ball around and shielding myself or teammates. For items, I open with Sapphire Crystal and 2 health potions. I rush Catalyst the Protector and Ionian Boots of Lucidity. Immediately after, I beef up my ability power with Rabbidan's Death Cap and grab extra mana with Archangel's Staff. My last few items are Void Staff, Rylet's Crystal Scepter, and Banshee's Veil for a nice mix of damage, utility, and durability. Thanks for tuning in to the Orianna Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel up top and tap that like button down below. Now, hurry up and grab her before
Time ticks away.
Welcome to League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Rengar, the Pride Stalker. Rengar is a melee assassin, fighter, and jungler. Utilizing his unique ferocity mechanic, he can amplify his abilities to take down single foes or hold the front line. Rengar's basic abilities build ferocity when they hit an enemy. Once Rengar's ferocity is full, his next basic ability will be significantly stronger and return him to 0. Additionally, Rengar has his own unique item called the Bone Tooth Necklace. It grants him bonus attack damage and also grants stacks on kills or assists and loses stacks on death. As Rengar reaches certain stacks, he gains bonus effects, such as movement speed, armor penetration, and increased leap range. Rengar's passive is Unseen Predator. Whenever Rengar is in brush or stealth, his next basic attack will leap at his target, placing him in melee range. Savagery causes Rengar's next basic attack to deal bonus damage and then temporarily grants him increased attack speed. When used with maximum ferocity, Savagery deals significantly increased damage and increases the potency of the attack speed buff. For the best overall damage output and jungle speed, I recommend maxing Savagery as soon as possible. Battle Roar damages all nearby enemies. As long as Battle Roar hits an enemy, Rengar temporarily receives bonus armor and magic resist. At maximum ferocity, Battle Roar also heals Rengar for a percentage of his maximum health. For extra durability, take a point in Battle Roar early. If you need even more, consider maxing it by level 13. Otherwise, wait until last. Bola Strike tosses out a bola at target enemy, damaging it and applying a slow for a few seconds. With maximum ferocity, Bola Strike also briefly roots his target in place. In order to help chase down foes, take a point in Bola Strike early on. If you find your opponents escaping you, try maxing Bola Strike by level 13. Otherwise, 1 point should suffice. Rengar's ultimate is Thrill of the Hunt. When activated, Rengar begins to stealth. While stealth, Rengar moves faster, rapidly regenerates ferocity, and sees nearby enemy champions through the fog of war. Because of the stealth, this will allow him to leap at his target. As with all ultimates, take Thrill of the Hunt at levels 6, 11, and 16. Rengar has a number of flexible jungle paths. One of the most aggressive is to start at the Wraith camp, clear it with savagery, and then head to the Elder Lizard. While killing this camp, make sure to learn Bola Strike at level 2, and ensure you reach maximum ferocity without spending it on an amplified ability. With this opening, you can sneak up behind one of the lanes. Leap in from the brush, land Bola Strike first, and hit savagery for some burst damage. As a result, Rengar picks up an easy first kill onto Ezreal. To counteract this level 2 gank, place an early Sight Ward in the river leading up to your lane. Rengar flashes into range of Graves, locking him down with Bola Strike. However, Advanced Warning allows the enemy champions to escape. The optimal time to gank any lane is when your opponents are pushed more than halfway up the lane. Rengar comes in to gank the bottom lane and even passes by an enemy Vision Ward. Unfortunately, the position of Graves and Taric is such that Rengar can easily pin down his foe with Bola Strike, tank counterattacks with Battle Roar, and pick up the kill. Rengar's abilities can let him join in on kills even when dangerously wounded. Despite taking a lot of harass from Twisted Fate, Thrill the Hunt allows Rengar to close in on his prey. Once Morgana gets into range, Rengar uses a ferocity-charged Battle Roar to regain some health and bursts down Twisted Fate with Bola Strike and Savagery, taking him down underneath the turret. When ganking in the mid-game, try to sneak up behind your foes using Thrill of the Hunt. The leap gives Rengar an easy kill on Leona before he turns to face Corki. Bola Strike locks him in place as he goes to work. Note that regular and ferocity versions of abilities have separate cooldowns, so Rengar is able to hit a regular Bola Strike, slowing down Corki enough for Nunu to come in and assist in the kill. In most fights, focus on taking down high damage or low health targets first. Though Leona is in the front, Rengar runs past and aims for Corki, taking him down almost immediately. After, Leona makes for an easy kill as Bola Strike and Ice Blast keep her from running very far. Proper target selection gives Rengar a double kill. Whenever you're facing off against Rengar, try to get out of the brush as soon as possible. Here Shyvana tries to escape with a stolen Golem buff, but Rengar leaps onto her and lands Bola Strike, dealing massive damage. Although Shyvana continues running away, Rengar is able to consistently leap after her with almost every attack, picking up an easy kill. Even if you're not having a great game and being in melee range might mean death, Bola Strike is a great way to assist your team. Rengar first opens up on Darius with Thrill the Hunt and Savagery, taking him down but receiving a lot of damage in the process. From here, Rengar tries to stay a bit farther back, not wanting to give up a kill. Noticing Malzahar preoccupied, he's able to sneak up and land Bola Strike plus a basic attack, taking him out. Coming back into the fight with his team, he spots Wukong initiating onto Caitlyn. A quick Bola Strike completely stops him in his tracks, wasting Wukong's ultimate. Moments later, Rengar flanks around behind the enemy turret. He tags Varus with a Bola Strike and makes his way through the jungle. Once he gets to the brush, he lies in wait for an opportunity to strike. The moment comes as Wukong dives in, allowing Rengar to close with Bola Strike and Savagery, picking up his team's 4th kill of the fight. In a team fight, Rengar's duty is to stick onto and disrupt squishy high-damage enemies. Thrill of the Hunt places Rengar squarely behind Varus. Unfortunately, no one on Rengar's team comes in to help kill the pinned foe, but it still allows him to absorb a lot of damage and still come back into the fight, tagging Malzahar with Bola Strike and leaping in after Varus as his team takes a win in the battle. I suggest building Rengar with a split focus on durability and damage from his basic attacks. Try attack damage marks, armor seals, magic resist per level glyphs, and attack damage quintessences. 21-9-0 masteries should serve you well, focusing on physical damage increases in offense, plus minion damage reduction and health in defense. Summoner spells have a lot of options. Take Smite when jungling and consider Exhaust for ganking power or Flash for mobility. Otherwise, Ignite is a great choice for better champion killing. For an example item build, open with Boots of Speed and Health Potions, plus a Prospector's Blade and Dominion. Take a Wriggle's Lantern when jungling. Grab the Bone Tooth Necklace and upgrade your boots before continuing your build. Items like Phage and Hex Drinker offer a nice mix of damage and durability, especially once you upgrade to Maw of Malmortius and Frozen Mallet. Last Whisper and Randuin's Omen should round out your build.
Thanks for tuning in to the Rengar Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel above and leave us your comments just below the video.
Brom. Brom. My shield is my sword. Show me your best. Let us go. No dilly-dally. Take heart. He's best. No dilly-dally. Move. It is easy. Don't worry. See? He's on the job. My shield is here for you. Mother always said, stand behind bro. When going gets tough, you call bro. Don't lose. Not so fast. Brom is here. Life is good, no? Now this is fun! Or Mr. Nice, bro. Like they hurt. Be careful. Baby Riot is on the job, no? Good shot. Look, keep your spirits high. Kick it back, cheese. Today we fight no time for worrying. You thought you'd be travel. First we fight, then we eat. I can't hear you. You are safe with Brom. Keep your spirit high. Keep your spirit high. Keep your spirit high. Keep your spirit high. This may hurt indeed.
First blood.
Fear me.
Hmm?
We're friends forever. Aww.
Double kill.
Hmm? Eat your heart out. I could do this for hours. Really?
Welcome to League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Nami, the Tide Caller. Nami is a water-based offensive support champion who provides increased damage and crowd control capabilities to her team. Whether buffing a teammate's damage output or helping them lead the charge, Nami can help your team ride on a wave of glory. Nami's passive is Surging Tides. Anytime one of her abilities hits an allied champion, including herself, her target briefly enjoys bonus movement speed. Aqua Prison launches a bubble that splashes at target location, damaging and knocking up all enemies it hits. Additionally, it will apply Surging Tides to your teammates, meaning you can haste a friend or knock up an enemy. In solo lanes, Nami should max Aqua Prison first, otherwise take just 1 point and leave it for last. Ebb and Flow bounces, alternating between allied and enemy champions, damaging enemies and healing allies. Ebb and Flow can only hit any target once and hits up to 3 times. Because of this, you'll need to choose between getting 2 heals by targeting an ally or damaging twice by targeting an enemy. Nami should max Ebb and Flow first when playing in paired lanes, or max second when played as a solo. Tidecaller's Blessing buffs an allied champion for a few seconds, causing their basic attacks to deal bonus magic damage and slow their target. Nami should take a point in Tidecaller's Blessing early, and look to max it after Ebb and Flow. Tidal Wave is Nami's ultimate. Tidal Wave crashes forward, damaging, knocking up, and slowing all enemies it encounters. As Tidal Wave passes over Nami's teammates, it also applies Surging Tides, helping them chase down their enemies. Like all ultimates, Nami should max Tidal Wave as soon as possible. In paired lanes, focus on harassing with basic attacks into Ebb and Flow. Think about whether you need the third bounce to heal or deal damage. Aim at the enemy champions if you want to deal more damage, or first target an ally if you'd rather have 2 heals. Nami's abilities all work well together when coordinating a gank. She applies Tidecaller's Blessing on herself, slowing Katarina. This makes it easy for Udyr to catch up, and once he does, Aqua Prison makes Katarina an easy kill for Ebb and Flow. Nami's allies can become gateways for ebb and flow. While the enemy Tidecaller is out of range, Nami targets Lulu with ebb and flow, bouncing to the enemy champion for damage. Nami's core focuses should be to grant Tidecaller's blessing to the main attacker, ebb and flow whenever possible, and lead slowed enemies with Aqua Prison. When executed perfectly, you can make extremely quick work of your foes. Extended engagements are Nami's specialty. After taking some initial damage, ebb and flow puts Nami back in good condition before Aqua Prison and Tidecaller's blessing grant Vayne some easy damage onto Leona. As Vayne chases, Nami sits near the back to wait for cooldowns. Ebb and flow once again tops Vayne off, while another Tidecaller's blessing helps her continue the assault onto the opposition. Finally, as she goes for the final kill, Aqua Prison into a second ebb and flow makes sure Vayne survives the turret dive. Tidal Wave allows Nami to initiate fights from extremely far away. After her team finishes up the dragon, Tidal Wave connects with the enemy Leona. The huge slow makes it incredibly easy to land Aqua Prison, granting her team a quick kill. Rammus is then forced to flash away and initially makes it out of the fight. However, Tidecaller's blessing helps Gangplank catch up and apply a significant slow to keep Rammus from running, while Aqua Prison keeps Garen and Graves from counterattacking. Nami is the queen of chasing down fleeing enemies and picking up kill after kill. Nami hastes her allies with Tidal Wave, also splitting up the enemy team. This allows them to collapse in the enemy Tidecaller and pick up a quick first kill. As Warwick and Jax chase in, Aqua Prison plus Ebb and Flow grant Sivir some distance. Tidecaller's blessing is then placed onto Udyr, which prevents any of their opponents from escaping, making the fight a 3-for-1 trade. After Jax falls, Katarina makes the mistake of trying to help. A quick Tidecaller's blessing and Ebb and Flow make sure Udyr catches up and takes her down. Now they turn their attention to Graves underneath his turret. Udyr leads the charge as Nami follows in from behind. Tidecaller's blessing grants a great slow while Ebb and Flow keeps her team healthy in the fight. Ultimately, Graves has nowhere to go as Udyr constantly catches back up for the team's 5th kill. Here's an example build to get you started on Nami, which focuses on supporting a teammate in lane while harassing the opposition. Take attack damage marks, armor seals, magic resist glyphs, and gold generating quintessences. Run 0-9-21 masteries, taking health and armor in defense, plus masteries like gold generation and cooldown reduction in utility. Bring heal or exhaust and flash for summoner spells, allowing you to keep your team alive, neutralize enemies, and reposition yourself in team fights. Thanks for tuning in to the Nami Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel above and leave us your comments just below the video. Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Nidalee, the Bestial Huntress.
They will fear the wild.
Nidalee is a fully hybrid champion. She can play as a long-ranged mage, short-range assassin, tanky upfront fighter, or anything in between. Knowing how to take advantage of both her human and cougar forms are vital for success. Nidalee's passive is Prowl. While Nidalee moves through brush, she gains bonus movement speed. Nidalee retains this speed for a few seconds after exiting the brush. Let's start with Nidalee's ultimate, Aspect of the Cougar. Once learned at level 6 or higher, Nidalee may freely switch between human form and cougar form, offering 3 distinct abilities in each form. While in cougar form, Nidalee enjoys bonus armor, magic resist, and movement speed. Also, the power of Nidalee's cougar form abilities is controlled by the rank of her ultimate, while the human form abilities are improved by ranking up the abilities themselves. First, let's look at Nidalee's human form abilities. Javelin Toss throws a javelin in a straight line, damaging the first enemy it hits. Javelin Toss deals increased damage the farther it travels. I recommend 1 point in Javelin Toss early and maxing it by level 9 or 13. Bushwhack lays a trap on the ground for a few minutes that springs on the first enemy who walks over it. Enemies hit by Bushwhack take damage and are debuffed for the next few seconds, revealing them and reducing their armor and magic resist. I recommend taking Bushwhack at level 1 to scout the opposition, but maxing it last in favor of her other abilities. Primal Surge heals target ally and increases their attack speed for a few seconds. I recommend taking Primal Surge early and maxing it by level 9 or 13. Now let's check out Nidalee's cougar form abilities. Takedown causes Nidalee's next basic attack to deal bonus damage, dealing even further damage based upon how injured her target is. Pounce sends Nidalee forward a short distance, dealing damage to all surrounding enemies when she lands. Swipe immediately claws the air in front of her, damaging nearby enemies. At the beginning of the game, Nidalee should learn Bushwhack and place them in major choke points.
For example, this ramp holds a common jungle exit for the mid lane, while traps in this brush will help Nidalee spot ganks in the top lane. In early laning, constantly poke at your opponent, especially in the top lane. Walk into the brush to gain movement speed with Prowl, attack from outside the brush, and then walk back in to disappear from enemy minions. If you attack from inside the brush, you'll reveal yourself. Nidalee can output a ton of damage immediately after hitting level 6 for Cougar form. After mastery, he heads in with Alpha Strike, swipe into Pounce and Takedown, drop him dangerously low. Cougar form runs faster than human form, and Pounce is free. Because of this, always head across the map in Cougar form while spamming Pounce. And if you have Tear of the Goddess, it will charge incredibly quickly this way. Remember that Pounce can be used to leap over small walls, but always keep track of the cooldown. After Nidalee and Lux take down Kayle, she turns to get back to her side of the map. However, Brand flashes over the wall to chase her down. Nidalee pounces away and then heads for the wall by golems. Note that Nidalee saves the Pounce cooldown until she gets to the wall, hopping over it and heading for the Baron Pit. She pounces over that wall and out of the fight. One of the easiest ways to land Javelin Toss is to stand behind walls or cliffs and throw the javelins from there. Usually, your opponents won't have enough time to react, netting you a lot of free damage. When played as a squishy mage, only attack when there are opportunities. Ahri fails to sit behind her minions, so Nidalee brings her to half health. Bushwhack spots a Mumu coming in for a gank, allowing her to pounce away to safety. However, Nidalee is safe from this range. She lands an easy Javelin Toss onto a Mumu and turns on the pressure. Switching to Cougar form, Flash, Pounce, and Takedown pick up a kill. Turning to Ahri, Swipe brings her low. Pounce hits again, and in human form, Primal Surge ensures Ahri won't take a kill. Ahri narrowly dodges a Javelin Toss as Nidalee wins a 2 vs 1. Because Nidalee has exceptionally high mobility, she can often bait her opponents into bad situations. As Jax and Kayle chase down Nidalee, she makes a break for the brush and heads down to the golems. Nidalee pounces over the wall and heads straight into Brand. Pouncing back to the left, she's chased by 3 enemies. They turn to fight Draven, so she sends out a Javelin Toss before retreating as they turn back. Lux fires in to take out Kayle, and Nidalee continues to run. Trying to remain in Cougar form, she bounces away. While Jax does catch up, he doesn't have the damage to take her down. Once Jax turns around, Nidalee throws some damage back. Together, Nidalee's team takes 3 kills with no deaths. Nidalee should always be on the run, trying to land long-range Javelin Tosses and staying out of range. Javelin Toss hurts Kayle as Nidalee pounces away. Bushwhack makes tracking her victim easy as a second Javelin Toss picks up her first kill. From here, Nidalee tries to stay at a medium distance, able to spot her foes but not take too much damage until her team arrives. Nidalee heads in with her team, dodging Jax's counterstrike with Pounce. Now at a distance, Javelin Toss puts in some extra damage before Nidalee closes back in. After healing Lee Sin with Primal Surge, she returns to Cougar form, attacking Jax with Takedown and flashing over the wall for the kill with Swipe. Teamfights with a tankier build will often have Nidalee running into the front lines. Nidalee splits from her team, dodging Sona's Crescendo. Then she dives in looking for a kill with Pounce and Takedown. Nidalee's primary goal should be to kill squishy high-priority targets like Draven, so she heads in, dropping him low in Cougar form. With Rammus' help, Pounce, Swipe, and basic attacks pick off Draven before Takedown kills Kayle. Nidalee then turns her attention to Sona. She chases with Pounce, constantly dealing damage and keeping up. After Takedown, she switches to human form. A basic attack and Javelin Toss score the triple kill. There are 2 example Nidalee builds I'd like to highlight, but as always, find what works best for you. For a melee-focused fighter, take attack damage marks, armor seals, magic resist glyphs, and attack damage quintessences. Add onto this with 9/21/0 masteries, taking armor penetration and offense, plus durability and crowd control reduction in defense. For a long-range mage, take magic penetration marks, scaling ability power seals, scaling ability power glyphs, and ability power quintessences. Include 21/09 masteries, focusing on magic damage and offense, plus mana regeneration and neutral buff duration and utility. In either build, take Ignite and Flash for summoner spells, allowing you to safely skirt around the back or dive in for a quick kill. Thanks for tuning in to the Nidalee Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel above and leave us your comments just below the video.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Hecarim, the Shadow of War.
Hecarim is a melee fighter who specializes in high mobility and jungling. Whether striking multiple nearby enemies on the move or leading the charge into teamfights, Hecarim exemplifies mobile, high-impact fighting. Hecarim's passive is Warpath. Hecarim ignores unit collision and gains a percentage of his bonus movement speed as bonus damage. Rampage immediately damages all nearby enemies. If it hits, the next activation of Rampage enjoys a lower cooldown down to a cap. If Rampage hasn't hit anything for a few seconds, the cooldown returns to normal. As Hecarim's primary damage source, take Rampage at level 1 and max it by level 9. Spirit of Dread creates an aura around Hecarim for a few seconds that constantly damages all nearby enemies. Additionally, Hecarim heals for a portion of any damage dealt to these enemies. Healing against minions is capped. Because it brings both great damage and health sustain, take a point in Spirit of Dread early and max it by level 13. Devastating Charge grants Hecarim steadily increasing movement speed for a few seconds. If Hecarim attacks an enemy during this time, he deals bonus damage and knocks back his target. Devastating Charge deals even more damage based on how far Hecarim has traveled during the effect. Because it's mostly a utility spell, take a rank of Devastating Charge early, but max it only by level 18. Hecarim's ultimate is Onslaught of Shadows. Hecarim charges to target location, damaging and causing all nearby enemies to flee from Hecarim for a short time. Additionally, Hecarim summons Spectral Riders that charge alongside him, damaging all enemies they strike. Due to the power of the ultimate, rank it as soon as possible at levels 6, 11, and 16. Try to build a mix of damage, toughness, and mobility through your runes, masteries, and items. For example, I take armor penetration marks, flat armor seals, magic resist per level glyphs, and movement speed quintessences. I recommend 9-12-9 masteries, taking armor penetration in offense, health and damage reduction in defense, and movement speed plus neutral buff duration in utility. When not jungling or in Dominion, drop the minion-specific masteries for extra armor and magic resist. In Classic, I open with Boots of Speed and 3 health potions. I rush for Wriggle's Lantern and Aegis of the Legion, before taking defensive boots depending on the enemy team. Trinity Force is the next major buy. After, I grab a mix of damage and durability through Maw of Malmortius and Frozen Heart. In Dominion, my build is similar. I start with Boots of Speed, Prospector's Blade, and 2 health potions. Aegis of the Legion, upgraded boots, and Trinity Force come next. From here, I adapt my build depending on my enemies, choosing among Randuin's Omen, Maw of Malmortius, Sanguine Blade, and Last Whisper. Try to always gank enemies from behind. I activate Devastating Charge, close the distance on Galio, and make sure to push him away from his turret. I keep pace with him while I hit Rampage and Spirit of Dread to deal as much damage as possible, before retreating from the turret and giving Nasus first blood. Let's look back at this fight, because there's something else to point out. Hecarim wants to keep up with enemy champions as long as possible to maximize his damage. Notice how I tell Hecarim to move forward immediately after every basic attack, ensuring that I stay next to Galio as long as possible for more Rampage hits. Make sure to use the most of Hecarim's mechanics. Before I shove Ezreal toward the wall, I first use Rampage, because Devastating Charge's movement speed feeds into Warpath, giving me bonus damage. I chase with Ghost as he runs, using Rampage and Spirit of Dread to kill him without breaking stride. I turn on Kayle and hit Onslaught of Shadows to lock her up under the turret and grab another kill. Finally, with Spirit of Dread still active, I Rampage and smite nearby minions to gain health back as I escape. When jungling, try to keep your cooldown reduction on Rampage alive between camps. To do this, make sure that Rampage is the killing blow on the last monster of the camp, then immediately run to the next one. As soon as you're in range, hit Rampage again to keep the cooldown low and enjoy your extra fast jungle speed. In this case, it let me clear the camps just fast enough to grab the Lizard Elder with Smite and run away with Devastating Charge. Remember that Onslaught of Shadows will constantly force the enemy champions to run away from you. Here I initiate on Rammus and move such that he'll run into my team. I push him with Devastating Charge and stay in front of him, cutting down his health with Rampage. After we pick up the kill, I walk out of turret range and then back across to escape Morgana. By hitting Onslaught of Shadows immediately after activating Devastating Charge, you can give it a lot of bonus damage and set yourself up for an easy knockback. I lock up Galio and we get him extremely low before his team comes to help. After killing Galio, I move quickly to take out champions with the least armor, taking out Morgana and then Kayle soon after. I spot Rammus just above. Devastating Charge grants me a lot of movement speed as I walk just past Rammus before he taunts me, pushing him back toward my team. Thanks to all the armor accrued from items, I'm able to tank the turret long enough for my team to show up and grab the ace. The speed shrines on Dominion are even more useful on Hecarim thanks to Warpath, which converts that bonus movement speed into bonus damage. This helps me catch up to Nidalee for 1 kill before moving down to meet Fizz with Onslaught of Shadows and a second. Combining speed shrines with Hecarim's ability to deal damage while moving means you should always try to juke skill shots. After taking down Nidalee and Fiora, I'm put into a duel against Fizz. I start winning, but then he fires off his ultimate. I dodge away and then chase him down with Devastating Charge. I take him out with Rampage and win control over the middle. Thanks for tuning in to the Hecarim Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel above, and don't forget to thumbs us up just below the video.
Hey Summoners, welcome to Boston. It's time for PAX East 2012. We're here at the massive League of Legends booth where we're giving players an exclusive look at 2 new champions, Hecarim and Varus.
Varus is going to be a real standout just because of that bow and that that charge up ability. I think Hecarim kind of fulfills a really cool concept of being able to run through minions.
And I think that the feeling that you would want to have as a centaur, busting into a bunch of bipeds and kind of smacking people around and doing a lot of damage and really being a threat to those people on foot, I think that really got nailed.
As you can see, we added a stage this year, putting our community in the spotlight with their killer cosplay creations.
Champion Vladimir will fall to the Lux.
Wow, what an exchange by the blue team. So there you have it. Just a little taste of PAX East in Boston this year. If you made it to the show, we hope you had as much fun as we did. We took a ton of photos, so make sure to check them out on the Riot Games Facebook page. From all of us here at Riot Games, thanks for watching!
My profession? Yes, a baker.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champions Spotlight, featuring Jarvan IV, the Exemplar of Demacia. Jarvan is a tanky DPS champion, excelling in rapid movement and singling out his targets. He's designed to be an initiator, getting into combat quickly and safely while dishing out tons of damage. Jarvan's passive is Martial Cadence. When Jarvan hits any enemy, he deals a % of its current health in bonus damage. This ability cannot hit the same target more than once every few seconds, but he can freely switch between targets to deal bonus damage to all of them. Jarvan's first ability is Dragon Strike. He deals physical damage to enemy targets in a line, reducing their armor. Second is Golden Aegis. Jarvan immediately shields himself from a flat amount of damage. The shield grows stronger with a number of enemy champions present. Additionally, upon activating the shield, nearby enemies are slowed. Demacian Standard is Jarvan's third ability. At all times, Jarvan has increased attack speed and armor. When activated, Jarvan throws a flag to target location, dealing damage to enemies it hits. After landing, the flag grants armor and attack speed to nearby allies, which doubles his own passive benefit. Additionally, Jarvan may use Dragon Strike aimed at Demacian Standard. If it connects, he is pulled to his flag, knocking up enemies along his path. Jarvan's ultimate is Cataclysm. Jarvan leaps at target enemy, damaging it and creating a ring of impassable terrain around the landing zone for a few seconds. Jarvan may reactivate the ability to destroy the terrain if it suits his purposes. Cataclysm combines well with Dragon Strike and Demacian Standard, allowing you to block off an enemy and simply back off if needed. Jarvan combines very well with allied gankers. Here as Maokai comes in, I launch Morgana into the air with Demacian Standard into Dragon Strike. Unfortunately, I use Exhaust way too late, resulting in Maokai's death in exchange for our kill on Morgana. With Cataclysm, Jarvan can also kill enemies by himself. Here I open up on Morgana with Demacian Standard plus Dragon Strike. As soon as Morgana turns to fight, I put on Golden Aegis. Afterwards, I back out to draw her away from the turret before unleashing Cataclysm and taking her down with Dragon Strike and basic attacks. Jarvan also excels at escaping ganks. Seeing Singed come in from the side, I know I can't head to my turret. Once in the river, I notice they both follow me, so I head back up towards the turret. Unfortunately, this means that I walk straight into Warwick. I time Demacian Standard with Dragon Strike to knock up Warwick mid-ultimate. This breaks his suppression on me and I walk out at full health. Cataclysm not only keeps enemies in, it also keeps enemies out. Because I'm teamed with Maokai, who can also blink, I drop onto Morgana with Cataclysm. This makes Singed completely helpless to stop us. Afterwards, we chase down the enemy Maokai, while my ally takes one for the team, rooting Singed in place and sealing his own fate. Always remember to be patient when escaping your enemies. Because I max Golden Aegis second, I'm able to withstand a fair amount of punishment, taking my time to ensure that firing Dragon Strike onto Demacian Standard will get me far away from my opponent. Even at low health, Jarvan can be deceptively durable. I get ganked by Singed, but using Golden Aegis I force him to run. In doing so, I hold him in place with Cataclysm. Knowing he will run soon after, I position myself for Dragon Strike's knockup effect. With the follow-up from Urgot, we take down Singed. Jarvan combines especially well with ranged champions. Catching a glimpse of Morgana in the jungle, I barely catch up to her with Cataclysm. Unable to react, Urgot and I get tons of free damage on her. Because I didn't have to use my knockup combo, it's already available from Warwick. Urgot makes sure he's pinned down as I deal the killing blow. Cataclysm is especially good when you know you'll win the fight. Here I block Morgana, Singed, and Warwick all within. We kill off Warwick and Morgana very early, while the 5v3 is too much for Singed to handle. From that point on, it's extremely easy to mop up the rest of the team, with me running up to the cliff to use Golden Aegis, slowing Lux for the last kill. Jarvan's wealth of crowd control effects make him an excellent teammate all around. I open with Golden Aegis, slowing Lux and Singed. Though I intend to also hit Lux, Demacian Standard with Dragon Strike helps us kill Singed. From there I land Cataclysm when it will trap both Morgana and Lux. Noting that we can't kill Lux quickly enough, I use Exhaust before she gets out of range, picking up the kill with Dragon Strike. Jarvan also has probably the funniest synergy with Urgot. As soon as Urgot picks a target to swap, land Cataclysm in the target now stuck in the middle of your team. Guaranteed success. Now let's talk builds. I take armor penetration marks, health per level seals, magic resist per level glyphs, and armor penetration quintessences. I use 21-8-1 masteries, taking strength of spirit in defense and improving my exhaust and ghost summoner spells. For skills, you want to max Demacian standard as soon as possible, with 1 point early in Dragon Strike, and then maxing Golden Aegis. Item-wise, I start out with Cloth Armor and 5 health potions. I turn the Cloth Armor into Wriggle's Lantern, and grab Mercury Treads in most cases. From there you need to assess the enemy team. Typically I take both Sunfire Cape and Banshee's Veil, though in the game shown here, the lack of physical damage on the enemy team made me take Frozen Mallet instead of Sunfire. Afterwards, building Atma's Impaler, Infinity Edge, and finally selling Wriggle's Lantern for Last Whisper will give you a ton of damage output. You typically won't get to those last 2 items, but just the damage from Atmos will make you a large threat. Please leave us a comment below and subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel. Thanks for tuning in to the Jarvan Champion Spotlight. Get out there and start playing some Jarvan, and don't stop until you
topple their forces!
Welcome to the Kog'Maw Sneak Peek Champion Spotlight, presented by Riot Games. Kog'Maw is a hybrid ranged DPS champion. He has very strong long-range spells and a few great attack abilities aimed specifically at destroying enemy tanks. His first ability is Caustic Spittle, giving him armor penetration, and activates to deal damage to a single target while also doubling that penetration. Second comes Bio-Arcane Barrage, which modifies Kog'Maw's attack to significantly increase his range and deal bonus damage based on the enemy's maximum health. Kog'Maw may also cast Void Ooze, which is a long-range damage ability, leaving a trail of ooze that slows enemies who stand on it. His ultimate is Living Artillery, which is an extremely long-range mortar-type attack. It has a low cooldown, but the mana cost increases very quickly if you cast the spell again within 6 seconds. Think of it like Cassidon's Rift Walk. Lastly, his passive, Acathian Surprise, turns you into a living bomb after you die. You retain control for a few seconds and then blow up for some pretty significant damage. My runes are set up as a caster: magic penetration, mana regeneration per level, cooldown reduction, and health. My masteries follow a standard 9-0-21 build, making sure to take improved exhaust and improved ghost. These summoner spells allow me to kite my enemies very effectively. I can ghost around in the back lines, and if someone really tries to kill me, I can exhaust him to keep him far away. Kog'Maw is extremely item dependent. Thankfully, he's also a very competent farmer. Starting at level 6, you want to employ a combination of Void Ooze and Living Artillery. Hit the ranged minions with your ultimate as soon as you can. Then, once you've waited 6 seconds, hit the same wave again, adding in Void Ooze this time. Thanks to your runes, masteries, and Chalice of Harmony, the mana cost should be no problem. You can also easily farm nearby monster camps. All but the hardiest of wraiths will fall to the same combo, and with a little extra effort will result in a lot of bonus gold. Remember to cast the ultimate first, so that the wraiths don't evade the area of effect. Sion and I head top to gank. Always be sure to come in behind your tank, and allow your teammates' crowd control spells to land easy artillery shots. As Kayle turns invulnerable, remember you can always slow targets with Void Ooze, even if you can't kill them. Kog'Maw also has the benefit of having 2 skill shots that hit invisible champions. While I miss Akali with my first few spells, Living Artillery is extremely potent at chopping her down in the smoke bomb. I believe Kog'Maw should be played as a hybrid for a couple of reasons. His cooldowns are a little bit too long to be played as a more standard caster like Annie. Also, his range is so short on his basic attacks that I feel very unsafe as a standard physical DPS. But if you play him as a hybrid, you get a lot of attack speed from Ginsu's Rageblade and Nashor's Tooth, which makes Bio-Arcane Barrage extremely potent, while cooldown reduction and ability power make Living Artillery extremely deadly. Living Artillery is one of Kog'Maw's most interesting abilities. Because it has such a long range, and because it reveals the area it targets, you should always try to scout or harass jungling enemies. As part of this video, I wanted to show you some safe scouting locations on Summoner's Rift. Note that a very tiny area in the center is revealed right when you cast the spell, and then once the artillery lands, everything struck is revealed for a few seconds. From either team in mid, a quick stroll to the right lets you spot Purple Team's Golem. Next, Purple Team's Lizard. This should be a pretty safe location to shoot from. Down from there, you can hide in the brush to shoot Blue Team's Golem. Right at the connection to the river, Blue's Lizard is an easy shot. The dragon on Summoner's Rift is an extremely important objective. Shooting here as Blue Team will wake up and reveal the dragon. Alternatively, or as Purple Team, this brush provides some cover to scout dragon as well. Finally, there are a few key locations for scouting Baron Nashor. Scouting him properly is extremely important. Baron Nashor is immune to debuffs, so you can only reveal him with a tiny reveal at the beginning of the spell. Here's a safe location for Purple Team, or generally from mid. Another approach is the extremely safe brush above Baron. Again, you must hit him exactly or you won't learn any information at all. Finally, we have a somewhat unsafe but convenient brush in front of Baron, in case you and your team are rushing forward and aren't sure about his status. Here's a mistake no one should ever make, especially Kog'Maw because he has no escape mechanism. I've pushed all the way down mid to the second turret without a single enemy champion accounted for. If you are ever out of position, Void Ooze can be your friend and maybe save you by slowing enemies, but generally you should realize that positioning is your best friend. One of Kog'Maw's greatest strengths is in his synergy between Void Ooze and Living Artillery. Here, I know that I can keep Akali pinned to one location and kill her. Using Bioarcane Barrage and Living Artillery, I can also make short work of Gragas. Again, I'm sure to stay far behind my tanks and use range to my advantage. I chased Janna and Gragas out of mid. However, due to the extremely long range of Living Artillery, Janna's not safe yet. I force her to turn around with one shot, but she realizes she can't win a fight against me and tries to leave. Void Ooze, Living Artillery, and Bioarcane Barrage break through her shield and over 900 health. Afterwards, their Gragas gets clumsy and succumbs to Caustic Spittle. Normally, I don't use the ability much because I love abusing Kog'Maw's long range, but in this case, I clearly have no choice. Once again, I want to show the virtues of Living Artillery. Because of its short 1-second delay and extreme range, your opponents will often have to juke the shot before they even see it. Kayle didn't have a choice, as she could only juke up and into our Gragas. I think Akali just didn't realize how far I could really shoot. Thanks for tuning in to the Kog'Maw Champion Spotlight. Get out there and get hungry, because it's feeding time!
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Singed, the Mad Chemist. Singed is a mobile, tanky fighter who excels at disrupting his enemies and dealing constant damage throughout a fight. One of Singed's defining traits is his ability to kite enemy champions, winning fights almost exclusively by running around. Singed's passive is Empowered Bulwark. A percentage of Singed's maximum mana is added to his maximum health. Basically, if you buy items that give mana, you'll become more durable. Poison Trail is a toggled ability. While toggled on, it leaves behind a trail of poison. Enemies who walk through the poison trail become poisoned and take damage over a short time. Mega Adhesive creates an area on the ground that slows the movement speed of all enemies inside it. Fling damages and tosses target enemy over your shoulder, landing behind you. Insanity Potion empowers Singed for a moderate duration, granting him increased health and mana regeneration, movement speed, armor, and magic resist, while reducing the duration of all crowd control effects on Singed. Singed is an extremely strong laner starting at level 6. I'm playing aggressively against Riven, pushing to her turret. Master Yi shows up to gank as I run. First, I stay in the brush, which gives me more time before being attacked. I turn on Poison Trail and try to make a run to my turret. Once he attacks, I use Mega Adhesive directly in front of myself, which would stop most champions. After Alpha Strike, I have one more trick up my sleeve. When he gets into range, I fling him directly into my turret.
Knowing he will run, I land an attack or two, picking up the kill. Then I run as Riven chases me, but I've created enough distance that she drops to the turret and poison trail, giving me a double kill almost exclusively from running away. Once you've built an advantage, you should definitely press it and dominate your lane. Note that the playstyle here is buying as much time as possible for poison trail. Turn on poison trail and then insanity potion. I aim mega adhesive in the only route Riven can take to retreat. Once she flashes away, I use fling to place her back into the mega adhesive. Finally, poison trail ticks down the rest of her health and I get the kill. While running around with Swain and Riven, I get jumped by Master Yi. I keep on poison trail and try to use fling to escape him. I bait him into the brush, then turn around, flinging him over the wall. Xin Zhao comes to help me, and Swain is already low from poison trail. After his first kill, I lend aid with mega adhesive, helping him pick up Master Yi as he dives underneath the turret. Your mid-game playstyle is all about building a huge gold and level advantage while distracting the enemy team. Once you've completed Rod of Ages, constantly push down minion waves with poison trail, then look for nearby fights. Eventually, enemy champions will try to gank you, but with Insanity Potion, Ghost, and Mega Adhesive, you can escape most of the smaller fights. One quick note when playing Singed. You should bind Laugh to something easily reached on your keyboard. Whenever you have downtime in lane, you should laugh at your opponent. It prevents them from dealing tons of damage against you. Now, let's look at a game where it doesn't start so well. At low levels, basic attacks and other abilities can out-damage Poison Trail, so you want to be defensive. Here you can see Jarvan playing aggressively, knocking me up in a minion wave and taking over half my health. Thankfully, I barely survive, but this is obviously not a great start. This trend actually continues for a while, and I start the game 1-5-2. However, after finishing Rod of Ages, I feel confident and have mana to spare. I run through Jarvan's minion wave with Poison Trail and fling him for damage. I keep fighting him until Riven shows up. I start to run, using Mega Adhesive to get them off my back. Poison Trail keeps damaging them, so I run back in, using Fling to damage Riven some more. Basically, as long as Insanity Potion is running, I like fighting. However, I can't dive into the enemy turret, so I hang out around the middle of the lane. Finally, they turn to pressure me, so I fling Riven away from Jarvan and separate them with Mega Adhesive. Now you can see Riven is about to die while Jarvan is powerless to help her. Mega Adhesive and Poison Trail cause Riven to die, and I push into Jarvan. I let my minions tank the turret and run in for a fling, hoping to kill him. I take a little bit too much damage from the turret, dropping to 50 health as Jarvan falls to Poison Trail. Once you catch up, use your tankiness and utility to win fights for your team. Here the total score is 22-19, and I make a big play to win us a fight. Mega Adhesive separates Annie from her team. As Xin Zhao chases, I fling him into my allies, picking up that kill before his friends can hurt us. As our opponents pile in, I turn to fight Annie and Caitlyn. Though I get exhausted, I try to stay on top of Caitlyn, finally killing her with Fling. Now at only 500 health, I run with Insanity Potion plus Ghost. I've bought enough time that Annie falls to Poison Trail with some help from Talon, causing their last two surviving members to run away. Rule of thumb when fighting Singed? Don't chase Singed. Also note that Fling can help or hurt your teammates if they have Area of Effect abilities. Here we dive into Jarvan, and Fling causes Brand's Pillar of Flame to miss. In a different fight, using Fling actually places Caitlyn in Nunu's Absolute Zero, granting us an easy kill. Always be aware that Fling can totally backfire. For runes, I take Magic Penetration Marks, Dodge Seals, Flat Magic Resist Glyphs, and Movement Speed Quintessences. This setup is aimed at giving me a little bit of early game durability, and primarily focuses on strong kiting late game, with the Dodge Seals feeding nimbleness. My masteries are 0, 14, 16, making absolutely certain to take nimbleness and 3 points in strength of spirit in defense. In utility, you want to grab increased experience gain, maximum mana, and movement speed. I also take teleport and ghost, mastering both. Take a point and fling at level 1 and leave it there. Then max Poison Trail as soon as possible, with Mega Adhesive right after. This skill build is aimed at dealing the most damage with Poison Trail and increasing your utility to the team with a slow from Mega Adhesive. You can max Fling over Mega Adhesive if you want to deal more damage, but I prefer the consistency of the slow. For items, I open with a Sapphire Crystal and 2 health potions. After, I have 2 extremely important buys, an early Catalyst and upgraded boots, either Mercury Treads or Ninja Tabby, depending on the enemy team. If I'm getting enough gold, my first major buys are Rod of Ages and Riley's Crystal Scepter. If I'm dealing with a bunch of physical damage, I'll add Sunfire Cape, Randuin's Omen, Guardian Angel, Thornmail, or Frozen Heart. If I'm worried about magic damage, I'll turn my early Catalyst into Banshee's Veil and add Force of Nature, Spirit Visage, or Abyssal Scepter.
Thanks for tuning in to the Singed Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel up top and leave us your thoughts in the comments below.
Product not yet rated.
Heroes come in many forms. Some have vision. Some have grace. And some have strength. But only a few shall become legends. League of Legends Clash of Fates.
Never underestimate the power of the Scouts Code. 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 2, 3, 4. Code. Code. 2, 3, 4. Yes, sir. 2, 3, 4. Duty. Armed and ready. Yes, armed. 4, 2, 3, 3. Porting in. Never underestimate the power of Captain Timo. Swiftly, Timo, on 2, 2, 4, 2, 3, duty. Swift 4, 2, 4, 3, Swift 4, 2, 4, porting in. Size doesn't mean everything. 2, 3, 4, that's got us 2, 2, 3, Timo. I salute you.
Product not yet rated.
Heroes come in many forms. Some have vision. Some have grace. And some have strength. But only a few shall become legends. League of Legends Clash of Fates.
Product not yet rated.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Tryndamere, the Barbarian King. Tryndamere is a melee fighter who focuses on dealing huge damage with his basic attacks. This spotlight will focus on his legendary Demon Blade Tryndamere skin. This skin has a different model, animations, voiceover, and particle effects compared to his default look. Tryndamere's passive is Battle Fury. Tryndamere's attacks, critical strikes, and killing blows build fury. As Tryndamere gains fury, his critical strike chance increases. Bloodlust gives Tryndamere bonus damage based on how much health he has. He gains a small amount of damage for being full, but he gains the most benefit at 1 health. Tryndamere may activate Bloodlust to consume all of his fury, healing him based on how much fury was used. Mocking Shout reduces the attack damage of all nearby enemy champions. Enemies that had their backs turned are also slowed for a few seconds. Spinning Slash sends Tryndamere to target location, damaging all enemies along his path. Every time Tryndamere lands a critical strike, the cooldown on Spinning Slash decreases. Undying Rage gives Tryndamere bonus fury and makes him immune to death for a few seconds, holding at 1 health if he were to take fatal damage. This ability can be cast while stunned, silenced, or otherwise incapacitated. As an added note, you typically want to use Bloodlust to heal yourself right as Undying Rage ends to help you survive. I play Tryndamere as a jungler, which allows me to farm without interference and also enables me to gank without my opponents expecting it. Ask a teammate to pull the golems, which allows you to take the camp down without receiving too much damage. Transition to the wraiths, wolves, and then the buff golem, giving it to whichever teammate can best use it. I head over to gank bottom lane. I lead in with Mocking Shout, and then Spinning Slash. We crush Blitzcrank's health and pick up the kill despite Alistar's stuns. I smack Alistar with a critical strike and walk out of turret range. Seeing him get low, I play too aggressively. I'm about 1 minion kill from level 6, but instead of killing one to get my ultimate, I recklessly dive Alistar and die underneath a turret as I get stunned. When your ultimate is up, you can take most fights if you play well. Fighting Vladimir in mid lane, I start aggressively. I wait for Sanguine Pool, but unfortunately he turns around right as I use Mocking Shout. Thankfully, I can still chase him, using Flash and Spinning Slash to dive him underneath his turret. The scariest part here is getting away from the turret. Right as Undying Rage is about to time out, I take a turret shot, then use Bloodlust, letting me take another attack as I walk out of range. As I get into a fight in mid, I run once Alistar uses his ultimate. I head back in once Taric shows up, stunning Vayne. I take her down with just a few basic attacks and Spinning Slash. Turning to Vladimir, he's unable to sufficiently damage me as I deal tons of damage and have lifesteal. Once he falls, I can easily chase Alistar, who's already used his ultimate. Thanks to Taric, I pick up 3 kills without even touching Undying Rage. I get pulled into the enemy turret by Blitzcrank. I run out and use Undying Rage right as I'm about to die. York makes a clone of me with Omen of Death, while I try to focus Vladimir. I notice that my clone has taken Blitzcrank to 1 hit, so I get the kill. Vladimir is now unable to outdamage my lifesteal, so I take a 2nd kill without any trouble. I take down the mid turret, but run due to the amount of escapes and stuns on the enemy team. Upon fighting Blitzcrank, I use Undying Rage at the last possible second. After I take him down, I look at the available targets. While Alistar is close by, Vayne is much more important, so I kill her with Spinning Slash and a critical strike.
Undying Rage times out as I die, but I've been targeted by Yorick's Omen of Death, so in my short second life I dive on a Tristana, picking up the kill before expiring. We get into a fight in the enemy jungle. Blitzcrank appears to be an easy target, so I go for him first. Unfortunately, his team shows up and he flashes out. Still healthy, I turn to Vladimir. I get him low, but his team shoves me into the wall. I turn on Undying Rage and chase him down with Spinning Slash. At this point, I should run up and around the wolf camp, flanking Blitzcrank, Tristana, and Vayne. Instead, I make the mistake of diving back down through Alistar, dying to Pulverize. Basically, always be aware that Tryndamere can disengage and get back into the action pretty frequently. Don't lock yourself into only thinking about attacking straight forward. One advantage of Tryndamere's extremely high damage output is that you can take down Baron Nashor very quickly. When attempting Baron, always note that he will physically attack the single closest target, so make sure at least one teammate is closer to Baron than you are, otherwise you'll lose half your damage output. Upon spotting Vayne, I Spinning Slash just to get into range for Mocking Shout. The extreme slow allows us to catch up, and she turns around knowing that her escape is impossible. We keep chasing even though Alistar lands a great Pulverize. I'm able to tag Tristana with Mocking Shout and chase with Spinning Slash. After the kill, I Spinning Slash out of turret range because it's attacking me. I use Undying Rage at the last possible second, turning to kill Blitzcrank with the help of my team. Thankfully, I get just out of range of Alistar when he tries to jump me. I turn around to kill him with a critical strike before leaving the base. Tryndamere is extremely position reliant. Diving headfirst into Vayne gets me shoved around and makes me use Undying Rage before even dealing any damage. Thankfully, I am able to use Spinning Slash and Flash to take out Tristana, but if I had taken any other angle of attack at the beginning, I'd have survived this fight. I managed to separate Vladimir from the rest of his team and dive relentlessly to pick up the kill. However, I make a huge mistake in using Undying Rage well before I'm about to die. At no point do I actually drop below 1 health during its duration. As a result, Blitzcrank and Tristana clean me up, even though I could have killed at least one of them very easily. The single most important thing to do as Tryndamere is to dodge disruptive tanks. Here I know a teamfight will start, and I use Spinning Slash and Flash to jump over Alistar, heading straight for Vayne. Oracle's Elixir allows me to take her down despite her invisibility. As I chase Vladimir, I note the duration on my ultimate. Hemoplague would certainly have killed me, so I retreat to find another opening. I turn on to Blitzcrank and kill him quickly. For runes, I take attack speed marks, flat armor seals, attack speed glyphs, and armor penetration quintessences. This setup allows me great jungle control, and builds my Fury Bar rapidly with attack speed. My masteries are 2109, focusing on all the physical damage modifiers on offense, and taking increased neutral buff duration and utility. I take Smite and Flash for jungle speed and maneuverability in battle. I max Bloodlust right away for healing and damage output. I take Spinning Slash at level 2 and leave it there, focusing on Mocking Shout to heavily debuff my opponents throughout the mid-game. For items, I open with a Vampiric Scepter. I take Berserker's Greaves and Yomu's Ghostblade as my first major investments. From there, I head up to Infinity Edge for massive damage output. After that, I max out my critical strike chance with Cloak and Dagger and an Elixir of Agility. My final items are Bloodthirster and Black Cleaver for endgame damage and sustenance. Thanks for tuning in to the Tryndamere Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel up top and leave us your comments down below.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Jax, the Grandmaster at Arms. Jax is a melee fighter and duelist, adept at killing targets one at a time, while surviving attacks from surrounding enemies. Jax's passive is Relentless Assault. Every time Jax lands a basic attack, he gains bonus attack speed for a few seconds. This bonus stacks multiple times up to a cap. Leap Strike sends Jax lunging toward target minion, monster, champion, or ward, whether friend or foe. If the target is an enemy, Jax will also damage it. Max Leap Strike by level 13 for mobility and damage output, taking 1 point by level 3 for jungling, and a point at level 1 when laning. Empower causes Jax's next basic attack to deal bonus damage. This ability will reset Jax's attack timer, meaning you can use it as an almost free attack if you time it correctly. Additionally, if you activate Empower before using Leap Strike, it will deal damage on top of Leap Strike. For maximum damage output, max Empower by level 9, with your first point at level 2. Counter-Strike buffs Jax for a few seconds, causing him to dodge every attack made against him for the duration. At the end of this duration, Jax stuns and damages all nearby enemies. Counter-Strike deals bonus damage based on how many attacks Jax dodged. Take just 1 point in Counter-Strike early and max it last. When jungling, grab it at level 1. Jax's ultimate is Grandmaster's Might. Passively, it grants bonus damage to every third consecutive attack Jax makes, though this counter resets if Jax waits too long between attacks. When activated, it grants Jax bonus attack damage and ability power for a few seconds. I play Jax as a jungler, starting with Counter-Strike and a Vampiric Scepter. Upon reaching level 3 for Leap Strike and killing the Lizard Elder, look for a gank. I spot the enemy Annie in mid lane. I approach the brush and signal my teammate. I Ghost, trigger Counter-Strike, and Leap Strike into range. I stun her and continue damage output with Empower. As my teammate flashes into range for the stun, we pick up First Blood. Specifically look for ganks when your lane is pushed to your own turret. Note the enemy team directly on top of my team's bottom turret. Even though I'm on the other side of the map, this position represents free kills. As I head in, I activate Counter-Strike and walk toward the brush. Seeing Vayne juke back, I Leap Strike in and kill her with Empower. After, I look for my next target, choosing the one with the least health, Warwick. Though he flashes, I still pick up the kill with the Lizard buff. After Gangplank retreats, I head for the dragon. Using Wriggle's Lantern, I ward the most likely route my opponents will tank to gank me and take down the dragon. The massive attack speed from Relentless Assault ties in well with the bonus damage from Wriggle's Lantern, Empower, and Grandmaster's Might, resulting in a much faster dragon kill than almost any other champion. When fighting one-on-one, take special care to preserve both Leap Strike and Counter-Strike, as they're your only tools for catching up to running opponents. As I gank Yorick on top lane, I head in with a basic attack and an immediate Empower, granting me 2 attacks almost instantaneously. Once he starts running, I trigger Counter-Strike for the stun. Yorick survives Leap Strike, so I close the gap with Ghost for another Empower and the passive trigger from Grandmaster's Might, picking up the kill. Remember that Leap Strike can be used on your own wards as an escape tool. As a teamfight erupts, both Warwick and Gangplank target me for their ultimates. While I'm certain to die normally, I drop a Sight Ward and leave Cannon Barrage with Leap Strike. As they're still chasing me, I activate Counter-Strike to mitigate some more damage. Since they just won't give up, I drop a second ward over the wall toward Baron Nashor, Leap Strike to it, and just barely escape with under 100 health. In teamfights, try not to go in first, as you're more useful as a damage source than an initiator. Warwick and Yorick jump our Annie, so I Leap Strike in and start pummeling them. After grabbing 2 kills, I move toward the most important target of the fight, Vayne. Between Leap Strike and Ghost, I keep up with her, forcing her to run as my team cleans up the rest of the fight. Despite Condemn, I take her down inside her base, forcing her teammates away and allowing my team to switch focus to the enemy Nexus. When fighting over capture points in Dominion, focus on killing enemy defenders and let your teammates do the capturing. As we fight over the Boneyard, I activate Counter-Strike and immediately jump Lee Sin with Leap Strike and Empower, taking him down extremely quickly. Now 4 versus 1, I head for Leona. My aggression pushes her away while Karma starts to capture. Leona turns to interrupt Karma, but simply turns into an easy kill, giving us clean control over the point. Jax's ability set makes him one of the game's top duelists. I pick a fight with Tryndamere. I land 1 basic attack, then immediately trigger Empower to get a quick second hit. My third attack triggers Grandmaster's Might, and I activate Counter-Strike to mitigate his damage output, bringing Tryndamere to 1 health before I've lost any. He exhausts me and triggers his ultimate, so I run until Undying Rage times out. I land Leap Strike right as it ends, grabbing the kill and control over the refinery. For runes, I take flat attack damage marks, flat armor seals, attack speed glyphs, and flat attack damage quintessences. This setup is aimed at grabbing me fast jungle speed and great overall damage through my basic attacks and physical abilities. In Classic, my masteries are 26-4-0, taking every possible physical damage increase in offense and reducing minion damage wherever possible in defense. I also take Smite and Ghost to jungle, mastering both. In Dominion, I place all 30 points into the offense tree, making sure to add magic penetration and substituting out Smite for Ignite. In Classic, open with a Vampiric Scepter when jungling, quickly adding Boots' speed and upgrading to Wriggle's Lantern. Then consider Mercury Treads or Ninja Tabby, depending on what damage type is most prevalent. Grab Phage first as you work toward Trinity Force. Always make sure you can survive the enemy team, considering items like Atma's Impaler and Guardian Angel for physical damage, or Hex Drinker and Quicksilver Sash against magic. When looking for more damage, look toward Hextech Gunblade and Ginsu's Rageblade. In Dominion, you'll have very similar build goals. Start with Prospector's Blade, Boots of Speed, and 2 health potions. Choose either Ninja Tabby or Mercury Treads based on damage threats. Then consider a number of damage options like Trinity Force, Hextech Gunblade, and Ginsu's Rage Blade. If needed, also investigate defensive options like Odin's Veil and Guardian Angel. Thanks for tuning in to the Jax Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel above, and don't forget to thumbs us up just below the video.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Blitzcrank, the great steam golem. Blitzcrank is a mix between a pure tank, a melee fighter, and a burst mage, depending on what your team needs. Overall, he excels at disruption, and literally grabbing free kills for your team. Blitzcrank's passive is Mana Barrier. When Blitzcrank gets low on health, he gains a temporary shield based off his current mana. Blitzcrank does not lose any mana in the process, but if you happen to be empty when it activates, you won't get much of a shield. Rocket Grab sends out a skill shot nuke, which damages and stuns the first enemy it hits. Immediately after hitting, it pulls the enemy to you. Overdrive gives Blitzcrank bonus movement and attack speed for a few seconds. Power Fist causes Blitzcrank's next basic attack to deal bonus damage and knock the target into the air. Using this ability will reset your attack timer, so using it immediately after landing an attack will give you more damage output. Static Field is Blitzcrank's ultimate. Passively, it deals damage to a random enemy every few seconds. On activation, Blitzcrank damages and silences all nearby enemies, but deactivates the passive until it cools down. At the start of the game, always check to see if you want to push. Check the scoreboard to see if they have a jungler, and use Clairvoyance to see where he's starting. One great clairvoyance spot is right here. It lets you see champions setting up for the golem, wolves, or the brush to the right. Spotting a Kali, I walk up and pull her into my team with Rocket Grab, picking up first blood. At level 2, try to play aggressively in lane. I don't want to Rocket Grab right away, because I need Alistar's attacks for damage output. Instead, I walk up for Power Fist, and then Rocket Grab after. I actually used Rocket Grab too soon, because we don't kill him until after we all flash. But we still pick up the kill thanks to teamwork and good ability use. Warding the brush in your lane can be extremely powerful. Here Teemo ducks in for what he thinks will be a safe place to harass, but now that I know where he is, I land a Rocket Grab. I knock him up with Power Fist and chase with Overdrive once he flashes away. Because Overdrive lasts much longer than Move Quick, I know it can keep up a continued chase and land another Power Fist to pick up the kill. Be patient when using Rocket Grab. I see a fight in mid and chase with Overdrive. I prepare to hit an opponent with Rocket Grab, but I'm not sure if I'm in range. Because of my extra movement speed, Brand is afraid to turn straight down. Instead, he heads to the backside of his turret, which means he has no room to juke. This is the perfect opportunity to use Rocket Grab. I hit him, immediately land Power Fist, and on the way down activate Static Field. He basically has no chance to react and goes from full HP to death. In bottom lane, we push down a turret and start chasing a Kali toward her base. I flash to ensure I land Rocket Grab, which keeps her out of Twilight Shroud. Static Field and Power Fist keep her from retreating, while Alistar knocks her around. I run from Nocturne because I know he can kill me, but when he attacks Alistar, I turn back to disrupt his chase. Because of my cooldown reduction through runes, masteries, and items, I'm able to knock up Nocturne twice, letting Alistar live with just a sliver of health. I want to reiterate that holding onto Rocket Grab is valuable. We try to catch Pantheon right at level 1 for an early first blood, so I flash in to take him down. Look how he flashes before I even finish casting Rocket Grab. If I had just waited half a second, I could have grabbed him after the flash and picked up the kill. We can see in a later fight that this tactic really works well against this Pantheon player. Right as I reach max range, he keeps walking back and forth hoping to juke me. Instead, I just walk farther and farther forward, landing the Rocket Grab even despite his flash. I see Pantheon and Wukong present themselves, so I grab one and unload, forcing him out of the fight. I make the mistake of trying to chase him, which gets me caught by everyone else.
I knock up Master Yi and keep running, but as soon as Shen lands Shadow Dash, I know I can get the kill, so I rocket grab into Power Fist, taking him down. As Kennen chases me, I try to catch him around the corner with Power Fist, but my team picks up the kill anyway. Disruption is huge on Blitzcrank. I get into a team fight late, but my position allows me to rocket grab Pantheon away from the battle, blocking him up for about half of it. I run in and pop Static Field because it will hit literally every member on the enemy team. Sure enough, we clean up 3 kills in a row. In another team fight, I go for a rocket grab while standing on one of Teemo's mushrooms. I probably could have gone for Pantheon, so it was a mistake to grab Gallia. Thankfully, he does waste its ultimate, so the fight continues. Immediately, I head over to the most important target, Pantheon. I interrupt Heartseeker Strike with Power Fist, and lock him up with another Power Fist into Rocket Grab. Note that I don't activate Static Field. If you're only fighting a single target, you do more damage by letting it passively hurt targets for you. Only activate it if you need a burst of damage at the end. For runes, I take Armor Penetration Marks, Flat Armor Seals, Flat Cooldown Reduction Glyphs, and Armor Penetration Quintessences. This setup allows me to deal tons of damage with Power Fist and Sheen, survive some harassment in lane, and general utility with cooldown reduction. My masteries are 0, 9, 21, taking pretty standard masteries, specifically improving Clairvoyance and Flash. I take 1 point in Rocket Grab at level 1, and leave it there until level 14. My first priority is to max Power Fist, with a point in Overdrive at level 3. Lowering the cooldown on Power Fist to use it multiple times per fight is extremely important. Maxing Overdrive second allows me to more easily chase down my enemies. For items, I open with a Sapphire Crystal and 2 health potions. Ionian Boots of Lucidity and Sheen are pretty much guaranteed buys right after. Depending on how the game is going, I'll add more offense with Trinity Force, magic defense with Banshee's Veil, or physical defense with Randuin's Omen. Finally, I end up grabbing more damage output with Infinity Edge and Bloodthirster. Thanks for tuning in to the Blitzcrank Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel up top and leave us your thoughts in the comments below.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Cho'Gath, the Terror of the Void. Cho'Gath is a tanky fighter-mage hybrid. He excels at withstanding damage, crowd-controlling groups of enemies, and dealing very significant burst damage to single targets. Cho'Gath's passive is Carnivore. Every time Cho'Gath kills a minion, monster, or champion, he regains a small amount of health and mana. After a brief delay, Rupture damages, knocks up, and slows all enemies in an area. This ability can be cast in the Fog of War to hit enemies you can't see. I take Rupture at level 1 and max it by level 13. Feral Scream damages and silences all enemies in a cone. I take Feral Scream at level 2 and max it by level 9. Vorpal Spikes passively causes Cho'Gath's basic attacks to deal additional damage to all enemies in front of him, including the main target. Vorpal Spikes may be toggled on or off just in case you don't want the extra damage. I take Vorpal Spikes at level 4 and max it last. Feast deals immense true damage to a single enemy, dealing significant damage to a champion and even more damage to minions and monsters. If Cho'Gath kills the enemy with Feast, he grows larger and gains a Feast stack that increases his maximum health. Feast can only stack a few times, but stacks last until death, upon which he loses half his stacks. Cho'Gath excels at soloing the top lane, using teleport to get him back into lane or into teamfights. However, lacking Ghost or Flash can make you gankable without smart play. Udyr comes to gank from the river, so I head to the brush, attempting to juke. By baiting Udyr into the brush as well, I land a blind Rupture and immediately turn to run away. While Teemo's Exhaust slows me, Boots of Speed and Movement Speed Quintessences allow me to outrun Udyr. As he retreats, I turn to fight Teemo, landing Feral Scream, Exhaust, and a basic attack. Again, I retreat and recall back to base. However, I notice that Malzahar is coming to gank, so I immediately teleport back to the lane and push the minions to his turret. Teleport also allows you to help teammates across the map. Here I see Poppy and Udyr try to gank Ashe and Soraka, so I teleport onto a nearby minion. As a result, Udyr and Poppy immediately flee, but Exhaust allows me to easily land Rupture, chasing Udyr to his turret. Unfortunately, I'm unable to deal quite enough damage and he survives my feast with 45 health remaining. However, by pushing these champions back to their base, we're able to kill the dragon with ease. In a team fight in mid lane, I try to focus high priority squishy targets. I exhaust Teemo and push forward, taking on Rise with Feral Scream and Feast. As he runs with Quicksilver Sash, I continue chasing, as my significant movement speed through Force of Nature, Runes, and Masteries allow me to chase down Rise, taking him down with basic attacks, Vorpal Spikes, and another Feral Scream. I want to ignore tanks like Leona, but once I see Udyr and Teemo are retreating, I turn, landing Rupture in the Fog of War. I see she's heading to the wall in order to flash away, but Feral Scream buys enough time for Soraka and Malzahar to land their own silences and take her down once she flashes over the wall. Remember that you are your team's tank. Here in the mid lane, I lead in to absorb both of Leona's initiating moves. As a result, no one is able to stop us from destroying Rise with Feast on top of my team's damage output. Once Udyr comes out from my exhaust, I prioritize him as the most disruptive target on the enemy team, tagging him with Rupture and Feral Scream. Unable to hurt my allies, he tries to run away, but I lead in with Rupture, preventing his escape and taking a win in the fight. The worst habit you can have as Cho'Gath is chasing a target for too long. We open up a fight in the jungle, dropping Udyr to half health and killing Teemo. I tag Udyr with Feast and cause him to run. However, instead of heading back to disrupt Rise and Leona, I chase Udyr, who gets away. As a result, most of my team dies before I can make it back to the fight. Sometimes you need to play more defensively, protecting your team instead of assassinating enemies. I lead Poppy with Rupture, but Ashe stops her with Enchanted Crystal Arrow. I stay on Udyr, as he will deal tons of damage to our Ashe with his Trinity Force. Feast sets up Ashe for a free kill, and I look around, seeing Leona extremely low on health. I take her down as she pushes onto my team, and look for targets again. As Rise runs away, I turn around for Poppy, and then to Teemo once she runs away. Once the enemy team all gets extremely low, I can take on the role of carry. I look to force as many opponents as possible back to their base so that we can take down the inhibitor. On Dominion, start Cho'Gath at the bottom lane until level 6. His early pushing with Rupture, Feral Scream, and Vorpal Spikes is extremely strong, as you can see the Boneyard reduced to just a sliver of health before being pushed out. Play Cho'Gath as a burst caster, specifically focusing on high damage enemies. I head for Shaco, landing Feral Scream and hitting Feast as he walks across me. As he gets away, I turn onto a Mumu, who tags me with his ultimate. However, I notice Shaco deceive back into the fight. I sense him going for our Lux, so I walk up to her directly on top of Shaco as he exits stealth. As a result, we take him down with Feral Scream and Lux survives. Cho'Gath is also a great defender. Malzahar pushes towards our quarry, but I line up Rupture and Feral Scream, taking out much of the minion wave. Once the minions are cleared, I head in toward Malzahar, forcing him to completely give up on the point as I head back up to support the rest of my team. By building cooldown reduction and health regeneration through Frozen Heart, Shirelia's Reverie, and Force of Nature, Cho'Gath can siege points for a very long period of time. I push in on the windmill with my team, harassing Vayne before diving for the kill with the active on Shirelia's Reverie plus Feast. Then I'm able to tag Fizz with Feral Scream, keeping him from escaping as Shyvana and I take him down. After taking the point, we regroup to defend the windmill. Seeing Vayne get tagged, I run in just to damage her with Feast. The resulting damage lets Shaco deceive from across the screen to kill her with 2 Shiv poison. Without a ranged carry left in the enemy team, Amumu and Fizz make a run for it out of the windmill. For runes, I take attack speed marks, flat armor seals, flat magic resist glyphs, and movement speed quintessences. This build allows me to survive early game harassment as I sustain with Carnivore, and stick to enemy targets, demolishing them with Vorpal Spikes and Feast. My masteries are 1, 22, 7, taking Exhaust and Teleport in Classic, or Exhaust and Ghost in Dominion. With this build, I have immense damage reduction and durability, as well as plenty of extra mana to support my significant cooldown reduction. In Classic, I open with Boots of Speed and 3 health potions. I rush for a Philosopher's Stone as soon as possible, and then start to adapt my build. If I'm afraid of magic damage, I'll add in Mercury Treads while grabbing a Negatron Cloak and Null Magic Mantle. If it's physical damage that worries me, Ninja Tabby and 2 Chain Vests will help. Your first priorities are damage mitigation and cooldown reduction, finishing Frozen Heart, Shirelia's Reverie, and Force of Nature. After, invest in damage output with Wit's End and Atma's Impaler. In Dominion, a similar build will be quite effective. Grab Philosopher's Stone and Boots of Speed early, and react to your opponents as needed. Take armor against physical attackers and magic resist against mages. Maxing your cooldown reduction with Frozen Heart, Shirelia's Reverie, and Masteries is a must, as spamming Feast will be extremely important here. Due to the fast pace of Dominion, you can't ensure maximum feast stats, so give up on Atma's Impaler for Sunfire Cape or Odin's Veil. Thanks for tuning in to the Cho'Gath Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel above, and don't forget to thumbs us up just below the video.
Product not yet rated.